Welcome in. We got 6 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour and the Good Time Gang live in studio. We thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. I can tell you, we're feeling froggy on the phones. It could be some unscreened action today. Live phone calls. When we answer, we'll be live, all the way live. They'll be unscreened. Don't forget, rickandbubba.com, spell out and there. That's where you need to go for everything Rick and Bubba. Upcoming events, and there's a lot there. You've also got the store where items are hitting the store. Look, with the 30-year reunion and all this kind of stuff, all those T-shirts, all the merchandise, it is getting hit hard there at the store, but we are loving it. And you always want to check the store because you never know what new item has hit, so make sure you do that at rickandbubba.com. Also, this weekend, RBU, it's Letters from You, the Audience. This is when Rick and Bubba read letters and questions from you and then discuss them. That's this week's podcast on RBU, and it's going to be a good one. So check out RBU and make sure that you are following and getting notifications. Subscribe to the podcast, Rick and Bubba University. All right, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yo.
What up, boys? How are y'all?
I'm concerned.
Oh, that's odd.
I'm afraid it's the 15th of March, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is an important day for me, and I can't figure out why. Like, I think I'm missing somebody's anniversary or birthday, and I cannot put my finger on it. And it may not be anything. But I feel like I'm sitting here going, what am I missing?
It's going to be good when you finally figure it out.
I know. Or bad.
Well, you're going to leave and take the Lady Gamecocks on a road trip.
Yeah, but
is that it?
No,
don't forget them.
No.
You might want to forget Don't forget them because then you'll show up without a team.
Yeah, that's not it. It's like a marker, like a date, time.
Payday?
No, it's not that.
Well, I'm just throwing them out there, buddy.
I know, and I'm glad you are because maybe it'll trigger something. But I feel like I'm leaving someone or something out of something today.
Golden ticket seats are coming today.
It's not that.
Okay.
You're leaving them out.
Yep, I am.
Will of Meat will spin.
It's not that.
Okay.
It's something about 0315. When I'm writing it down, when I'm putting folders, I mean, I'm just like, what am I
a month
missing
from tax day.
That yeah, it is, but that's not
okay.
That's not it either.
Well, I'm just throwing them out, buddy.
Have y'all done y'all's taxes? Are y'all good?
Yeah.
Y'all done?
Yeah.
I am too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yepper.
It's always good to get that behind you.
Yeah, it is. It sure is.
Big relief.
Yep.
Big relief.
Yeah.
Gosh, what a scam they have going on.
We are going to have Three on a String in for their annual appearance for Tax Day. They'll perform the Tax Day song and have a good time. That's April 15th. Not today, but April 15th.
Yeah.
So be looking for that. And I did mention golden ticket seats a couple hours away. Will of Meat will spin. We'll continue the theme. And I mentioned the store because, and we love all of you, but it's been getting hard to like keep things in stock because so many are hitting the store and purchasing items, which we love, and we're not complaining by all means. But that means a couple of weeks ago we went to this new system of we'll just grab things out of our audience and the golden ticket seats that are in studio will actually spin and win. And there are some items like Gary's Call, you got the Blaze TV yearly subscription. You got some Moultrie Mobile action going on. Some things are in stock, but others aren't. And if it's not, then guess what? You just win whatever we grabbed out of our audience. And you ought to see what Greg's grabbed. Good night.
Well, it is strange, okay, that a company that makes their living selling things tells us, hey, y'all hold off a couple weeks. Mm-hmm. Y'all have done way too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, let us build back up.
Let us breathe a minute.
Let us build back up.
up.
Did you forget to get spam like you said you were last week?
Spam?
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
You said I'll grab some spam at the grocery store.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Now y'all messing with me.
I'm just telling you. Did you hear? Did you hear it last week?
I thought he was going to get some spam.
I
got spam, guys.
Well, you said I got spam for the Will of Meat.
I didn't say
guys.
that. Never said
You said
that.
I pass the store all the time.
Now y'all just making stuff up.
Well, hopefully you'll remember what's going on.
Sure to be way too late, dollar short, and somebody will be mad.
Yeah. Yesterday was a big day.
What happened there?
Greg came with us to do a little bit better yesterday.
It's been a while.
And we got in there, and you know, Greg,
Can't get used to the new place.
buddy, we try, but we're just not a very quiet bunch.
No.
We just come.
No,
with
you're not.
We have a lot of volume wherever we go. We're just a loud bunch.
Of course, we had a strange conversation.
We did. We did.
One of the fellow workout people.
Yeah, I didn't. I tried to warn you about him, but then I wanted you to kind of get off in it,
Yeah, well,
so
you
I could
did.
watch.
You did.
And
He'll
that was
talk.
kind of a little bit strategic, but
Wow, what a subject.
yeah. But he came back in yesterday, and I had promised your big brother I would spot you good, and so you didn't get hurt or anything.
That's
But we get in there, and Helmsy, I'm not saying it's not the gym is not a library, okay? So you can talk, but then there's most everybody is wearing their Raycons or something, you know, and they're sitting there enjoying music, and they're in their own little world, but others aren't. And I always look to their ears to see, okay, are they in on our conversation or not? Because we bring volume.
Yeah, it's
You want to be nosy,
Listen,
be nosy.
Yeah, an entire section could hear what we were saying.
Yeah.
There's one thing to have a conversation, and there's a whole separate issue of just driving a bulldozer through the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a
We'll
big
bring
difference.
a lot of volume. There's laughter. Greg thinks he's throwing by people, but he's not whispering.
That's what I was going to say.
not
That
true.
is
I'm pretty
making
good at
fun of
throwing
people.
by.
hey, look old pal right there.
Here's
I'm
the
pretty
thing.
good at throwing
You
by.
are good with it, but you also get too loose with it.
Yeah.
You're in turn 4 up against the wall.
Yeah, I get a little
I mean,
we had a few characters.
Well, but, old pal, how about, hey, pal, look at pal. And I'm like,
Yeah,
buddy,
go over.
that's so loud. It's you saying pal is echoing
I
off the
thought
big mirror.
We had a famous person in there at one point.
Well, we did.
care to tell? Is it somebody that looked like somebody? That's what I figured. And y'all,
Oh my goodness! Then walking
that's
out,
the best, by the
Yeah.
way.
Oh, yeah.
walking out of the gym, he declares, "I'm here every week, every day next week."
I didn't say every
You
day.
said every day y'all come and I'm in.
Oh, well, yeah, I can do that.
This is that moment where he's at Regions and claims he's going to play golf.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You got off in it. You a little sore, little man?
I'm a little sore.
Huh? What if I poked you in the chest today? What
It
would
hurts. Tell you that. I've already
Anytime
tried
you
it.
do a movement that you're not used to
Yeah.
doing, you'll have some
Sir,
soreness.
wait till tomorrow, it'll be worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
All right, so we're off and going here. Rick Bubba join us. I think Bubba, there was a big attempt for him to stay down at the lake house today, and I think he was driving in, and we'll have to get an update from him on that. Hope all is going well, and that was successful. That's a big milestone for him.
Yeah.
A big old box that was checked on being able to do that. So we'll celebrate that with him today, and hopefully he'll have some info driving in. But anytime you spend the night somewhere you're not used to, it just feels weird, and you're waking up,
you
you're
wake
driving
up,
in.
you're like,
Yeah.
for a second, you don't know where you're at.
Yeah, where am I? But we'll get an update from him and a whole lot more, plus your phone calls, as I said, and they'll be unscreened. 866-WE-BE-BIG. A lot to break down, but some news out there, and I believe, Helmsy, you're doing this kickoff hour, and you're out, right?
I am.
Headed out.
He
For the
can't
ladies.
remember where he's going.
He's
but
not.
yeah.
He's
I know where I'm going.
Yeah. Did you get gas? Maybe that was it.
It's full.
No? Okay, it's full.
No, there's a special date that I'm not remembering.
Yeah.
Someone's
you-
going to be disappointed today.
Oh, no. It's not one of your kids' birthdays.
It's
is it?
not.
Okay.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chilly season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors answers, but something's up. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut. Now listen to it and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging. These ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Each kit, $200 off, and they'll ship fast and free. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
According to FBI crime data, most home break-ins happen in broad daylight. As the days get longer this spring, protect your home with Simply Safe at simplysafebubba.com. It's the award-winning home security we recommend. Simply Safe's advanced technology protects every room, window, and door of your home. Get 20% off now any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam! Your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code BUBBA. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're coming back. It's 20 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being with us. Golden ticket seats, if you're headed this way, drive safely. We look forward to having you in the few hours as we open up the seats each Friday for a couple of hours, which means the Wheel of Meat will spin. We'll have a good time. Try to make this as fun zone of a Friday as we can, which means It probably can't read many headlines. But speaking of reading, maybe what you forgot, Helmsy, is to read an email. Is that it?
It's not it.
Okay,
but
I keep trying.
It is a big day for somebody, and I normally don't do
cool.
this, but Jesse Gates.
Hey, Jesse.
I want to say hello to Jesse Gates. He said, "Hey, Helms, I'm currently listening in the delivery room, waiting for my first child to be born."
Oh, how
you
cool
you
is
got
that?
better things to do than listen to this.
Well, listen,
Well,
he
he's trying to
said,
kill time,
he said, I
Greg.
got 0 sleep, so I've been waiting for y'all to come on.
Oh, wow.
Well, good news, we got 0 sleep too.
How exciting, man.
How
Praying
about
that
that?
everything goes well.
Big day,
That's a
buddy.
big day right there.
Big day.
He'll never forget.
No,
And
March
no.
15th.
I wonder if that's a scheduled C-section or what.
Now you're getting personal.
Well, you just don't know.
Sorry, Jesse. Speedy's digging into details he don't need to be.
I'm just wondering if it's. I mean, is it like, are we just sitting around
Well,
waiting? Is it
congratulations.
whatever?
Yeah.
Because having three,
If
it's
they're
just
there this
everything
time
was a
of the
little
night.
different. You know, everything was a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Boy, that first one. Something, isn't it?
It is. It is. And then there's the surprise. JC was extremely early, like 3.5 weeks or 4 weeks almost. It was early.
Early.
Never forget it. Coming back from 13 Days of Horror.
Yeah, that's a memory.
as we were in Tennessee.
Speaking
at
of
some,
no sleep.
Tennessee at some graveyard or something. I don't know. We were doing some Ghostbusters thing. And Terry was staying with her parents because it was so, within a month or so, you kind of,
Yeah,
just being away, I wanted her, with somebody. And they live close by. And so they were all there. And her and Tyler and them. And JC's the second of three. And I remember getting off my exit and Jim calling. And when that phone rang at like 2 something,
Jim?
it was like 2 something in the morning, I didn't even answer hello. I was like, "What's wrong?" He said, "It's time." I was like, "What?"
And you're like,
Buddy, I spun around there. And for some reason, and I've told this
Well, at
story
least you were
before,
nearly back.
it was really cold. And I had a toboggan, and I had some gloves and everything. And I don't know why, but I remember this. Every time I get off that exit, it kind of, I remember back. I put my gloves on, and I don't know why. It's like I started putting my gloves on.
While you were
I was
driving?
freaking out a little bit, I think I was. I was just
Well, that-
panicked. But I swung around.
Do you think you were like getting prepared, like maybe I got to deliver this
I
thing and
don't
gloves
know.
is what I need? Or
I don't know, but I can tell you this.
quick, let me get my gloves on.
And it's
now
amazing.
I'm in the car.
It's amazing. I know. I
Been
know.
in it. Been
I
in
know.
it a
that's,
while.
that's why I'm bringing it up, because I don't know why I did it. But it's amazing how God works, because we were supposed to be at another hospital. But by the time I got back to her, which is close to where you live now, Helmsy, and where the old studio was, I get back to them before they could ever really get into the car. That's how fast I was
With
going.
your gloves
Flashers
on.
on, everything.
You
I
jumped
ended up
out with
taking them
gloves
off.
on and
I ended up taking them off, but I don't know why I grabbed them. Like, here we go. And we get in the car, and we had to make an executive decision because the hospital was about 25 minutes away, and she was things were happening. Okay, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
And we said, hey, there is a hospital right over the hill right here, right over the mountain. There's one within 2 miles from where we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
We got to make it. We got to make a call, and we can't get to the other. We just got to go to this one. And that's where we met the doctor that ended up delivering Reese too. And
As it
he
all
happened to
played
be
out.
he happened to be on duty, and it was a God thing, because after meeting him, it was just unbelievable, man. The relationship we built with him.
As it played out, would you have made it?
I don't know. Well, let's say this: by the time I got there, it was probably 2:30. I think he was delivered in the 4 a.m. hour. And that's how quick. That's not. It was a C-section now, but it was time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably, Greg, but she was in a lot of
you don't wanna
discomfort and
chance it.
everything. No. It was
car
but
delivery,
he
that
was
ain't
he was a little early. So anyway, that brought me back there. Out of the
I'm glad you put your gloves on.
yeah, I don't know why. I mean, that was the most eventful. But hey, how about when you have to make a decision? You know, hey, we're gonna have to drive clear across town, or do we go to this one right over the hill here? Y'all know how close it is from where the studio was.
A lot of people are emailing me saying, "Beware of the Ides of March." What is that?
I don't know.
Googled
What is that?
I've
Does that have
always heard it, and so I Googled it.
I know what it is now because somebody told me. But go ahead, Greg.
Well, it just says here it's the 74th day of the Roman calendar, corresponding with 15th of March, marked by several religious observances, and was a deadline for selling debts in Rome.
Well, see, I'm getting it's today is the anniversary of the assassination of Julius Caesar.
What?
Now, none of this is what I forgot. Okay.
Well,
but it
this
is interesting that 4 or 5 people have emailed me talking about the Ides of March.
It also said that it's tied to prophecies and betrayals in ancient Rome. So the assassination would, I guess, that all some Roman weird thing. I've always heard Ides of March. I never knew what it was.
I didn't either. Here's what's
74th day
amazing
on the
is a lot of our listeners do know what it is.
Yeah,
How about
apparently
that?
so.
Like
Maybe that's what it is.
They're really into this.
Maybe that's what it is.
It's also considered an unlucky date for people who believe in superstitions.
Really?
Other unfortunate incidents over the years have helped cement the date as unlucky, forever placing it as a day of misfortune. Maybe that's what's got a hold of you over there.
Man, that's not good. We got some weather to drive through.
Okay. Speedy, you can't just read, buddy. You're gonna have to talk.
Yeah, here we go.
So I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here looking at that.
You were into it.
No, I was really reading it. Yeah.
It does mention also the day that Julius Caesar was assassinated.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Assassination of Caesar.
See, I don't like
Official
emails
holiday.
like this.
It's got a lot of meanings, it sounds like.
Beware of the golden tickets today. Y'all are Julius Caesar.
Hey, whoa.
Hey,
What in the
hey,
world?
calm
Who
down.
sent that?
I can't. I'll forward it.
That's not funny there.
It's not funny.
So what are you threatening?
I'm really glad I'm leaving.
How about the Ides
Are we
of
going to laugh
January?
about that?
Golly.
That's a little serious there.
And then they gave us
He was
bed
assassinated
music
44 BC.
reference. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. He was stabbed to death at a. So
Put it
that's
this
what
way,
they're
I don't
saying.
care. I don't care anything about weather.
Wow.
I've always heard, never once thought, what's that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like it was a movie. Now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heard that too.
Well, there you go.
Well, there it is, y'all.
And so then somebody sends us something saying we're going to be that. We're going to be Caesar
They
today.
need to leave that alone.
Yeah. What's up with that?
That's all I can say.
Yeah. All right. Well, so
That'd be a big
a big So Helmsy leaving in about 30 minutes. Headed. You said Louisiana.
We're going to Rushton, Louisiana.
Okay.
Latex.
LaTeX.
Latte.
We'll be there for a day or so. Then we're going to Monroe, Louisiana, Monroe.
Okay.
And then we'll be in
Been there.
New Orleans for a couple of days.
Bourbon Street.
So probably not.
Will you let the ladies walk around any?
I mean, listen, they're adults. I mean, they hopefully they can behave.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I mean, I'll have some guidelines
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
but we'll see.
Yeah. And then you're back Wednesday of next week. Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. Lady Gamecocks hitting the road.
Hitting the road.
Hitting the road.
Gonna be a tough little stretch.
So did anybody watch, I know this one here, the Players Championship?
What
the
is
PGA?
that?
Forgot it was on.
No.
Did you see
well,
the
you ain't got to
face that-
squint like you just
Greg.
tasted some bad
Greg.
beer. What
What's
the
on,
heck?
Thursday?
Huh?
Greg, what is that?
Buddy, it's
face?
always on that. They go Thursday, Friday, then the cut, and
I'll
then
wait
Saturday.
till the
Sunday.
Masters and I'll watch the final day.
Okay. Well, but hey,
And
speaking
that'll
of
do
that,
me for-
speaking of that,
for
we got to
golf
play
the
our
rest of the year.
Masters. We got to play our song like we do every year
Oh,
for the
yeah.
Masters. Anyway,
Wow,
I
it
was
does
I
sound
was
like-
watching a little bit
When
of
is the Masters?
in April.
That's close.
Yeah.
Ides of April.
Yeah. So that's it. That you're just watching that. But I was watching a little bit of it yesterday, and there was a big controversy with McIlroy and Spieth. He hit one in the water, and they were trying to decide where it crossed.
Yeah.
And they had a little disagreement. And Spieth, I think, was just trying to make sure they did it right.
Yeah.
And McIlroy felt like that it did something different and played out what he thought and not what Spieth thought. And there was a little bit of back and forth.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, the caddy even popped off at Spieth a little bit.
Really?
It was weird just to see that in golf. But I think nobody was like mad at each other. I
Yeah.
think that they were just trying to
get
make
it
sure
right,
they
yeah.
got it right.
Try to
that's
whoop
all.
somebody. But
Yeah.
Greg, that face that you just
know.
had was.
I don't know why it was uncontrollable.
But yeah, it's like you tasted something bad.
I don't know.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there. whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So you don't know. Okay, I see what you're saying. CB Distillery, I should say, .com is our sponsor. That's this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show. Who's sponsoring it? It's your medicines cabinet, maybe crammed with stuff that doesn't work. Some of you suffer from maybe being stressed out, not sleeping well, maybe some aches and pains you can't get rid of. Hey, maybe your pet is full of anxiety. They even have stuff for that. CBDistillery.com. CBDistillery.com. Use promo code BUBBA. Their targeted formulas are made from the highest quality, clean ingredients, no fluff, no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In two non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, and 80% said CBD helped with pain after physical activity. An impressive 90% said they sleep better with CBDDistillery.com. So check it out. They have, 2 million customers with solid reviews, 100% money-back guarantee. You have nothing to lose. As a listener and viewer of the show, we've secured a 20% discount. If you want to get started, CBDistillery.com. Go there to learn more. And as I said, they offer something for pets as well. 20% off with promo code BUBBA at CBDistillery.com, or a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You know, Greg, you kind of jokingly said something. Oh, you could have about your pet.
Yeah.
With this rain coming in today,
I'm serious.
Where we are, you don't think we're out in front of it?
I mean, but I'm serious about
I know.
that. You hadn't
I'm
tried
serious, Clark.
it. CBDB.
I know. But no, I would
That's fine. I
Terry.
was concerned, but now the hell with it. I hope he takes a dump in the floor.
Hey, he's done that.
Yeah, and get a little nervous.
He's got him a spot. Say, it's in Terry's little office.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, Terry. All right, so I don't know what's the deal with our house that we got, but when we bought it, it was already built, and so we didn't have really a say so in what's going on. But there was an opportunity in some floor plans to have in one room an extra bathroom, but they decided to have two separate closets, and so this is what we would call JC's room back in the day, and so there's two closets. I mean, they're walk-in closets, and so we pretty much took one as the walk-in closet. The other one is pretty big; it's the size of a bathroom almost, but it's a closet. Wow. And so Terry was like, I want to make that my office. I said, you want to make a closet your office? But
people do that all the time.
Yeah, but she said, no, it's big enough. That's kind of what I want. So we went in there and we got her the scanner, the printer. We got her. I mean, she is set up in there.
Yeah, as long as there's power, people do that all the time.
Yeah.
It's a good little space.
Yeah, and so we did that a couple of years ago.
Start sleeping in there. Go ahead.
With her? What are you talking about?
I mean, you can, if you want to go get away from everybody, you can go in there and sleep, get you a nap, because there ain't no windows.
No, there's not.
Ooh, dark
and there is a vent in there and all that.
Yeah.
So she'll just close it up and go to work. Well, that's his secret spot.
He likes to take a dump right there.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of private.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Yeah. We always close that door.
Because if you're not, he's going to go in there.
If he's not, I think it's a panic dump.
Don't let a storm come up.
No. And hey, the first time I encountered that,
you loved it.
It was awful. It was awful.
Didn't he get upstairs one time and y'all didn't?
That's
know
where
it?
that is.
I mean, but didn't he get up there and he just like a massacre?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. It just tore everything up. Just freaked out. And he loves to lay in the middle, just right in front of the box fan. And just let it hit
I like
him.
to do that.
Yeah, and that maybe
I
that
love
noise.
laying in front of a box fan.
Yeah,
I get that completely.
Yes. But hey, how about Terry has got a good little setup?
Yeah,
she really does.
Calm down.
I went. You know how a lot of times
it's a closet with a desk in it. Calm down.
No, what I was going to talk
you ain't
about.
Got to brag.
Not everybody can have big closets, Speedy.
We're going to be bathrooms.
Y'all both being holes right now, But what I was going to say is, a lot of times these desktops, they'll just get slow and they won't work.
I got one like that now.
And you're just like, what do you do with them? And the screen works fine, but then the thing, and we had one, and it was so old, good night alive. And she doesn't get to work from home every day, but, a couple of days out of the week, but she's having to send reports out and all this kind of stuff. So we went and did the Mac Mini thing and just got a nice monitor. I put it up on the. So she's got a good little setup.
Good little
in there.
setup.
Minus,
As long as
minus,
keep the dog out of it.
minus when Jack comes running
keep
in.
Jack out when the storm's coming through, and it's
Yeah.
a great place to be. If not, watch your step.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That makes it even better when you step off in it.
Yeah. Speaking of weather, serious news. At least 2 have died after tornadoes tore through Ohio and Indiana. I know we have listeners and viewers up there with mass casualty event at a trailer park. As that's it. I think Logan County up in Ohio is where. Close to the Indiana border, and sad that some folks have lost their life. I know we have a system that's about to hit, that's hitting the southeast now,
Time
and
of year
going to go
coming.
through. It is. And we joked about it, but with Bubba having tornado relief and all that, his lake house is finished just in time for tornado
Just
season.
in time for
again.
tornado season, but he's ready.
Speaking of being ready, there's a story, Helmsy, that I know you might have heard bits and pieces of, but I have really been told how it's playing out that is owning me, and has to do with one of Greg's grandsons.
Oh, yeah.
And he has started playing baseball.
Yes.
And it has brought back memories. And I know River is starting as well, but Greg, please tell everybody and catch him up to
Well, you
speed
got
on
Ellis
what
is a
Taylor's going through.
Ellis is the oldest.
Okay.
He just turned 5 in January.
Which is amazing to me.
I know.
Goodness
That's going
gracious.
fast.
Yeah, it is.
So they
Real fast.
decided, and Ellis, he don't care one way or the other. You know how it is at that age. And what's funny is I'm watching Taylor, because I coached Taylor at that age.
Yeah.
And he was a handful.
Uh-huh.
He'd call his shot, and then he'd run the wrong way, and all this. And one big holdup is by the field. There's a big playground, and boy, he just really wants to go to that playground.
He
really
couldn't
bad.
care less
He
about
wants to
the
talk
game.
and then Taylor said, now, a lot of the players go through that,
Yeah.
because they're so young.
Yeah.
But he really likes that playground, and he'll ask, "We're gonna get to go to the playground."
How about
yes, but we're gonna practice first. Well, he was. I think it's coach pitch, which I thought that was. I didn't know they did that at 5.
I didn't
or
either.
We would
I guess they
probably started him earlier, but anyway, normally when they were coming up, 5 and 6 was t-ball.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so he was doing okay, but he mashed one off his hand, inside pitch,
Oh, not the finger.
and it hurt. So now he's declared he's not batting anymore.
He's not batting
No,
anymore.
not. They're working on it, but he pretty much said he ain't batting anymore.
It's not batting
So
anymore.
the opening game's tomorrow. I hope the weather. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you got a bat in the game.
You do. And they're working through it, but he decided, Taylor said, oh, yeah, he don't want nothing to do with it. And but that's the fun part at this age. I'm anxious to see. And again, me watching Taylor struggle through it, because he was, when he was a little kid.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how you remember him. He
Oh,
talked
yes.
to
You
anybody.
kidding
Like I
me?
say, he got up. The guy Craig that coached with me told him to call his shot, and he got up and called his shot. And of course, he hit it, and it was like a foot in front of the base.
Well, he called it though.
But it's
So
gonna
he's
be
got
fun.
him a handle.
Yeah.
That so Ellis thinks every time I swing now,
Now
it's
I'm
going to
gonna hit
hurt.
my hand.
It's going to hit my hand.
And-
Hey, who's the pitching coach?
Yeah,
He got it inside a little bit, which means he was wanting him to pull it.
He does.
And
He
he
thought
was-
he saw an opening.
It's like throwing darts,
But it's going to be fun. But getting him through the game without him.
So
And
how
you're going to
frustrated?
eventually have to bat.
How
I mean,
frustrated is Taylor?
Oh, you know how that, Taylor. But again, I'm just sitting back laughing.
Listen, when
Yeah. Well,
Because I went through it.
oh yeah. Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know how old she was. I want to say she was 7 or 8, and Caroline played softball
Clarity's
for the
no
first
longer
time.
batting.
Well, Caroline, he hasn't got to this stage yet. Okay,
Wait a minute. I think I remember this one.
and I think Caroline was 7 or 8, and she didn't like it. She hated it, but she was decent at it, and so it wasn't one of these things where she got hurt or whatever. But she got out one time
Uh-oh.
and had her helmet on, run through first base, came back to the dugout and kept walking, and walked out of the dugout, headed to the parking lot, and
Y'all
told
leaving. I remember
told
this.
us, "I'll meet you in the car. I'm done with this.
I'm
I'll-
done."
I
Right in
will-"
the middle of the game.
Right in the middle of the game, and just kept walking. And what was funny about
Like
it
you
is
taking that
she
medicine
still,
ball that
yes.
time.
What was funny is
Yeah.
she still had her helmet on.
Her batting helmet.
Yes, her batting helmet when she was doing she had just got out.
I'm mad. I got my batting
And
helmet.
I'm
out.
I'm going to the house, and if y'all don't want to leave yet, I'll be at the car waiting on you.
Wow.
It's
so
basically what
was
she
done.
said, and she finished out that season and never played
You had to
again.
talk her back into it.
But Well, we just can't. I mean, I didn't care if she didn't play next year, but
but
we got to finish
kinda
what we
left in the middle of the
started.
game.
Right.
Yeah. We're not talking about quitting at the end of the season or after, like me having to call a coach.
Game wasn't even over.
It was like the third inning.
Right.
I remember us
crazy.
talking about that, which it doesn't seem that long ago, but wow.
No.
That was tough.
At that age, you get ready for anything.
Yeah, it was tough.
You never know what they're going to do. That's the fun part, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Taylor, there's some methods that he could take to get him to do it, but I think just bribery is
You always can try that.
There's that, son. If you do swing, then we'll go to that playground you love, or here's a buck, here's a how about a Snickers?
He did
whatever it takes at 5.
He hit one since then.
Okay,
but
and it didn't hurt.
Well, he claimed it was so loud that basically he didn't want to bat, and he was looking for another because it didn't hit his hand, so he had to come up with something. And he claimed that it was too loud when he hit it, and he don't like that either. So basically, he don't want to bat. So he came up with a reason that it was too loud.
Don't you dare forget anything that Taylor tells you, okay?
Oh yeah, that I'm telling you, he's funny.
I need all these stories you can remember.
Oh yeah,
please.
It's gonna be exciting.
Nice,
I hope
that's
the weather
tomorrow.
don't ruin it for us.
Yeah, I do too. A lot of rain coming
the rain
through.
today, I think tomorrow's scattered, but I don't know what the conditions of the field. I don't know
how bad did it get through today, but.
Yeah,
I hope they play just for the show's sake. So Monday you come back in with something.
He's ready to roll. So it ought to be good. I'm looking forward.
Maybe
to it.
he's a gamer. Maybe
you're right. You never know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, if you're facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, or struggling to make monthly payments, you need to know there are special services available right now that can significantly reduce what you pay each month by 40% or more. And that means if you qualify, you could save hundreds of dollars every month. Most people don't know that these services are available to help Americans with overwhelming credit card debt get significant savings and immediate financial relief without filing bankruptcy. That's why Accredited Debt Relief was established, and they've established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you might qualify for. They've helped consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need. The information's free. So call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now, 1-800-885-3500. 800-885-3500. Program and services not available in all states.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We thank you so much for being with us. As we roll on back, we've got a lot to talk about today. A lot of weather coming through where the flagship station is located. So if things get severe at any point, then just make sure that you are checking in with your local stations that carry the show. And we thank all of them. They do such a good job, all the program directors and management that runs each and individual station. We thank you. Sometimes they could break from the show and cover that, but whatever the case, we got you covered. So I got a little something on me today, and
we'll get it off.
I've got to go. There's a tractor, and when I say a tractor, I mean like a John Deere old tractor,
good old farm tractor.
Good old farm tractor, and I should know the exact name of it, and I apologize for all of you that are frustrated. Just think of your old green John Deere tractor that you pass and you see. Now, doesn't have the covered air condition and all that. It's just your
old farm tractor.
Yes, sir. With a bush hog attachment, scraper, an auger, all that.
Ooh, that auger.
Yeah, auger's big. Mm-hmm. I've been tasked because it's in the family on Terry's side to go get it in Georgia and bring it to Alabama.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing to go get it because it's a decent sized tractor.
It is.
And
it is.
So you got to have your good trailer. You got to have your.
Oh yeah. So
wow.
it would stay down at Lenore Farms.
That's what's going to be my next question: is where are you taking this?
Picture him in his neighborhood putting it in the front yard.
Yeah, that would be great. It would take up
do it for like a week.
I don't think people could get by.
Would you do it for like a week?
So I reached out to them and I said, "Hey guys, this is available for us." And Terry, I know, but Terry has this. She's envisioned that years from now maybe we move down to that area and we have us a little, and maybe we need it, honey.
And you start planting soybeans.
Who knows? Or maybe we have a couple acres and we wish we had it. Maybe we wish we had a bush hog or something. I don't know. But until then, it would stay down there and just be used at the farm as one of the added tractors to the ones they have. They have a lot of work to do down there.
How did that phone call go?
To Tommy and them?
Yeah.
Oh, they're so excited.
I bet they are.
They're like, heck yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
So Tommy Lenore, he has 2 sons, Will and.
Can I ask another question? What if Tommy would have told you no?
Then we would have turned it down.
You would have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we don't have anywhere to store it. And
You
they're
put
like,
it in
no.
my place.
They're like.
You put it in my place, just let me use it.
Okay, yeah.
He never thought about you, Greg, on this.
Yeah,
kinda
well,
far.
because you don't do that.
It's kind of far from where you're at.
But you
too.
could have. Do you want to use it?
No.
Oh, I see. I put it
I
on.
was just trying to help you.
And so it's a long story, but
Don't want me to have it.
but anyway, we have to go about 3.5 hours away and get
Overnight trip.
Yeah.
So Tommy has 2 sons, Will and Philip. They're both Tyler's age, both grown men and everything. Will has the truck, and he's got a trailer too, a 26-foot trailer. I'm talking about it's sure enough good. And so I've got Tommy and Will and David Moore, and we're all heading out around 4 o'clock today.
Wow, making a guy's trip out of it.
Road trip.
Well, it's one of those things where if you try to do this in one day, because you're going from Central to
Take
Eastern,
care of the driver.
because you're going from Central to Eastern, you could leave at 5 o'clock in the morning. But that's 6 Eastern. It takes 4 hours to get there. You're not getting there till 10.
Yeah.
Then you don't know. I don't know exactly what I'm dealing with.
crank.
I know it cranked, but I don't know when's the last time. So do we need a new battery?
Yeah.
What are we dealing with? So that could take a couple hours. Now we got a 4-hour trip back and still got to get it. So we decided, let's just get over there tonight, get a hotel room there, and then wake up and we're there. So that's what we're doing. But it's a deal where Terry's dad passed away a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And we've been dealing with that, and it's been tough on Terry and her brother Chris. But he had some things that he left to them, and one of them was this. And he really wanted it to be used, and he had bought it to clear off a lot that he had. And the last time that Terry and Reese went over in September, Reese got on it and was moving some of the attachments around. And so I know it cranked up and it was running fine. But what we don't know is between then and then when his health started to decline, was it cranked between then? And there's some neighbors that say, hey, it's still fine and good condition. But you truly don't know till you get there and go, okay, it's time to load it. And what we got?
I want some video of you on it.
Yeah. Well, I know it probably
knowing
needs
you're
a few
going
things.
through this helps me today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I just know it's going to. Terry's going to be really happy and excited that his wishes are being fulfilled.
That's why you need to put it in the front yard.
And so we're going to get it, and they have a nice barn. You know how I love barns. They have a nice barn that it can be stored in, but then it's going to be a working tractor too. I mean, it's going to be used on the farm, which is what we want. I mean,
that's true.
A tractor needs to be used. It doesn't need to sit there. No.
When y'all get there and it cranks and everything, what are y'all gonna do to celebrate later that night? Like, cause y'all have a big party.
I don't know.
Throw down.
I don't know. I am. Look, guys. I'm not. I'm
blue
not.
ribbon.
There's certain things. Well, maybe for Will. No, I'm kidding.
Bag of chips.
There's certain things that if I get involved with, I'm not dumb enough to think I can pull it off.
Yeah.
So let me just say, out of the foregoing, I'm the follower on this one because I have no idea what we're doing. Now they do. They've got everything, and this has been their world.
Well,
and they've had tractors and all that. So when it comes to, oh my gosh, it won't turn over, what do we do? And I start looking around. They know
there'll be a piece to that knowing they're there.
Right. Oh yeah. But it's still going to be a long one here.
A little road trip.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one. By around 9 o'clock Eastern, I'm pulling into Milledgeville. You kidding me?
Hauling the trailer.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like a man pulling a trailer.
Oh yeah.
A tractor. That's going to be kind of neat. You got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's there's you an oscillating fan because you never know.
You gotta have.
You need that. You need that from time to time.
Sure. Yeah.
Now look, we got to be quiet for a second because I got to walk through the area where the kids are sleeping. So
okay.
Everybody be very, very quiet.
Nobody say,
please
everybody be cool. Everybody be cool. 5-0.
No, let's not do that.
Let's go wake
This is
Hunter
the
up.
playroom downstairs. This is the play.
5-0.
Dang, that's a nice playroom.
5-0.
Good gosh.
There's that TV that about killed me putting it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Buffalo Wild Wings call wants their TV back. Good night.
That's all right,
nice.
That looks like Bubba's trying to go outside now.
Bubba, you got to talk again so we see you.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
nobody.
When
can
you
hear
go
you.
silent, I'm actually looking at Greg and Adler as you walk around.
Okay.
You then become on deck.
Okay.
The little tiny square over there.
Well, it's a little foggy out here,
I
but
know. And you
it
having to
kinda looks
breathe.
like the North Atlantic.
Yeah,
You don't get in that hammock. I'm
By the way, I want to know if that hammock will hold you.
If you don't get in that hammock right now, because you in that hammock will be a commercial for it.
Yeah, it will.
I can't, look, it's got pollen on it right now.
Get in it.
Lay down.
Get in there.
Good night.
It ain't gonna hurt you.
Now, do you have your gloves on and your mask?
It's wet too, but I can get in it. Don't kid yourself.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Yeah, Bubba, you don't have
You
your
don't
mask.
think I can get in something to relax?
You don't have your glove and mask on. It could be airborne out there.
I know.
Yeah.
Getting careless.
Off the boat.
Speak.
It's
I hate
much
you don't have
prettier
a
when it's
better
not
view.
foggy.
Yeah.
Man, this is nice.
Yeah, I need you on that pontoon boat.
That's social separation right there.
That is. That's what it's all about. But if it's airborne, all them people up and down the bank.
Yeah.
Got a little screened-in porch action here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there
Good
you go.
night, Bubba. Are you at Coach Gus Malzahn's house or yours? I'm like Rick, Bubba. I need you don't worry about going out. I need you sitting on that pontoon boat at some point.
We got to be very, very quiet.
Everybody, he's going back in.
This is where he doesn't talk and we lose him.
That's fine. I like looking at Greg. There's hams. We get hams this time.
Speedy can pick the view.
Oh, no.
Speedy can pick the view, make it stay up.
Yeah, hey, Helmsy, pick out when we go to your live shot, be sure and pick around that microphone. We can't see you. Bubba's trying not to laugh. Bubba's trying not to laugh out loud while he's walking through the house.
Big distraction.
Let me tell you one Bill Bubba Buss, he loves Big Mike Schumer. It slays him. It slays him. So that's good.
Bubba, I love that tour.
That was great, Bubba. I love that very much. Yeah.
So I was going to show you my ham radio here.
I was about to say, no wonder you're not going back home to Radio Free Bubba.
Yeah, for real.
See if we can find the local net on here. Let's see.
All right, Bubba, you're going to stir the hams up, and you know how everybody gets confused
Ship to shore.
Here we go. Listen, Greg, you know how everybody gets confused about the different members of the show. I'm now being inundated. Everybody thinks I'm a ham. Look, Bubba's the ham.
Yeah.
I eat ham, and I can be a ham, but I'm not a.
Yeah, look, Gigaparts is so excited right now. Bubba's showing this.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, call the space shuttle.
He's trying to find somebody.
So there you go.
Greg,
KJ4, Cage something, J44.
How about this, Bubba? Greg was saying ship to shore, of course.
Ship to shore, ship to shore.
I love that.
Ship to shore. Why does he think that's it? So, well, Bubba, that's good. You got it like you like it.
Boy, does he. I'd never want to leave.
Well, he's been there for once he left Radio Free Bubba.
Hey, I'd like to point out the fact that he really showed us the throwaway rooms. He hadn't even gone upstairs. He's in the basement.
Yeah,
well, you got to have a little throwaway area.
All right.
Well, I know.
Let's say I don't have my headphones up. Yeah, I don't know. You'd ask about, what we're going to do after April the 30th. I think I'm just going to shelter in place till Christmas.
I think that would be fine. I can, even though what you have is more than adequate, it's above adequate. But there's that side of you want there to be Radio Free Bubba A and B. You don't like that this isn't quite to Radio Free Bubba level, do you?
No. Well, and you can't do that. But I like having backup. I've got a little prepper to me. So
no, you do.
If something goes down, I'm ready to move to the next location.
You do. Like I say, there's only one area of your life you're a daredevil. Everything else you were like, I'm talking about conservative and cautious.
Yeah, I've got to work that one into the cautious side somehow. I'm trying to merge.
We'll come back. All right, so any of the guys, any of you that get into the, hey, we got something to show you anytime as we're, and this format's going to continue, we know, for at least how many more days left. What is today? I don't even know what the date is. Does anybody know?
Today is the 8th.
The 8th.
Okay.
If I don't have Greg running his route with Mr. Buddy jumping on him, I'm going home.
All right, we'll be right back.
I'm going to bring you a shot on the water.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about it? 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour beginning right now. We thank you for being with us. The national anthem gets us started. Go 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, Friday edition. Golden ticket seats are en route. We wish you the best. Some of you are traveling through some of this rough weather that is rolling across the country right now, so do be careful as you make your way to the golden ticket seats today. We'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler remain. Helmsy, he did do the kickoff hour, but now is traveling with the tennis team that he coaches to their next match. So he won't be back, I don't think, till Wednesday, maybe next week. They're on a road trip. So anyway, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is out. We'll tell you about that. Bubba and I finished that up yesterday. And speaking of Bubba, doggone it, we're missing him. We got to get him in here. The Silver Tongue one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
In heaven, you know I love you. There it is. I did not know, had no idea until an emailer told me. That's one of those songs that I've been real familiar with. But I had no idea what the name of it was. And it's of course by the band Vehicle, But they also,
I'm sorry
about the song's vehicle, but I didn't know the name of the band was the Ides of March.
Yeah, I didn't.
And today's the Ides of March.
Sounds a little bit like Chicago. Doesn't it?
It just dawned on me when you were
and
playing.
Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
Yeah, yes.
Is that him, the singer of Blood, Sweat, and Tears? Maybe sounds just like him.
Could be.
But anyway, I did not know that was the name of their band, and today is the Ides of March. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
the day.
I had to look up what Ides of March meant.
I don't understand. I hear it. I'm like you, Greg. I never knew what that meant.
Yeah,
something to do with Romans.
Well, it's the day that
them Romans.
It's very much up for grabs because Shakespeare gets involved. But this is the day that most historians think Caesar was assassinated.
And it was also then when you owed your debt to Rome, you had
Correct.
to pay it.
They started a religious ceremony that started today, and they say on the start of that, historians don't know whether it's legend that Caesar was assassinated today or he really was assassinated today. But that's where
I never knew what it meant.
But I did not know that band was called the Ides of March.
Apparently, being a successful ruler of Rome did not make him popular with everybody.
No, it did not, Bubba. But that's there's all the there's all the good that comes with.
What, he stabbed to death? Wasn't that the deal?
Yeah, the guy didn't some guy go up to him like he was going to honor him and then take him out.
Yep, that's what we saw.
But anyway, when you're a dictator. Everybody thinks, man, that'd be great. We do the good, it's to be king and all that. The only problem is it's such a good gig, everybody wants it.
Yeah.
So you're constantly people, and then people realize because you're an absolute dictator and there is no vote, the only way they can remove you is to kill you.
Yeah, the only way for political change is by death.
Right. So you tend to look over your shoulder a lot, and and I was, and then you think you've got. Is it Jared? I can't think of his name. That was David's right hand man, and everything went great with him for a while. And then when Absalom rose up, he went with Absalom.
Now, are you talking about Bathsheba's husband? Or
no,
after that?
No. It was his military guy that actually.
Nathan.
Joab. Maybe.
I can't think of his name.
I can't think. But
it wasn't Uriah. No.
Uriah was.
That's right.
Bathsheba's husband.
Yeah, Uriah was actually loyal to him. David just wasn't loyal to Uriah.
That's right.
This was the guy that was his right hand guy through a lot of major things.
Joab.
Yeah, I think it was Joab. And then of course David had to take him out. But I mean, so there you go. It's just you're constantly looking over your shoulder.
Yeah,
it's
a tough gig.
So
is the Ides of March the Et Brute? Is that the same thing, right?
I don't know.
Now you're getting into Brutus from Shakespeare and all that. But so you want to talk about, that's the problem with some of our history, especially when you start dealing with King Richard. We get real history, and you have this with Caesar too. Then you get into stories, Shakespeare's history of it. So anyway,
nice.
But somebody was saying today, and he had to come back and say, I was just kidding. He said, today's the Ides of March. I didn't know that. An emailer told me. And he said, "I hope y'all aren't Caesar today in the golden ticket seats." And I said, "Hey, man."
No, I didn't like that.
I said, "Hey, man." And then he came back and he said, "Look, I was just kidding around."
What?
Yeah, could I get you to play vehicles today?
Yeah.
I said, "Sure. I'll do that." But let's don't make Caesar jokes on the Ides of March.
Whoa.
So, whoa.
I said, whoa.
See what? That'll make everybody go through the sign-in process.
Yeah,
You know what that song is to me? Bubba from American Idol.
Of course.
Yeah.
He
He had a really good version.
He did a really good version of it. So anyway, where's Bubba right now?
Down there by Speedy.
Yeah.
So we do have a lot to talk about. There is some active weather out there in some places today. As a matter of fact, Ohio and Indiana had a horrible event dealing with these storms. And they're still kind of kicking around in some places, even as we speak, if you're listening to the live show. So be aware of local weather wherever you are today when we get in the breaks. And, of course, they'll break in if they need to. Oprah, her big special is coming up on Monday, and people are still speculating the fact, is she going to go after some of these new diet crazes involving these shots? But they're saying she actually is using them.
Mm-hmm.
So is she going after them, or is she going to just bring some? I honestly, this is going to sound weird what I'm about to say right here, because we have a lot of fun with Oprah, but not so much that she comes after us.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But she could buy up all the radio stations we're on and put us on the curb before the year's over.
Now again, you always have to trust the sources that are there, which is always weird. But I do think with all this going on, because we as a society, when it comes to especially drugs, we tend to be a little shoot, ready, aim.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice to watch people sit down and have a conversation with real doctors, real scientists, real pharmacists, and say, let's walk you through these things.
Yeah.
I actually think that would be a good idea to be pretty educated on all that. If you can get something that doesn't have a slant to it.
Right.
Well,
that's the hard part today.
Well, everything is going to have a slant to some degree.
But isn't there some facts? I mean,
well, yeah, but you know, with the medical world, a lot of times it takes time to get the total facts on it. There's been some revolutionary drugs that have come along,
no question,
that have changed history.
Yeah,
and we've seen some in our lifetime that have been very successful to do what they ended up doing.
Yeah.
Now, they wasn't necessarily designed to do that to begin with.
Yeah, sure.
You know, Viagra has been wildly successful. The statin drugs have been wildly successful. And these weight loss drugs, we'll know more about them as time goes on. But I think a lot of times, and you have to, you know, everybody's situation's different, and they have to discuss it with their doctor. But you have to weigh out the side effects versus, you know, what your you know, it's all a numbers game. What your odds of being overweight and those diseases are going to cause versus what a possible side effect is. So,
right.
But so far, they have been wildly successful.
Right. And some people have had problems with them, and you know we can't.
They always do.
We can't ignore that either. That's the thing. Why don't we just tell the whole truth?
But it's a fairly small number considering the total.
But
number.
don't say it's none.
No, none of them's none.
Right.
Yeah, people have problem with aspirin.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know,
I just
still a pretty good little pill though.
Yeah, it is. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How do you think the pandemic's affecting Blackberry Smoke? Are they struggling?
Rick, I don't know. I don't know what their schedule is. They might not even know we're in one.
Right.
You know, I
that's
don't
true.
know.
That's true. But anyway,
Everybody good this morning? How are you, sir?
Yeah, fine. Doing great. How about yourself?
Rick, doing great. Doing great for the shape we're in. I think everybody's hanging in there.
Yep.
You know, we've got bad numbers in some areas, but we got a lot of light at the end of the tunnel and starting to talk about ways to get started back again. So that's exciting. But we'll share all those with you. No percentages or anything to worry about today, but we do have some numbers.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the balance. I've been, you know, we all have these people that we have in our life that help us. Steve Farrar is one that I always go to for the balance. And he says, look, you understand the providence of God and all. He said, you certainly want to check in from time to time. He said, but I would spend more time remembering who God is. And if you sit down and get on social media and stare at the TV all day, you're going to freak out. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So you need to go and spend time, you know, where something that will lower your blood pressure and all that, and remembering who God is and all this, you know, if you believe that. But with that note, on the check-in yesterday, I did focus on the good news. And I know we were kind of talking back and forth, and the good news is, you know, we started out with a doomsday 2.2 million people are going to die. Then we went down into hundreds of thousands, and yesterday they got already down to 60,000. So it continues to drop. And here's what was weird, and I saw this being touched on, and nobody seems to know the answer, and it may just be that models aren't very good. It could be that, because they were talking about, like, I think it was Maryland and was it Virginia? Yeah, it was Maryland and Virginia. That they gave a number on Monday. I'm not talking about months ago, you know, like the 2.2 million. That was several weeks ago, not a whole lot of time, but weeks ago. But they said Monday their numbers have changed by as much as half as low. Like they start out saying we're gonna have 2,000 people die on Monday, and then like yesterday they said, well, we take it back. It's gonna be more like 800. So
think about what a model is.
Right.
It's an educated guess with estimates plugged into it.
Right.
So anytime you have a guess dealing with a guess and estimates, and you know every stage has error to it, But here's the thing. I think you always start high.
Mhm.
Clearly, shutting the country down for a month
Yeah.
definitely, cut into the, like we were talking about control rods in a nuclear reaction.
Right.
So, that's been good. Here are
I'm just saying that's good news. I don't know why we're so.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we be glad with that instead of somebody saying, "Well, doggone it, looks like the numbers are lower than we thought." Well,
Right.
good.
Hey,
why is that not good? Why is that not good?
It is.
Yeah,
It's
that's
real
like
good news.
that's like somebody being mad they're in a tornado warning, and frustrated, and then mad their house wasn't blown
Yeah.
away. You should be happy that it missed you.
And Rick, to your point, if you sit around and watch news all day and social media, even when you're not in a pandemic, you're going to feel terrible.
No, you're right.
It's just horrendous the way that things get beat on, and there's never a lot of good news and it's a lot of fake news. So here are your numbers, just so you know where we're at. Infections, and we're rounding these off. For the world, 1.4 million. For the U.S., 435,000. For New York City, 80,000. Okay, deaths so far worldwide, 81,000. For the U.S., 14.8 thousand, and for New York City, 4.2 thousand. Every life precious. Don't want to discount that at all. We always say that, but it's not near as bad as what we were told it was going to be. Hadn't peaked yet. We're in that process the next few days. We'll see how it plays out, but hopefully the April 30th date looks real good right now to get at least part of the country back to work.
Yeah, and you saw some of that being talked about, and it's going to have to happen. And I saw a lot of people that were mentioning that. And the problem is now, the reason why I think we have to look at that too. You better believe it, baby. Brand new show rolling now. Thank you for being with us. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Look at upcoming events, find different members of the show doing different stuff all over. And you can find all that so you can think to yourself, you know what, I'm going to make a note of that. I think I'm going to be part of that. Okay, so, Bubba, our obsession with the great goat of Iditarod, the great Seavey. See, I looked to see if y'all were all on this email, but you weren't. So then I got excited and I thought, well, good, I'll get to read it and watch the joy on the guys' faces. All right, so we become your resource for the Iditarod, and we realize that the great Seavey is the walking dog. He is the Tom Brady of Iditarod, and his daddy wasn't too bad either. So listen to this. And we wondered about this, and here it is. This comes from Kevin. He's a pastor out of Delhi, Louisiana. Mm-hmm. He said, my wife and I went to Seward, Alaska. It was, and we went there to catch a cruise ship. The ship was down for repairs, so we were stuck in Seward for 4 days. One of the most awesome places in the world to be stuck in, by the way.
Okay.
All right, so listen to this.
That's good to know.
Here it comes. And we wondered about this. You can't be this good and this not be available. All right. We went to Seavey's family's Iditarod dog sled tour.
Aha! Okay.
They got their own
Got him a little something.
So you go and see his dogs. They have them, and you can go and see them.
Really?
And here's what he says. The dogs are not the big huskies portrayed on a lot of TV shows. He said that's not actually the preferred sled dogs for the great ones. These dogs are actually pretty blended, a mixed mutt, and they are bred for one thing, or for these things: speed, endurance, and strength. So they're actually bred to be sled dogs. It's not huskies like you would think.
But they're some have husky in them.
Some
they're
do.
just not pure.
But he said, don't picture the big purebred huskies. They're actually smaller dogs.
Yeah.
What if you had a bunch of like them what are they called, doodles? Picture a bunch of them.
We're not going to do doodles.
You know, I'm still shocked that you can take dogs and go 1,000 miles over frozen tundra.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you need
That is impressive.
I guess that's why you have to breathe them for speed, endurance, and strength.
Yeah.
Yes,
But anyway,
I mean, we always think
Look at them,
about
they look so happy.
we think about horsepower, but what about dog power?
yeah. Well, his quote is this. He said, "These dogs were much smaller than I would have thought." Anyway, and this is the part I wanted to know because he must have known this would have been our next question. He said, we didn't get to meet Seavey, but he is certainly the real deal, and we did see his operation.
Oh.
So you can go
look
and
at
take
that.
a Seavey tour.
Well, I'll be done.
That's cool.
He is a legend.
Did you just say I'll be
I'll be dog.
I think next year we ought to try to go.
Anybody know where Seward, Alaska is? I don't.
Rick don't know a lot about Alaska.
Do you think on the sign they have?
Seward,
You think on the sign they have home of Seavey?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
we have the little signs in our state, and other states have it. State champions.
Oh,
so
yeah,
and so
sure,
year
sure.
football, 5A,
sure,
or basketball. And don't you know his town? They probably have a banner hanging over.
I wonder if he has
I mean, he's like the Nick Saban of Iditarod.
I wonder if he's like got a breeding facility, and you come there if you want a sure enough mush
probably.
dog. That's where you go.
Well, I
because
think
they got the genetics.
I think all of us would be in for that. All right. I by the way, I have failed the show, and every one of y'all gonna laugh so hard.
What'd
right
you
now.
do?
Nothing. Well, I'm just y'all know me. I mean, y'all have known me for a long time. He actually has pictures down here of the dogs and them there, and I didn't scroll down enough to see that. So I'm gonna send these to Adler real quick. You want email or you want text?
Email for him.
Okay.
Hey, buddy, you speaking for Adler now?
Well, I just know because if it's text, then he has to do one more step to get it to where he needs.
Yeah.
So that's just down from Alaska. Is Stewart.
This down from Alaska. It's in Alaska.
I mean, I'm sorry, Anchorage.
Okay.
Do y'all want him crossing the line in the news? talking
Yes,
about
I do.
Adler, look in your email. I just sent you pictures from this tour of some of Seavey's dogs, and they do not look like what you just saw a minute ago.
Are the dogs wearing little boots when they come out?
Yeah, I think they are to protect their feet. Yeah. So
Quieted down just a little bit since about an hour ago when Dallas Seavey etched his name in history and the history books yet again with that sixth win. You talked a little bit too about his history. This is somebody who was the youngest to ever finish the Iditarod. When he did that, he was the youngest to win it back in 2012. He went on to win again and again and again in 14, 15, and 16, and then getting that fifth title in 2021, matching the record with Rick Swenson at the time. Tonight, though, that sixth win, coveted win, and certainly something people here in town are celebrating. I know right now, just up the
Wow.
A dog is just funny to me.
Best
And
ever.
the look on that dog's face with those roses around his neck.
Well, I bet the CV tour. As a matter of fact, these pictures I just sent Adler whenever they come into him. It looks like this guy who emailed us, it must be his wife. She's holding up one of the puppies. So I guess you're right, Greg. I guess they breed them there.
Breed them there.
Yeah.
So
imagine if
you talking about champions.
Oh, I bet he's got a good price on them.
Look, all right, so here's some of CV. There's the CV tour. You get in it, some of his dogs
they pull you?
Yeah, and
Oh,
see,
cool.
some of these are mud
wheels.
mixes.
Yeah, look at that yellow one.
Yeah.
there.
So-
that's a,
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
Mr. Buddy.
see, they're not the classic huskies that you would think. That you see some husky mix in there in some of them.
yeah.
Wow.
And then look, here's the puppy right here. Look, she's
Hey,
big boy.
I know they want the next generation, but you don't. How much you think those puppies go for? in
Oh,
that
I
area?
bet. Well, look, let's if I show up, I know that I don't know, but I don't know about dog world. There seems to be more success, but other than and that was generations down. Foolish pleasure. How many champions do we get from Secretariat? Because it's a combination of the female and the male.
Yeah, not a lot.
You know, I mean, we had some pretty good horses, but we never got another
Not to his
Secretariat.
level, no.
So let me ask you this: you saw him jump off and run by
this.
the
Yeah.
sled a couple of times. Of course, he was doing a little,
Victory dance.
a little victory dance there, coming in, grabbing snow and all that. But we'd heard before that sometimes he runs beside the sleigh, right?
Just give him a break.
What did I say something?
Is there
No,
a
it's
rule?
just when you were talking all the stuff he's doing, grabbing snow. And other,
Yeah, I mean, he's
wonder if
running
there's a rule
beside the sleigh, but what if you're doing that out in the middle of the Iditarod and say you trip or it just runs away and you fall and you're
Look.
600 miles from Nome and there goes the will they stop?
Yeah.
Do you
Oh,
have
yeah.
a kill switch?
I'm
or
sure
a
he's got
motor?
somewhere
I
to
don't think
yell.
they'll stop.
I mean, they're headed to Nome, baby.
He's trained them. There's some
do you think
words,
Seavey's
Bubba.
dogs know Seavey's voice?
You know what they do?
Can I ask y'all
Can he
this?
turn them like you do with a mule? Do you know?
I don't know.
You know what they scream?
Somebody help Daddy!
Do y'all know what a Iditarod means? Distant or distant place.
Thank you, Greg.
Hurry, take
That's
a sip
what
of something.
Iditarod means.
I bet it means cold as a well digger.
And I think it's it does. I think it's some kind of Eskimo language.
They have a metal claw or like a brake to stop it on the back of the sled. But if you fall off, you're done. You're
If
left.
you fall off.
You die.
You don't think
you
they'll-
die.
they'll stop.
You're dead.
You don't think they'll stop?
Rick and Bubba.
Is we have some things that are going on now, and the longer we sit here, now politics are starting to creep into it, and agendas and all that. I mean, last night I saw a doctor get interviewed who's been a doctor for, I think he said 30 years. He's been a doctor, and he said, when Fauci got up and talked about some of the conspiracy theories, he said, "Look, as much as I respect Dr. Fauci, I can show you exactly what we're being sent. We are told to manipulate. If people have all kinds of issues." He said it's one thing to die of coronavirus. It's another thing to have coronavirus. Those are not the same.
Yeah.
You can have it and not die from it. And we are being encouraged to lump in anybody who tests positive. And he said, and some of that goes with how much you get paid by Medicare. He said, I'm just telling you, this is not a conspiracy theory, because I am a doctor and I've been one for 30 years, and I can read it to you verbatim on the stuff we're being sent. So know that also makes the numbers a little cloudy. The bottom line is we made an adjustment as a country. We needed to make an adjustment. We need to try to figure this thing out, and now we got to figure out how to get back to work the safest and best way we can, kind of like we always do.
Yeah, and the umbrella over a lot of this is we have had a worldwide pandemic. Haven't had one of those in 100 years. Haven't had one in the modern age of transportation. And we saw how quickly that can spread. A lot of changes, I'm sure, will be coming after this, the way that we do things. But overall, the numbers are coming down. We haven't hit the peak yet, but it's looking better. And there is hope at the end of the tunnel. Light at the end of the tunnel, which means hope. And we're excited about that. So everybody just needs to hold steady what they're doing. Don't freak out. Don't get off the plan, and let's finish this thing out and get out of here.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more, too. We will be checking in with Frank Caliendo today. Why do I think that Frank Caliendo is quarantining with all sorts of people?
I bet that's been something tied up with him.
Oh, yeah. So we'll talk with Frank coming up before the day is done. Your phone calls as well. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The gang's all here. Brady Bunch format, which got a lot of feedback on that over the last few days as we've been trying to work through all this, take the team up, split them up, put them in different locations. And, so every day I have to kind of check on everybody's setup. Greg, you've been pretty consistent. Bubba, you've bounced around a little bit. Adler has added something new to his look today. I guess, once again, him giving a shout-out to his homies in San Antonio or somewhere. It looks like he's like a lot of people, for some reason, trying to move to Arizona. He's got a cactus there, it looks like, a neon cactus. And then Helmsy has completely changed his setup again. Helms, what's going on here?
Well, when you got 3 kids in the house, and it's just so difficult to do something like this. And so I was actually in Braden's room. So the wood paneling that you were seeing, the nice wood in the back, I don't know what kind of wood it was, but it was very nice. And I liked it. I think Bubba, it was his favorite setup, but that's actually my 14-year-old son's room. And now that we've started back homeschooling, we've been trying to get on a regular schedule, getting people to bed at a decent hour. It was impossible for us to do that. I basically took over his area. He claimed he was going to sleep in the Xbox room and all this, and that never was working out. And so we had to make an adjustment. And so I am we had a little compromise. I'm in the Xbox room, and the Xbox room is still the Xbox room. But I've removed a mattress that was in here that he was using as a couch and a bed. And I've put a desk and my setup in here. So everybody is winning other than me having to stare at this glare that's behind me on the Rick and Bubba logo.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. I didn't want to have to mention it.
Yeah,
you had it out of it in the other room, and plus, I'll be honest with you, that's fine. That's a great setup there. But I like the wood that you had in the other one because it looked like you were at Don Imus's ranch.
I know. Yeah, it was my favorite as well. And I'm gonna handle the glare.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but I will win that battle at some point.
Yeah. So good lighting,
look,
Bubba. Good lighting. He's got the old big mic back, but just but that
he could use a little more light, but you know, we're working through this. You know the thing. Have you thought about this, Hams? Painting that wall green so you can chroma key it.
Yep.
I have thought about that actually, and I'm.
35 minutes past the hour. So as we work our way back, one of our favorite products has been with us for a while, and that is TheraBreath. What a great product. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Rick and Bubba family, you know, there are a lot of retailers that carry the TheraBreath stuff, and that's good. You'll probably always be able to find the mouthwash and some of the rinses and the toothpaste. But things like, you know, TheraBreath lozenges, I'm having a hard time finding these on the shelf now. And I was just telling the guys, I had to order those just to keep them in stock. Because
I'm afraid we've done too good a job with them, Rick.
Well, it goes back to a fear that our family members have sometimes. Look, if we love something, don't talk about it too much or we won't be able to get it. But there is another option for you. But, you know, you need to go ahead and kind of get it set up and kind of so you don't run out. Say, I'm out of TheraBreath lozenges right now, and I'm waiting on an order because I piddled around, and I shouldn't have done that. Go to TheraBreath.com. TheraBreath.com. All the products are there. Now, if you're in a retailer and you want to go ahead and grab something and look and see what's on the shelf, you can. And sometimes you can find all of them, or at least a good portion there. You look for that orange cap. But keep in mind that not only do they have these lozenges, which I'm obsessed with because they're just great products. Because even if I use the mouthwash, which is great, which I do, and the toothpaste, which is great, you know, you still... Like yesterday, of course, it was a bad mistake to do this before workout. I didn't really think that through. I ate cooked onions.
Nice.
That didn't go well with. If you're 45 minutes from a workout, that's a bad idea. But anyway, my breath. I mean, right then I thought, wow, I wish I had a lozenge. Of course, I didn't do a good job of keeping them in stock, so I didn't. But so you want to have those around, and if you make a lot of presentations, they just are good to help against dry mouth. Some other things you need to be aware of, and you've heard Dr. Dudney talk about this a lot, is gum health. Very, very important. They've got a Healthy Gums oral rinse that is fantastic. It's FDA approved to fight gum disease. You don't want any part of gum disease. Whitening oral rinse. All these products, when you think about the category, they're always going to be the best products because the research is just incredible. Scientifically what they've done with these products. So if you'd like to get your TheraBreath products, look for them on the shelves at retailers, of course. But if you can't find a particular product that they offer, go to TheraBreath.com, and you can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors too. So yesterday, Bubba and I sat down. It's an ongoing series called Letters from the Audience. And this is when you, the Rick and Bubba audience, send emails to speedy@rickandbubba.com. He takes them out. He puts them in front of Bubba and me. And on our weekly 45-minute podcast, which is a unique podcast called Rick and Bubba University, we sit down and answer your questions as best we can. And, Bubba, I thought yesterday we got into some good stuff. I mean, this weekend we had some really serious moments on the show. There seemed to be a lot of that yesterday as we're celebrating the 30 years and in the final year. And so we walked through some of those really, at times, terrifying moments live on the air with historic events that were scary. 9/11 and you know one of the worst tornado breakouts in weather history. So we talked. Some of those are in there. Then we get into some of the just hilarious things of. You know, I don't think any of you really, especially if you joined the show, say maybe even 20 years ago, you don't know that first decade. There were so many times where we weren't guaranteed that we were going to make it through. Like in one of the stories over the weekend, you'll enjoy a live broadcast we were doing, or a remote where we were checking.
Yeah, I thought that was the first time I was going to be fired.
Yeah, right.
I remember going back going. Well, I just lost control of that situation, and I'm still laughing about it.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking, where do I need to put in a job app?
All I could think about was I don't know who to credit with that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, because you were trying to do a good job for the client.
Yes, I was.
Every intention in there was good. It just went off the rails, and it's one of the few times. And Bubba, tell me if I'm exaggerating. Not the way I'm remembering it, and I think it's accurate. That was one of the few times that what we were doing went off the rails, and we never got it back on.
No, we never did.
Yeah,
we were out doing a remote.
Couldn't
we
get
never,
it back on the rails.
Never got back. So there's a couple of times I remember thinking, and this doesn't happen a lot in life. I mean, I like to laugh.
Sure.
And, I think it's good medicine.
It is very good.
I love to see other people laugh.
Oh, yeah.
But there's a couple of times I remember I have been thinking, I'm going to pass out. I can't. It's kind of like when the air gets knocked out of you and you couldn't catch up.
Yeah.
And and then there's times it just won't end, and you just keep laughing about something. But the pita eating incident, I thought I was going to pass out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when Helium Boy was in the wrong place, and I was in that limousine punching your foot, trying to get you to stop so I could breathe.
Yeah.
When Traveling Todd fell, and we were doing the funky bus road tour. Wow. I could not quit laughing.
No.
I mean, it went on. Y'all handed me a towel just so I could have it to stick on my face.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just could not get that image of Traveling Todd stumbling across through there, falling.
Yep.
I mean, there's just, God rest his soul. It's so many of the folks that have gone on.
I know. And there's a
funny
good
and
many
had
of
funny
them.
moments.
There's a good many of them. Yeah.
It's. There's been several, but
Monkey Loose and Gulf
Oh
Shores.
yes,
Monkey Loose, and I will tell you one that was. We got to the point, and I know that Ryan Greenwood felt this way, and probably Speedy and Greg and Adler too, and Helms. But Ryan Greenwood says some of the greatest Ricky and Bubba moments, they were born inside frustration.
Yeah,
for sure.
And that show on the road with Turner South, we talk about Turner South this weekend too. That era. We're live in Memphis at this barbecue championship, and the TV people and the radio people are fighting about our location because the weather's not good, and everybody keeps moving us. And at one time they put us up high in the air, and the thing was so unstable we thought we were all going to fall.
Yep.
Wind was blowing.
Yeah, and we're trying to do a radio show, and finally that place that I don't like being there from the person in it, but the benefits to the folks who like the show, Bubba and I were just done. We were done with the situation, and we just we basically squatted and said, we're not moving again.
Yeah.
And then we would reference how frustrated we were, and then they would bring us guests that the interviews wouldn't go well, and they'd get off the rails.
Well, they had to climb to get up on top of this camper thing we were on, and they wanted a good backdrop.
Right.
But the problem is we were trying to get on there for radio. We're doing both, and radio started first, I believe, maybe a little earlier at the time.
Yeah.
And we can't just keep moving the equipment. It wasn't just
very
to carry your microphone. I mean, we had to plug in and route stuff, and it was muddy. It had rained. We're right on the banks of the Mississippi. Yeah. And it was muddy. Do y'all remember that? I mean, you'd sink up to your knees.
No, guys. At one point, Bubba and I are on top of whatever this thing they put us on.
Yeah.
We're on TV. We're on the radio. We're dressed as Elvis, and our tongues are purple.
Yeah.
Now, that's all I'll say.
Yeah.
And everything that took place to get us in that position. And at one point, we just get frustrated, and we're frustrated as Elvis.
Well, remember, too, I
we
think
still have Elvis glasses on, and we're just done.
Right. I think it started sprinkling, and then with the rain, it was really, the wind, it was really cold, and we're like, what are we doing?
Yeah, we try not to get equipment wet. Yeah. So think back.
We were just done with it. We were done with the whole situation, and I remember laughing in that. And I will tell you this, when we recap the Bubba and I were on the cutting edge of a lot of things. Apparently, we were on the cutting edge of the Greek food craze when all these Greek restaurants started becoming popular, and we attempted to introduce people to Greek food and pitas, and it just didn't go well.
It did.
And the recap of that in the podcast this weekend, I got an abdominal cramp in the recap. I mean, so that's how hard that laughter was. But
it's some good stuff.
But us on the road always seems to
always.
The more chaos, the better.
To happen.
Yeah. Do you remember me having the discussion with the Turner South people about?
Oh, I do.
About which platforms brought in the most money.
Right.
You remember
Yeah.
that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
as we were
somebody-
standing on there. I look back.
I wasn't
to
Elvis
that,
yet, but I was close.
Some of these contraptions that we were on, it's like you were in the left field lounge at Mississippi State back before they made it really nice,
Right.
and everybody built their own thing, and you just wheeled it in.
Yep.
That's what we were on. We
Right.
were on something like the platform like that, and the wind and the rain. We didn't need to get equipment wet. They wanted a pretty backdrop, but yet you needed to be under something.
Yeah.
It was
crazy.
a mess, and then I'm the in between because y'all are upset. Then Turner's wanting something.
Yeah.
It was a mess.
It almost looks like, you know how you ever gone to a third world country and watch how they just build more rooms on top of each other?
Yeah,
on
oh,
houses?
yeah.
That's
Just
what it looked like.
lean-tos
We were
and
sitting on top of something like that.
Yeah.
Speedy, I think that brings up a good point. We've just kind of, tried to get over the hump of getting this year started with the announcement and everything. But I'd like to book some people from some of those events. One of them is John Perry, who is our TV producer.
yeah.
I'd love to have him on.
Yeah.
We got to be such good friends. We were talking about the Turner thing. Was that on the air of the podcast?
Podcast.
And got to be friends with a lot of them, and still stay in touch with. I do with Jeff Hall, who was the engineer.
Okay.
And he handled all the Turners out of on location stuff, which meant all the baseball, basketball. I mean, everything. He was in charge of that.
I remember.
And he has since retired. Super nice guy, though. Enjoyed working with him. One thing and people ask me this all the time. One of the things I have seen at the very, there's different levels. Like, you have local this and state and whatever, and then you have some really big time operations and stuff like at WABC and some of those.
Sure.
A lot of the folks that I have met who've been some of the nicest people in the business were at the highest level.
I agree with that.
You would think that they would be the ones that think they are something because they really are. And they would not be as accommodating as maybe some, and this is in a lot of industries, lower level type stuff. Some of the lower level people are a lot more difficult to deal with than the very high level. They're super nice.
Do you think
people.
it's because the high level people understand they actually are in a position of influence, and the lower level people are delusional about how important they are?
Yeah, I think so, and that may be why they got to that level, because they were easy to work with.
You're right.
Rick and Bubba.
Actually go that far with it this weekend. I may do that for sure. And I wouldn't have to do much. I could just do almost like a half wall. And it's an Xbox room, and the Xbox logo is green, so I figure it'd be great.
Hams, I'll tell you this, you could paint the whole wall green and just key the logo up there, and you wouldn't have to worry about all that.
See, I'm loving that. Monday, y'all may see that. And as far as the lighting goes, it's one of those things where the wife was very troubled with the fact that I had moved all the lamps throughout the house into the bedroom. So she has taken a few of those back. There was a compromise there as well. So I've got to get a few more lights.
So let's talk a little bit about where in the world did you get Adler the neon cactus?
I got this neon cactus at Bargain Hunt.
Yeah.
There's always a bargain for you to hunt at Bargain Hunt. I don't think that's there.
Is that what we used to call Bargain Town?
USA, US Bargain Town, USA. What's the best deals all over town? Something at Bargain Town.
Got your spit guard up there and everything.
Yeah, look at you. Yeah. Are you recording a new album?
I got this windscreen right here. Does that make me look professional? Does it look cool?
It looks like you're gonna sing a song for us and record something. And let's start the track. Then you listen to it.
Did you
join
get that
in.
big blue microphone yet?
No, I'm still using my AirPod.
Yeah. Greg, I noticed because no one can get a haircut, you are slowly but surely turning into Christopher Walken.
Yeah. and you know what makes it better, Rick? The angle of the camera, it just shows the roundness of Greg's head, and it looks like bushes growing in the background.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Hey, I tell you what, I need some more cowbell.
I mean, we're in a pandemic, can't even get a haircut.
I know it.
I got a fever, and I got to have more cowbell. Your car's alive.
His hair and it really got messed up.
Greg, hey, your car's alive.
It's not bad, Rick. Not bad.
Yeah, that's just off the cup, Christopher Walken. And doing that on Frank Caliendo Day was very bold on my part. By the way.
Right.
I love Christopher Walken, by the way.
I do too. I just want to hear him do anything. I've even watched him in crap movies and just so I can see him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, sorry.
All right. So, and then, but your setup looks good, Greg. You're being consistent. We like that. I understand that coming up, we actually have a video of Greg running with Buddy.
Yeah, and Lisa and I have been bored, and we started making music videos. So got one of them too, if y'all want it.
Well, yeah, let me tell you, we'll take that all day long. It is. Yeah, and I actually got Adler a picture of me on the Peloton yesterday. We have that today.
Oh boy!
And as soon as my home producer, young Broderick, finishes up the Spiral Dog cooking video, we'll put that on the YouTube channel too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we're all trying to put together stuff from life in quarantine.
Yeah. It is a different world, isn't it?
It is, and I just noticed that, and we can unpack this more when we come back. We've been talking about this. Fauci said shaking hands is over.
Yeah, out.
We will not return to shaking hands.
Time had passed.
Yeah, that brings up a good topic. That's something we've all grown up doing. What are we going to replace it with?
Well, I guess let's come back and I guess we can kick it around. I mean, the elbow thing, something about that, I almost feel like that. It reminds me because I remember when I was a little kid and little Chub would fall and scrape his elbow. I'd run in doing this to Mommy, and she'd put that what was that stuff they'd paint on there?
Mercurochrome.
So I feel like I'm showing someone that I've hurt my elbow. We could go to, I know one that's pretty popular, Bubba, the chest bump. It's very good. Greg.
Well, I think you're still too close with the germ. You got to think the germ thing.
I'm thinking.
I think the Japanese may have it with the bow.
Yeah, Greg's bowing. Are we going to go to the? I've noticed NFL defensive linemen will do that after a sack now.
Right.
In college.
Or the foot, where you hit the feet together.
Yeah. well, that's still. I mean, I don't want somebody's nasty shoes wherever it's been touching on my shoe. If they put something on there,
we could just kind of do a little bit of this here.
I think
we could make a noise. We could just bark at each other.
I think it's going to have to be something that doesn't involve contact at all.
Yeah,
it's got to be
too. I mean, if you're going to break the contact, you need to break it all the way. No fist bumps, no elbow. I mean, you got to go with the bow or something.
Yeah. What's up? Are we going to go back to the head? What's up?
Yeah, we could do the head thing.
You remember what's up? What's up, man?
What up, dog?
And I used to hate that, but I guess it's got to come back.
Yeah.
Let me tell you one thing. If you think you're going to get one Bill Burgess to stop shaking hands, I hope nobody tells him about this. It's just nobody even mentioned it. Okay. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. As we unpack another one, golden ticket seats coming later. A wonderful wheel of canned meat. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast letters from the audience this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. So we talked about that a bit, so go out and enjoy that. All right, so Bubba, we're talking about earlier the special coming up on Monday night with Oprah. Who has said that she's down on her weight again, and she's 70 now.
Now she left Weight Watchers.
Correct.
Has she finally got to the point she thinks she's ready to get married?
I don't know.
I know she didn't rush into it.
Whatever happened to what's his name? Stedman. I don't. It's a good point. She's always been too legit to commit.
She has a blue roof.
I wish you had that bad music right now.
Too legit to commit. But I think where we have.
You think she's ready now at 70?
Maybe she's
walked the aisle.
Stedman, is he the world's greatest kept man? I've never seen a person just so. Yeah, it's good with me, man. Are they still a couple? I don't even know.
I don't know.
But
Stedham.
Yeah, but anyway, I think, Bubba, we're starting to see some of this come together. She's going to have this thing coming up on Monday night, and I think what's happened is Weight Watchers was required maybe a little more commitment to a certain diet and all that than O was able to pull off, and she's admitting now.
Couldn't keep in points now.
Well, she's admitting now that she turned to Ozempic, and so
get you a look at Stedman.
And so
right
I
here.
think that may be leading to her doing this special Monday night to clear the air on what she's doing and let all these doctors talk about all these different options. And now that leads to a story today.
Can I say this too?
Yeah.
Oprah, wildly successful. Okay? Wildly successful.
Wildly.
Influential.
Did so much with so little. Very incredible story. Okay. Incredible.
Yes.
But on this weight loss thing.
Yes.
Is it just? I mean, I don't ever think Oprah is going to be like skinny because her body type, her bone structure
Did you see
is
the
just
picture
not
in
to
this?
be that small, right?
Well, she's gotten
picture?
small a few times.
Yeah, well, I mean, but she's still.
No, I'm talking about in the story, the picture that was just recent.
Here she is right here. So see that she's got a pretty little small waist right there.
But I mean, she's never going to be a rail.
But I know what you mean. I do know what you mean.
There's only so far you can go with your bone structure.
Right.
Let me put it that way.
I mean, I think this. I look at I've watched my weight, and I was like, okay, 305 was too much. 260 felt better, and then I was like, all right, I didn't realize 260 still probably too heavy, and then they made some adjustments there. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I'm with you. She doesn't have to be. I don't think she's ever going to be able to stay. Like, don't try to. You have to be realistic about your body type. There are some people that, their clothes fit good. They have a bone structure like Bubba talked about that can sometimes lend to be a little more muscular, or a little bit bigger. You heard the tone big boned.
Yeah.
And but they don't look like they're obese and sickly or anything like that.
And then there's people who are rails that are always going to look skinny.
Right. Bones, who can eat anything he wants, and I hate him.
You know
for
what? I'd like to take Bones around for about a month. I bet I could put some weight on him.
Look, I've seen him go pretty hard.
I bet he don't eat mashed potatoes like I like.
I'd like that.
Oprah's 5'7". I thought she was a little bit taller. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I thought you said 5'7" was tall.
I mean, I thought she was really tall, not just normal tall.
Oh, okay. So then this leads to the other. We just can't quite seem on our pendulum. I know, Adler, you're one of these, and Sherry's a big apple cider vinegar person. Not for weight loss, but just as far as
Health.
Immune system and health.
Yeah.
And so, but people apparently
With the mother.
have said that apple cider vinegar could be a weight loss hack. But unfortunately, doctors once again are coming out going, hey, you don't need to be downing apple cider vinegar in large quantities. They say it could rot your teeth. It can make you feel sick. It can take your heart or your kidney.
And you'll smell funny.
And
I don't know how you get all that down anyway. I mean, that stuff's rough.
You're supposed to really water it down because it can burn your esophagus. It remove your enamel. It can do a lot.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So they're saying downing too much of this soured fluid without proper precautions can be a real problem. You don't want to affect your teeth. You don't want to affect your kidney function. All under the guise is here's an easy way to lose weight and supposed to be able to lower your sugars. But they're saying you don't down it. This is something that's supposed to be taken in very small quantities and not for weight loss.
Yeah, like a little teaspoon, just drop it in some water and then go that route. You don't down it.
Yeah, put it in a big glass of water because you don't want to get diabetes.
Let me ask you this too, because we had the story about Oprah leaving Weight Watchers, selling stock, and all that.
Yeah.
And there was some speculation it was over the weight loss drugs, but according to this emailer, that Weight Watchers now offers the GLP-1 program, which is Wegovy, Ozempic.
Oh, really? Okay.
And you can obtain that medication along with their program.
Really? Okay.
So, I mean, what's Oprah's
Well, I don't
deal?
know. See, I thought...
And here's the other thing. She has been so successful, Rick. And probably, is she the wealthiest woman in the world or the country or something?
She's a lot, yeah.
And where she started. Incredible story, okay? Again, I want to underline that. But when all is said and done, we're going to remember Oprah for her talk show and her rise to success, but we're also going to be always talking about her weight going up and down.
Right.
And, it just seems like it's always a story with her.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I guess it's because there was some bad publicity that got out on these drugs that people with weight problems were robbing true people with diabetes that needed these drugs, and they became a shortage. But they said she dodged that she was taking it for a while and finally admitted it that she was. And I'm like, well, a lot of people are. Why do you have to admit it? I mean, I guess that's why. At one time there was some bad PR with it or something. I don't know. But anyway, she's gonna come clean Monday on her special and have all these doctors talk about that. And I do think it's wise. And I will say this, being someone who's struggled with my weight for a long time and still do, it is a hard thing. It's very, very difficult, and it's a struggle. And she says, she's tried to be a voice of that too, to understand how hard it is, and it is difficult, and it is a struggle, and there's nothing easy about it. And but it's also important to be very informed anytime that we're putting anything in our body. We do need to know all the things about it.
Yeah, best as you can.
Yeah, as much as you can, and be educated on it. And there are some people that, even in emails we've got, and of course sometimes, just which the drug is supposed to do, if you do overeat while taking it, you will be sick.
Yes, you will.
Top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're losing eating spots by the day, and some say they're coming back, some say they're not.
Yeah, well, it's you can't just shut down. That's that's one of the problems. So the government's putting out a lot of programs. We keep talking about different things, and should you do this, shouldn't you do that? I've heard comparisons to the Depression and all of this.
Yep. Hey, we sure are fired up here at the office. We First Cup Coffee Company, they want to be a sponsor with the show. And what I love about this product is it's got all these American historical moments on every single brand. Now, they sent us the Washington, which is obviously named after George Washington. And we also, I think, got the Rushmore. It's talking about the great Mount Rushmore monument. But there's all kinds of American historic events, and it's kind of fun for these different coffees to come in. You get to read about American history. First Cup Coffee Company is a Christian-owned patriot coffee company. They stand for core values, family, building community across the nation. But now you're wanting to know the most important thing, right? Because it's great. I love the way they do it, and we love who they are. But is the coffee any good? Yes, it is. It's delicious, and we all have been drinking it this week. Freshly roasted beans delivered in ground or whole bean texture. Their pods, they fill those up. I'm talking about just days before you get it. Because sometimes I know some of us that are coffee purists, the pod world, it's convenient, but you want it to be good, and theirs are fantastic. You also can do the bulk. 11 roast profiles are available. There's a flavor for every freedom-loving American. If you're like me and all of us that drink coffee and you don't like Starbucks because of that burnt taste, Starbucks, they sell drinks. They don't sell coffee. They take the burnt, overcooked, cheapest beans they can find. None of that. This is delicious. You can get it in the 16-ounce. A lot of coffee is sold in 8-ounce and 12-ounce. They sell theirs in the 1-pound bags, and it's great. All subscriptions get free shipping. There's no contracts. You cancel anytime. Change your subscription at any time. Choose your flavor, your quantity, your shipping frequency. If you need only 1 bag a month, fine, but save an additional 15% if you get 2 bags, okay? So why don't you go to firstcup.com, use our promo code BUBBA, and save an additional 10% on your order. If you subscribe, save an additional 10% for the life of your subscription, okay? Use the code BUBBA at firstcup.com.
This was not caused by the economy running aground. This was a public health issue that gave us a financial issue. So I think we're still solid. Certainly people are hurting. There's a lot of people worried about what's going to happen here in the next 2 weeks. But once we open the gates back up, the underlying parts of the economy are strong. The numbers were good. There's going to be $6 trillion at least dumped into our economy right away. And if you are a business or a small business owner, this is a wonderful time to ignite the economy again. And if you've been struggling, try to regroup and get back on the horse.
Yeah, and we're here to help you on the marketing side of that. We can certainly get the word out, so locally and nationally. So let's go to Fauci, talking about because one of the things you got to have for the economy to come back, you can't just open it and everybody say, well, I'm going to go back, because they're gonna walk out. You ever see like when bears come out of hibernation and they're trying to stretch out and they're kind of looking around, they don't know what's happened since they've been asleep.
Scratching their back on the tree.
Yeah, people kind of easing out, looking around at the light. I think that's how it's going to be. So the health part of this, there has to be some reassurance, because I can tell you all day long, come back to my concert, but you've got to have some kind of assurance. Now, what's changed health-wise for me going back to the concert? Am I still going to get sick? Have y'all got a treatment for me if I do? What are the ramifications? Because we could say the economy's open, but you've said this, Bubba, and it's a fact. A lot of what happens with our economy is a mindset. What's the mindset of the people? And so there has to be something that the people go, okay, so when y'all told us all to go hide, and now you tell us all to go back outside and go back in groups, are we good? So is a treatment developed? I get sick, y'all gonna start giving me some hydroxy? What's the game plan? You know, are we still staying 6 feet apart? Am I gonna go to my restaurant now and all the tables are 6 feet apart? And at the concert, are we gonna sit 6 feet apart? So some seats are gonna be open. Am I going to the ball game? If so, if I got to be sure I'm this distance from people, we know now they're saying you can't shake anybody's hand ever again.
Right, that's out.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that we're also going to have to do a good job of communicating the economy is back on, and here are some things we're going to continue to do. Here's things you no longer need to do, and here's the treatments available. And here, look, we thought this was going to kill a lot more people than it did. It's certainly highly contagious, but it's not as dangerous as we thought it was. It can be dangerous, but so can the flu every year. So can pneumonia. So can all the many other things that are out there. Look, we got in Alabama. I keep hearing these public service announcements. Undoubtedly in Alabama, hepatitis A is out of control again. And they're, you know what they're telling us to do again. My goodness, I guess everything's revolves around washing your hands. They're telling us when you go to the bathroom, wash your hands.
Yeah,
because Hep A is back. You know, and given
your mama told you that too.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, that one kind of fell in there. The old common sense thing. I kind of thought that's kind of like the reason why I don't let dogs get up in my face, because I've seen what went on before they got there. A brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. Still to come, Golden Ticket Seats will be with us today. Also, we'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat today inside the studio. The Golden Ticket Seats, their chance to win various things we found around the studio. As the Rick and Bubba store is out of most everything. There are some items there that are new and are celebrating the 30 years, but some of the old items have all been bought and gone. So keep paying attention as we add some other items and bring back even some of you request some of the old items be brought back that you'd love to have a chance to get those again. We're looking at that, and we'll let you know when that has been accomplished. So Speedy Greg Adler here, Helmsy is out, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, last night a goal was reached on the tornado recovery update. Unfortunately, people today have found themselves in the path of some devastating tornadoes. So, in Ohio and Indiana. So, Bubba, you faced this 1 year ago as your property was hit, and you've been working on rebuilding it since then with insurance and just the joy of contractors, and it's just been a joy. And I know that you've been looking that March was going to be a big month, and you were hoping that it might be possible that you could actually spend the night there in the next few days.
Yes, and we accomplished that last night.
Oh, there
first
it is.
time.
First time.
Let's go.
First time.
We have a lot of reviewing of this to do. We're not going to do all that today. Grades to pass out. We still got a lot of finishing things we got to do, but it was our goal to try to get back in the house within 1 year. And the tornado hit on March 26th, and we actually spent the night on March the 14th. So we beat that by about 2 weeks.
Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, all right.
Let's take the win.
I want to thank Joseph Russell,
we'll take it.
Our contractor on this. They've done a wonderful job. There's been bumps and bruises along the way, but he has got it done. Super guy, and we'll thank him and some of his guys, and just to run down the whole list for everybody. But, we've dealt with a lot of tornadoes in our life, living in the part of the country we live in, and hurricanes, and we've helped raise money for both of those over the years. And I've had friends who lost their primary home. But after it hits you, you look at it different. Like when I see the stories today, I think about, oh my gosh, what these people's lives are going to be like for the next year.
Yeah.
It's, you can't hardly describe it. You really can't.
No.
It's, and in our case, we have built a house before, and now we have rebuilt a house. I will tell you, it is much easier to build a house than it is to rebuild one. Because half of your time and money is spent in cleaning up and getting ready to rebuild.
See that. Yeah, I can see that.
Even though you save part of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been quite an experience. I think we could write a book on it. But, we're just glad we got in it. We were able to spend the night. I was able to get a shower this morning and drive out. So
all that went smooth?
That's all good.
Mm-hmm.
All good. Might need to bump that water heater up just one click.
Okay.
Okay.
These are
a
things,
little bit more.
Yeah.
These are things,
I have some questions.
Yes, please.
You wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Does it take you a second to go, where am I? But, because if you haven't been there in a while, and I know that you said you had to get a lot of new stuff like beds and all that, so you're sleeping in things you're not used to. Did it take you a minute?
We slept very well last night. I was up late, still, trying to finish little
Did I
things
see
here
a
and
text
there.
from you at 9:45?
Yeah.
Woo!
Good.
You party
Good
animal.
gracious.
Wow.
And when that alarm went off at 3:30, I thought, hey. Because I've adjusted my time back a little bit since I live closer now, to the studio. So backing it up 30 minutes. Hey.
How far is that drive?
About 75 miles.
Hour and...
That's an hour, just on round figures, an hour and 20 minutes. 15, 20.
Okay, so it's kind of like Greg's.
Just about
what is yours? About 70?
about,
Yeah.
About hour 20.
It's about what I was driving from Jacksonville in the early days of the show to Birmingham. So, and again, I did it for a few years, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I don't see how Greg does it. I'm in awe of his ability to keep doing it.
Yeah, it's
without just freaking out somewhere on I-20 and getting out and screaming.
I've thought about that a couple of times.
You definitely crosses your mind, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it's grinding.
Are there things that you can't find that you need?
Oh yeah,
like
ladders,
for instance.
Yeah, ladders.
Ladders.
Where are your ladders?
I don't know. I've got an extension. This is funny. They were there the whole time, and then like one day last week they went missing. And I'm sure, I don't think anybody stole them, but somebody threw them on their truck thinking it was theirs and zoomed off and never thought.
An only child's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Did you
I got an extension ladder somewhere. I don't know where.
Did you step in the shower and go, man, we don't have any shampoo? I didn't think about that.
No, Betty has been very
Fully
good
stocked.
to get everything
You
moved
gotta have.
over.
You gotta have that.
And trying to get back kind of like we had it before. So,
honey, we don't have toilet paper. We got that.
Got it.
The process there is not as streamlined as what I'm used to. So it. And we had a shower with all new knobs and stuff, so I had to figure out how to work it this morning.
Yeah, sleepy.
And we got two in there, and one of them comes down. It's a hand job to get under the carriage.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm not a fan of those.
But you got all kind of knobs. It's not as like at home. I got two knobs, one for each.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Each spigot or whatever you call it.
Whatever. The
Not
various
spigot.
the various
shower
heads.
Shower head.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this one is like an all-in-one. It's got a big knob and two little knobs. And
no.
I'm like, good gracious.
You're almost like in that deal when if you ever travel a lot, every hotel. I don't know why we can't get more uniform on showers. Every single hotel you go to, the shower some big mystery you have to figure out.
I will tell you.
Where's the manual?
There was a funny story.
Down?
There was a funny story about that when we were playing tennis tournaments. We were in somewhere, maybe Mobile or Gulf Shores, and one of the guys on our team who was a doctor, he was a radiologist, and he could not get the water was going down the tub, not the shower head. And he could not get it on the shower head.
I know.
And he came to breakfast and said, this has been a disaster. I had to take a tub bath this morning. I want to take a shower because I couldn't. And of course, me being the comedian, I said, okay, let me be sure I get this right. You read MRIs for a living. you tell people you important things about tumors and cancers and all this, and you can't work the tub.
No,
I mean, you know what I mean. There was some comedy in it.
Makes me feel better.
Yeah,
because I've been too blocked in some of them hotels.
Well, I have too. That's what's funny. It was.
Have you ever heard that Nate? I never know.
Bugazzi. Yeah, him too.
Can he not change his name?
You said Bugazzi.
What's wrong with
whatever? That's close enough. Everybody knows who I'm talking about.
What's wrong with picking up an entertainment name? You know, and
Benghazi, Nate Benghazi.
Yeah, that's hilarious. But anyway,
that's what I'm gonna call him.
He wasn't dealing with the showers, but he's talking about how he can never get all the lights turned off in the hotel room.
Right.
He can't figure out how to get them all turned off, and he doesn't want to admit that he know how to do it. So he calls down to the front desk. I mean, I can do it, but I'm sorry, if somebody like maybe can't. What's the secret to get all the lights turned off so I can go to bed? Hotel rooms can be quite complicated.
Yeah.
It's just that unknown. You know, it's not what you're used to. And but we got.
You don't have it exactly like you like it yet.
No, we still got a lot of finishing work to do. Haven't even touched the yard yet.
Now, do you have?
I didn't want to bring up the yard.
Yeah, well,
I didn't want to bring. Don't bring up the yard.
The yard. The yard looks like the infield at Talladega after a big race.
That's understood.
And it's going to rain on it a little bit today, and it'll look real good.
Now, do you have a lake CPAP, or was that lost in the tornado?
That's a great question.
Did you have to?
I have one that we have been using at the lake.
Is this the one, the travel one that you would always tell?
Well, no, I actually have three.
Okay.
I have one home, one there, and then one that travels, and I've just kept one.
Sure.
When I'd update.
Yeah. It's like reading glasses. You got to have them everywhere.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you got to have CPAP on every corner. That and reading glasses.
Yeah.
My gosh, all the equipment it takes when you get old.
You may want to go get one of them mouthpieces that Joe Rogan and Shaq are all in love with. Right?
Do that, Bubba.
That looks like a thrill, doesn't it?
I like the CPAP. I enjoy it.
Sure.
I see it, I get sleepy. I've been on that for 25 years.
25? Wow.
At least.
Wow.
At least. Maybe longer than that.
We'll be
It was
back.
right after you tried to kill me in Chicago with a pillow.
Well, that'll motivate you.
Yeah. Well, seeing yourself carrying the pillow was
look, it was a rough moment, but also I was pleased to know I could stop. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, if I've been in the bathroom, the things I've been handling, I probably need to go wash my hands off a little bit. Yeah. So anyway, Fauci says there'll be no shaking hands ever again. He said one of them is compulsive hand washing, which I think we've all, like you said, Bubba, and I agree. I've washed my hands more than I have, I think, in my entire life. I think if you took the time I've been washing my hands since the second week of March, or the third week of March. If you go right then, Rick, you've washed your hands from the third week of March till today. You could take that number, and it's more than my entire life.
I agree. Absolutely.
You're probably right.
when I just see a spigot now, I start washing.
Oh yeah. Have you done that thing yet where your mind goes, "Oh, wait a minute, I don't need to wash it till these things are done because if I've washed it now, I still did this, and I got to wash again." So
I don't know if you're like me, but this is funny. When I wash my hands, it makes me think I need to go to the bathroom.
Right.
The right opposite.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, us talking.
And then I got to go to the bathroom, then wash them again when I'm done.
Yeah. So he says, so he wants us washing our hands more than we ever have forever. And he says, if you don't ever shake anyone's hands, I don't think we should ever shake hands ever again, to be honest with you. So we're getting a new, like you guys were saying going to the break. I remember, especially, coaches were this way. My dad was certainly this way. Your dad may have been this way. The handshake said a lot about a man, especially a man. Yeah. You come in. What do you tell your sons? Shake the man's hand, look him in the eye, show respect. Give him a good, solid hand. What do we say, man? Don't like that. I don't like a dead fish handshake.
No.
And don't like the way that makes me feel. I don't like that. It makes me think maybe I shouldn't think. Different about you, but I do, and then, but if that leaves, we got to replace it with something. What will we teach you?
Well,
our grandsons, our grandsons, when you bow to somebody now, son, square up
do it
with
properly, do it quick, keep your back straight. I mean, I don't know what all the details are of that, but I'm the same way. But, for those of us that have arthritis, if we do away with the handshake, because, about once a day, old Carl the Crusher gets a hold of my hand, and I'm like, that might be good for us too. So, but just this touching thing, we gotta.
So our
greeting,
be careful. Our greeting can't be touching. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, I shouldn't put my elbow against your elbow. I mean, if
I think that's you're still getting germs on you. I mean, I think we're going to have to go to the bow or the side of the foot.
Yeah. What about
like you saw the people do?
What about the what's up? I always thought that I didn't like people to do me that way. That looks like
I don't think it's formal enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
I agree.
You meet that guy that you're going to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage or something. You can't go, hey, what's up?
No,
you know what I mean?
You really can't.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, maybe
but you could come up and go.
Yeah, you know what?
No,
The Asians, they may have to teach us how to do it correctly. It's very respectful. It shows honor and respect. It's got some distance to it. Now, it doesn't feel very American. It doesn't feel very American.
No, but you're going to get this argument too. They're the ones with the outbreak. So how did it move with them not shaking hands? But clearly, the shaking hands thing is bad for other things too. So
is taters out? Is fist pump out?
Yeah, because you got to touch. You can't touch.
You still got germs jumping there hand to hand.
Yeah, you're still touching skin to skin, huh?
Yeah.
We got to come up with something new. This is America. We got to be creative.
It's got to be our own
go
thing.
Back to we got to do our own
like this.
I mean, toe touch and leather. We're underway. I mean, what are we doing?
We got to come up with our own thing. We can't be that. We've always been like, this is what we do in America, and if we decide to change, we'll change. Man, nobody's gonna make us change. You know that.
I want us to come up with something that is so good, other countries go, hey, we need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this.
No, we're not doing that. We're not playing peekaboo.
Your hands are on your face,
and we're not doing peekaboo.
Don't need that either.
What about like horns?
No. What are y'all talking about?
That's cool.
Yeah.
I get giving up the handshake in the immediate future, but saying it's done forever, I think, is a little early.
What about thumb? About thumb to the forehead?
It was a mistake of Western culture, and we need to correct it.
We done pretty good with it up to this.
We've got a pretty good record with it.
Yeah.
What about like a finger
right
pop?
Till the pandemic, I mean, we're all at home, right?
What if we all wash our hands with all this antibacterial stuff? What does it matter? It's clean hand on clean hand.
That's right. Just wash your hands more. Just wash your hands more. I mean, let this thing clear out and get on out of the way. I understand that. But I'm talking about forever. So Fauci gonna tell me forever nobody can shake anybody's hands? I don't like that. That's not American.
Yeah,
Greg's fired up today.
No, I look, Christopher Walken, I agree with you.
Y'all caving in on your handshake. I'm not gonna touch anybody's hand. Oh God.
What about thumb to the nose and wiggle your finger?
No. "21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Phone calls coming in now. All 10 lines are available.
Rick, during the break, a lot of interest in my faucets and where they can be purchased, apparently.
I've never got so many emails going, now, where's that faucet?
Yeah.
Where's that shower head?
Sorry about that.
Well, Bob, it was just a little description there. I want you to know I kept the boat headed right on our destination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've burned the candle at both ends for the past few weeks, and it's showing.
Well,
so,
but
this is good. I think we're at a plateau here that we can take a breath.
Yes,
and,
right. Yeah, I hope so.
Round everybody up and
I hope
go.
so.
Here we go, and finish strong and all that stuff coaches say.
You think you think anybody will see you at Hamfest this weekend?
There'll be a few out there.
Will you go?
Yeah, I'm going.
You're not too wore down.
Weekend.
Well,
I need some connectors and parts.
And there goes that connector. I knew
always the connectors.
You always need that. You know.
Well, I would
only
just
place you can get them.
I would say
grounding strap. And all that.
Based on my email and everybody's email, I would prepare to answer the question. Tell me about those shower heads again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You can get a lot of requests about that. They're really good.
Yeah.
They're really good.
So
Betty picked them out.
Yep.
She did. She was the one that picked out everything.
Hamfest this weekend, Birmingham.
Awesome.
Alan, Alan, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to bring to light a couple of statements about Trader Joe. He wants to have an open border so we can repopulate the population where people aren't having kids. But yeah, he's going around promoting abortion.
Alan, do you have any cough drops? Well, I know I
Rick.
have. No, I have the. Sometimes I'll have a scratchy throat, and that's. See, I'm out of the therapist right now.
He did feel
Rick,
like he
you're
was
mean.
hurting.
That's not mean. I sound like I was trying to help him. I was like, it just sounded like his throat was
Let
hurting.
me clear
I don't think Joe Biden has an open border because the president is worried about the birth rate. in the country.
No.
I think he has an open border so he can turn Texas blue
Absolutely.
and basically lock up Democratic power for decades and decades to come.
No doubt.
And I don't think they care about the side effects of what it's doing to U.S. citizens.
Right.
Or the effects it's having on people trying to get here because he's announced it's an open border.
Yeah, and the Biden thing on abortion on demand, the question I'm always wondering is, so he's Catholic? When did the Word of God and the Catholic Church change their view on where life begins?
When he could get more votes supporting it.
There you go.
That's really what it's all about. It's staying in power, Rick.
Ryan,
they don't care what the
No, you're right.
consequences are.
You're right. Ryan in Alabama. Ryan, go ahead.
Don't be mad with me. Hey, what's up? Hey, Rick, it's Hambone. I've been calling for the last few months. I can't get through. I don't know what's going on.
Well, what I do,
you may be screened out.
Yeah, if you're a multi.
Oh, come on! I'm a legend.
If you
are
in your own mind. When a multi-caller starts showing up, I usually will give a multi-caller a rest because I'm protecting the audience.
I got you.
Yeah, right.
I got you. I understand.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba, as a leader here in Birmingham in the restoration business, getting in your house in less than 1 year is a miracle.
It really is.
Yeah,
it really is.
A lot of people have worked very hard on it, and like I say, we still got a lot of loose ends, but we'll, at least we're there and we can go from there.
And to beat you less than a year
and take a lot of showers.
Yeah, and to get it on the board is less than a year. We have to take the yard out and just say we
because you're in it. You're out of the rental, which is what you had to do.
Well, by end of the month,
you met that deadline, right?
Yep. We'll meet that one. I think pretty easy.
You may like dirt. I mean, sometimes
natural may be the way we have to go here. Now we got 2 drains that need to be fixed that were destroyed with heavy equipment. And that will come when we do all of our updates and grades. We will have a lesson about read your policy carefully.
Yeah. That one's coming.
And possibly get somebody to read it who's not selling it, so they can tell you what it really says. I think that would be very wise.
When you're dealing too with the.
Now I've had a great agent in this too. I'm not. That's no slap against him because he's gone to absolute bat for us several times.
Oh yeah. Well, when you're dealing with the yard and you start getting into landscape designers, then you start thinking, now what is the price of concrete? Sometimes you start thinking, would I just be better off just to concrete the whole thing?
Right.
And they come up with some crazy ideas. I mean, I'm not trying to improve. We just want to get back where we were.
Oh, but they're creative. They can't stop.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. And I don't want any tree higher than a gutter. That could cause any problem.
Right.
Matter of fact, I'm looking at all the neighbors now. Hey, I'm gonna have to measure that one out. Do a little trig out there and see if it can hit us.
See if it can hit us.
I love trees, but not anymore.
No,
I don't. I've always loved a house or a cabin with a lot of shade trees around it.
Not
I'm
anymore.
thinking that's just a giant crane ready to bust through the roof.
Not anymore.
I'll tell you,
trees are not near as pretty when they're laying in your house.
No.
Robert in South Carolina. Robert, go.
Happy Friday, Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. How are you?
Great. Bubba, I have a friend that is having trouble with plantar fasciitis, and I was thinking that might be the trouble you were experiencing with your feet and used Topaz for. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Topaz, is that a procedure or a medicine?
It's a procedure.
I don't know anything about it, really.
If you go to goodies
it is.
at rickandbubba.com, click on goodies, and then click on documents. Everything about the Topaz procedure is there.
Yeah, and there's videos out there. They basically poke holes in your foot. It's a surgical procedure, but it only takes about 20 minutes. So
John,
and microwave it.
John in Birmingham.
And when you hear the bell, it's done.
John, go ahead.
Hey guys, first time caller.
Thank
been
you.
listening since probably day one.
Thank you.
Hey, those shower heads. You had mentioned somebody was asking where to pick those up. Years ago, grabbed one at the Flying J there off of
Okay, buddy.
All right. See what you've done, Bubba.
Brad in Alabama. Brad, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Look, it's sleep deprivation. Y'all know what I meant.
Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure can.
Hey, Speedy was asking Bubba if he's able to find everything this morning, in his new place. And I was just glad he found some clean underwear and didn't have to microwave them this morning.
Well, no, that is true.
Well, there was
an oldie but a goodie.
There was a moment I was thinking, do I have socks?
Yeah.
So anyway,
wow.
Washer and dryer working, everybody good?
Yeah, best I can tell.
Yeah, up and
Best
running.
I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, Betty was working them yesterday, and so I think they're okay.
TVs? Are they hung?
TVs are working. Most of them. Yeah.
The water didn't mess them all up?
We had one messed up. I really, based on past experience, I figure the ones that we have that were saved will go out in about 6 months.
Oh, of course.
When they start getting used again. And get warmed up.
Right.
Probably no problem.
Yep.
But that's just one of those things.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's a negative connotation.
I don't know. I'm just.
Let's get a Bubba.
Tell me, did y'all see Chuck Schumer going to the microphone and he had the mask down below his nose? Did you see that?
I've seen that a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
And that kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, Pandemic, your voice of reason. Easy now. Frank Caliendo will join us next. We'll chat with him. But now we go into the world of pandemic. We just left the Peloton world and the fact that I was completely clear that it was not a slow ride that we were on, even though Foghat was being played. And our struggles to try to find stuff to do and to do some of the things we were doing. And Greg, yesterday we were asking you about you running your driveway, and I understand we have an update on this today.
Yeah, I was going to try to, go out there and film it live, but that's probably not going to happen. So Speedy gave me a good idea. He said, we'll film it like yesterday, which I thought probably not, but it actually worked out. Wasn't a hassle, so I went with it.
Yeah, well, we want to make sure it wasn't a hassle because we know that would be that would.
We don't want any of that.
Yeah, the only person that likes hassles less than me is Greg.
Yeah.
So all right. So Adler, I know you guys may have it, or Greg. What are we about to see?
Well, we got to me and Buddy going for a run, and pay attention. I warned y'all, he's the worst behaved dog in the world. Watch him as I'm trying to get my shoes on.
Okay.
I gave y'all, this is the full routine that starts with every day. Then he nearly knocks me down, of course.
All right, there's Greg.
And Lisa have been bored, so we've been making music videos.
Yeah. All right, here's Greg. Look, but Mr. Buddy goes after him.
Look at you.
I mean, Greg, he's all over you. How you even tying your shoe?
Oh
I
my goodness.
know.
That little tail wagging.
Look at Mr.
Look,
Buddy.
He's
He's
so
trying
happy.
to bite me.
He looks like a little bit like Adler's dog, a little bit like he's got a little bit of that in him.
Look, here he comes. He's running to Lisa now.
Okay.
And I'm about to take off. I'm watching this on my phone. I'm a little behind y'all.
Yeah. All right, look, here he goes.
But he nearly takes me out. This is every day when we start.
Look, he said, come on, let's go. And look at Mr. Buddy.
So here we go. All right, here we go. See, look, he's trying to knock me. Watch him cut me off.
Yeah.
Off. All right, now here we go.
Oh, there he goes. He's completely cutting you off.
Yeah. He is tangled up all in your legs, man.
So there we go on the wrong journey.
Oh, that's so good.
Barking.
Y'all, is there a happier dog on earth right there? Look at him, just so happy, running with Daddy.
Yeah, so that's just, Speedy one, that was us, me and Buddy running.
Yeah,
that is gold.
I get to hurting about halfway through it, and I struggle.
Yeah, so how you run and then run back, or do you walk back and then run again?
I run the whole time.
The whole time. And so
down their backs a mile.
And it looks like that, Mr. Buddy, the hardest thing is to get your shoes on with him coming there trying to get after you.
Yeah, as you take off, he tries to knock you down. But once you get going, he settles in.
All right, now, then you said you and Lisa did a music video?
Yeah, we were bored, so we're starting to do music videos. So you just hang with it. You're not going to like the choice of song, but it's...
Look at Greg's face. What am I seeing?
What is this? There's Lisa.
We got to get out of this pandemic, and I mean now.
Oh, this is gold.
I'm a love shack. Greg Burgess.
I don't know.
Oh, that's
I got a
good.
little behind Joe.
Yeah,
Thank you, Greg.
let me tell you something.
Technology something, isn't it?
Are those not funny?
See, if this video alone, Greg, and seeing what you've been reduced to, you're running with a dog and doing videos at home with Love Shack. We got to get back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed the dog video. Mine was way behind, and then I reloaded it about the time the music video started. So I missed Mr. Buddy.
Oh, Mr.
Bubba.
Buddy's something else.
Bubba, so let me ask you. I thought you had that was back at Radio Free Bubba. I thought you had a monitor that was just the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel.
Well, I'm trying to watch it on my phone, but I don't know why it was delayed.
There it is. Can you see that now? Can you see him now?
Yeah.
We're showing Greg.
Greg, is this your sit-down spot where you always put the shoes on?
Now.
Here we go. 35 minutes past. Thank you for being with us, America, as we work through another one today. I don't know why, but this whole town just seems so hopeless. I ain't really sure, but it seems I remember the good times just a little bit more in focus. All right, so the 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance. My Patriot Supply teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba and I, we ordered some of these meals. They can be kept in storage because of the way they are prepared and the way they are stored. Up to 25 years, 2,000 calories a meal, 22 different meal items. The variety, fantastic. The taste, you're going to love it. Okay, I mean this, and look, we're talking about the, like right now, it's horrible to read the aftermath of some of the tornadoes that just came through Ohio and into Indiana, and we hope by the time the day's over, the devastation diminishes, it doesn't increase. But right now there are people that their house is gone, their trailer is gone, they got nothing. Sadly, some of them are also experiencing the horrifying death of their loved ones. But right now, if those that are still with us, that are standing in the rubble, if they had have these meals stored away, they're not going to do without food and water. So if you'd like to find out more about this, it can be for tornadoes, it could be for hurricanes, it could be for flooding, it could be something as daunting as what's going to happen with our country in the direction we're going in the economy. But it could be something as simple and even as fun as going camping, going hunting, and backpacking. These are great. Don't be in a situation where you actually have to say out loud, why didn't I listen? Go to preparewithbubba.com, save $200 off a 3-month food kit right now, and we'll get you free shipping. Be prepared, okay? rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The times we're living in, self-reliance has never been more important. All right, so Bubba, we have some cuts today. This situation with Israel and Hamas and the Gaza situation. There's so much misinformation, so much propaganda, so much to deal with, and we've said this many times in the past. Now we don't apologize for this, but we do acknowledge that some of you do not share our biblical worldview, but through the biblical worldview, it does seem to be correct, no matter what you believe, that peace in the Middle East is a goal that is almost unattainable. So if you want to try to help have peace, we've said this for years on the show, you're going to have to pick a side and then help that side win. And then peace has always followed, as Rush Limbaugh used to tell us all the time, all-out victory. that's what peace follows when there's victory. And we've seen this throughout world wars and then we've seen when we didn't have that attitude and the peace never comes. So anyway, Chuck Schumer and Bubba and I were saying yesterday, and Bubba's come up with the phrase, if Chuck Schumer's for it, I'm against it.
Right.
And I will tell you,
pretty much
that's not a bad place to be.
If I can't sort it out,
Right.
if it looks like a complicated issue, I usually will see where he's at and go the other way.
Well, the thing that
used to use Ted Kennedy for that.
Right. Well, the thing that continues to boggle the mind, and we all can be inconsistent. There's no doubt, but then there's the raging inconsistencies that seem so obvious to see. The left claims to love and stand for things that radicalized Muslims hate, but they always seem to be willing to cater and bow to these terrorists and these Muslims who, when it comes to women and it comes to alternative lifestyle and things that the left claims to be the heroes for, but then when it comes to Israel versus Hamas, they can't quite just get in line and say we're with Israel. So here's Schumer, who's now calling for Netanyahu to be removed. So and kind of seems to be bending a knee to Hamas terrorists who have massacred 1,200 Israelis. Did this back on October 7. But also continue to even try to brag about what they want to do. And even if you can't get on board about that, I thought we would be concerned about Hamas is treating their own people, because it's not good either. They basically use them as human shields, and when we try to get aid to them, they attack the people who are bringing the aid. We just had that happen again. So here is Chuck Schumer.
But in order to achieve a two-state solution, the reality is that things must change. Right now, there are four major obstacles standing in the way of two states. And until they are removed from the equation, there will never be peace in Israel and Gaza and the West Bank. The four major obstacles are Hamas and the Palestinians who support and tolerate their evil ways.
I agree with that.
Radical right-wing Israelis in government and society. Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Don't agree with that. Here's the problem, Chuck, and all of you just can't seem to get this. The Palestinians don't want a two-state solution. No. And you keep saying that, but they don't want that. They don't want the Israelis to exist.
That's where their little chant about to the sea comes from.
You're wrong about that. And the reason why some of them are tolerating Hamas is they put them in power. Now, it's true that Hamas then took away elections, which, should have seen that one coming. Mm-hmm. But they want Israel not to exist. They don't believe that Israel's claim to this land is valid. They're never going to be given enough land. That's been tried. Mm-hmm. Okay? So if you don't know that, you're really going about this all wrong. I agree with what he said about Hamas, but the rest of it, as far as the Israelis are concerned, I don't. So here is, now I want you to think about this, Bubba, where we are as a nation right now. We're a laughingstock. I know we had people talking about that yesterday. So we have Major General Patrick Ryder, Pentagon spokesperson. Now I want you to think about this. We have U.S. soldiers that are building this port in Gaza. Have you heard about this, where I think they said 2 million, is it 2 million meals can be delivered a week? Mm-hmm. It was a huge number. It's for relief for those that can't have food, can't have water because of this war. So instead of saying, if you fire upon our soldiers who are building this port, you will regret the day you took that shot. Listen to what he says.
Do you anticipate that Hamas will try to fire on the operation in the causeway?
Look, I mean, that's certainly a risk. Again, but if if Hamas truly does care about the Palestinian people, then again, one would hope that this international mission to deliver aid to people who need it would be able to happen unhindered. Tony.
We hope they won't. We hope not. Oh, no, we hope not. Do you think they might fire on our soldiers who are building this bridge? We hope not. Oh, no.
Well, get the word out what they're doing. Let them know what they're doing, that they're there to help them. And then you have enough firepower around them that nobody dares fire at them.
But we hope
they'll
not.
be destroyed.
But
Yeah, well, I'm not going to hope with people with machine guns and car bombs. I'm done with that job.
So this is our
That's a no-go.
This is the way that we warn all enemies of the United States of America and their allies. If you fire on us and attack us, you will regret the day you did that. No, what we say is, well, Tony, I hope not. We hope, maybe not. We realize that's possible, but we hope they understand we're just here to help. So we hope not.
Please don't.
Please don't fire on us. Well, I tell you that. I bet that strikes.
Yeah, I know. You just see them quaking in their boots.
Some of the food that was dropped by the U.S. In Gaza, did y'all see that? Some of it contained pork. So that's not halal food. So that was the wrong stuff to give them.
Yeah.
Now, where did you see that? I haven't seen that. I think that would probably be in the first step that would be known. I can't believe anybody would do that.
And we got any pork in this?
Yeah.
But we'll take that out.
Yeah.
So
didn't some of the drops land on some? Didn't it kill somebody?
Yeah,
it landed on somebody.
There was some catastrophic stuff that happened
I think
with
so.
some of those parachutes coming down too. I saw that.
One didn't open properly or something.
Well, they're trying to build this bridge where all that'll go smoother, and hopefully they can do it. We hope. Yeah. All right, so we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Our golden ticket seat guests start arriving top of the hour. We'll continue to work through the stories of the day. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. Don't forget, Letters from the Audience, another installment this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
So
yes.
if you go to this spot and sit down, he knows what's coming.
Yes, he knows I'm putting my shoes on, so he gets fired up.
Yeah.
Ready,
bud?
I mean, like I said, he tries to knock you down when you first start, and then he settles in.
That's his thing, right? Knock whoever it is down.
Right.
Boom.
That's not the type of dog you run with. He's trying to keep you from running.
I know.
Right.
Yeah, he settles in.
You went out pretty hard. You keep that pace up?
That's what I was finna say. I came out a little hard, and it cost me late.
Did you feel like nervous knowing that Lisa was taping it for us, that you needed to try to get your form up and to try to convince us this is really your pace?
Yeah, because that's normally not my pace I start at.
Right.
Now, do you always dress like just John when you go out for a run?
That's good. I saw
Hey, you gotta sweat. You got to wear something that's gonna make you sweat.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Now, Greg, you're not. Y'all, none of us are. I know we're not. We can't be. I don't know. Maybe a Helms. Are any of y'all like these? I've noticed these guys that like for it to get blazing hot, and they walk around with these long sleeve pullovers on, so they'll walk around sweating all the time. The hotter, I mean, it could be 1,000 degrees, and they'll have it on and sweating.
Yeah.
Ain't a problem with me sweating, Rick.
No, me either.
Wingo does that, by the way.
Yeah.
Rich Wingo is in a hoodie and sweats year round over at the workout place.
I know. I've noticed that.
For some reason at the house, Reese is taking that on. He's hoodie all the time.
Really?
He's just sweating like crazy.
Wait a minute. Here's the other end of the spectrum. You just brought something up I've been meaning to bring up and forgot. Is young Broderick, the Tasmo, does the same thing. He puts on a hoodie, and see if there's any science behind this, Bubba. And I said, why are you in a hoodie? And I went downstairs to his room, and he has it freezing cold. He says, well, when I'm in here having to do work and I'm having to edit videos and I'm having to do online classes, I think clearer if it's a cold room. So I make it real cold, and then I wear a hoodie, and that keeps me focused. Does that make what?
If you want it cold, why are you wearing a hoodie?
Well, he says he wants it so cold he needs a hoodie. And he said, and then that helps him to think clear.
You know, Rick, that's out of my area expertise. I don't follow.
Now, I do love to be. I'd much rather.
It's a very limited area. I have any expertise, keep in mind.
Yeah, well, let me tell you this. Don't you sell yourself short, Mr. Percentage. I prefer to be in a cold room, but same reason. If I'm in a warm room, I'm no good. I'm not productive at all. I'd much rather be in a cooler room where I have to. I guess what he's doing. I'd rather have to put clothes on to stay warm than I'm sitting here and I'm in the. The next thing I do would mean I'd be arrested and I'm still hot.
Yeah.
And I can't stand to be in a hot room.
Yeah.
A hot, stuffy room, I hate it. I'd much rather work in a cooler room.
Yes.
I've never been a hoodie guy except when it's really cold. I don't know why,
Yeah.
because I can't hear as good or something.
Yeah, I don't do hoodies either.
Maybe I'm missing out on something. I don't know.
Well,
Guys, I'm wearing a hoodie. I'm wearing a hoodie because my wife has the thermostat set to 52. It feels like at this point, but that's just because that's just me.
Well, according to young Broderick, the Tasmo, you should be focused like a laser.
Yeah.
Like a laser beam.
Top of the hour, Frank Caliendo is with us next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour, the voice work of Frank Caliendo as Morgan Freeman. Frank joining us now, and we were discussing in the break how we all feel the social pressure to all participate in Zoom. So we since we're doing the YouTube feed and the radio, Zoom gives us the option for you to see and hear people. And thanks to Bubba's engineering expertise, we've also upgraded the audio as best as we can. And Frank's got his studio there just like he likes it. And it has been an interesting time. And I can tell it's kind of thrown you for a loop, Frank. I mean, this is like Bubba said, we've never done this before.
It's our first pandemic. Hey,
aren't you? Because we're really accustomed to, like where we live, hey, tornadoes are coming, easy. And so then that lasts about 24 hours, and then you go back to what you were doing before. Nothing has ever had the till further notice. Do this TFN, right. And it feels just bizarre.
Well, you feel like you have no control, right? You start to wonder, how much did I ever have over anything? And that's a big thought. Yeah. I will tell you this, as far as looking on the bright side of everything, I have not sat down for as many meals as a family as I have in the last week and a half. Yes. It's been eye-opening to.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. It's Rick and Bubba. All right, so as we come back, I know there's a lot going on this weekend. We mentioned some of that in the break. Bubba, you've got Birmingham Ham Fest coming up. You spent the night at the house.
Yep.
That was speedy. I understand you have quite a journey today.
I do.
Greg, and I understand Ellis's first.
Yeah, the weather's not looking great, but if we can get...
It's supposed to be dry tomorrow.
Yeah, but I wonder what kind of shape.
Is this his first game?
Yes, it is.
As a baseball? What kind of baseball?
It's coach pitch. He's 5.
Coach pitch.
They don't start with a T anymore?
I thought they did, but I don't know. I think he would be happier if they did. But
so, understand Ellis is... I've been talking to him.
How old is he?
He turned 5 2 months ago.
And so he's, Ellis and I had a talk about it, and he did correct me, by the way, when we had our big 50th birthday, and Ellis was there, and I said, I understand you're playing T-ball. And he said, no, baseball.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yep.
But,
and he's never played, and he's never shown much interest, but he was doing good right up till he hit one off his hand, and he didn't like that. So now he's declared he's not batting anymore.
No more batting.
Yeah.
I bet this is, you have to bat.
Yeah, you do.
If you're going to play.
Yeah, it'll work out. But, I'm just saying when they're 5 years old, that's
because they don't really have pitchers right now, right? So you can just pitch and not bat in the American League.
No POs. Right?
And there's a big playground outside the field that he's ready to go to. He said the whole team does that. They get to looking over at the playground, and they kind of want to go.
They're 5.
Yeah, they're 5.
That was one of the things Taylor told me. He said Ellis does pretty good if he's paying attention. He said if they hit the ball down there and he's actually watching what's happening and he sees the ball, he'll field it. but many times it goes by him because he's looking over the playground.
Do you
That
remember?
age, and I'm loving it because I coached Taylor at this age, and he was, you know how he was.
Oh yeah,
he was a handful. So it's quite the experience.
Well,
We've
how
always-
y'all remember a playground when you were that age, though? How excited!
Monkey bars.
If you went somewhere and you saw a playground, you just had to go.
Couldn't think about anything else. If they had a slide, remember we had them big giant silver metal slides. They were hot in the summer and burned you.
Loved them.
We had tire swings.
Loved
Get in,
all
monkey
that. What about that
bars,
spin thing they don't put out there anymore?
that's fun. The merry-go-round thing. It's not
you got to
called
find
that.
an
What do
old
you call
one.
it?
I don't know what.
Or you could get that thing going.
kinda-
You'd be hanging, and you're like almost like you were flying.
You get you a big kid that could really spin it. But and then now you said the latest
Swings
now is
galore.
that even though he's trying to get past hitting one off his hands, he's now saying he didn't like the sound the bat makes when he hits.
Yeah, he was just doing that because he didn't want to bat, and he hit it, but he said it was too loud. That age, you just never know.
Where's he playing? I mean, where is it?
It's over in Pelham.
Because that right there.
If I wasn't out of town, hey, I will tell you this.
It's just
though.
like I said, I remember coaching that age, and it's something every.
Is there a chance? Is there a chance? I got my uniform on. We got the field ready. We got big white bases. There's people all around. That he's a gamer.
We'll see.
And he
About to
and
find out, aren't we?
He starts to just feel the moment, and he's like, "I'm in."
Well,
Or
what time is the game?
Like I think it's 2:15, something like that.
what if he steps in that box and declares, like, "I'm not hitting"?
Well,
I have a feeling we're in for an exciting
You get
day.
to see a lot of that.
Please
at
tell
that
me you
age.
roll video, or get Lisa to.
I think
please.
Taylor, the first time he batted at that age, he hit it and ran across the pitcher's mound.
Right.
On his way to second.
Well, just go ahead and cut first off.
Yeah.
Because
why not?
That's really getting you out of the way.
Yeah.
You get there a lot quicker.
I had that one that time that I looked out on the field, and everybody was doing this where my son was.
Yeah.
It was Boomer, and I forget what position he was playing then. No, he was batting, and they started saying, we need a batter like that." And I look, and he's in the bleachers eating a hot dog.
I remember that. He'd been in the concession stand.
And he didn't even return to the field.
I know.
He's sitting in the bleachers.
Eating a hot dog.
So, and then,
that's so good.
and then
So
Speedy,
I'm getting to look forward to all this.
Have y'all ever heard of backwards baseball?
no.
Okay, we would do
you
that
ever heard-
sometimes as when the kids were young, because look, you can practice so much. Everybody's like, "Oh God, here we go." So you try to make it fun, and so sometimes at practice we'd play backward baseball, but it would be live ABs and all this, and so you would just hit it and run backwards, which means you hit it and run to third, and you go backwards. And I'm calling him out.
That won't confuse him at all.
J.D. Gann.
Why would you do that?
A grown man who went on to play D1 baseball, phenomenal athlete. We were in, I think it was 12-year-old baseball, and we had been doing it so much at practice. In a game, he literally hit the ball and ran backwards
You taught a bad habit.
halfway down third, and then realized, oh, crap.
Muscle memory.
And it went to the fence, and he got a single.
You-
because he had to go all the way back
on you.
around.
But y'all were screaming.
We were like, what are you doing?
What is the rule on that if you go the wrong way?
I don't know. He just crossed
you-
back. He can't
can you
run.
go
He can't
back
run
across?
across the field.
He had to go back
He,
through
he
the
ran
go
back
back
through
to
the,
home
He ran
place?
back through the
Stay
box.
in the
and-
But he didn't touch third base yet. If you
No,
touch
no.
third,
He
is
just
that
ran
a-
halfway down the line because I was
question.
screaming,
So
stop.
So then he had to go back to home plate and go up
And
that
get to first.
baseline.
Yeah.
Wow.
God, we got to laughing so hard.
funny.
That's incredible.
My gracious.
And then Speedy, you're off to get a tractor today.
I am.
You talking about Farmer Brown over there?
when what are you
It's
going to get?
a John Deere
He's
tractor.
gonna go bush hog the back
Yeah,
40.
Yeah. And
I just want you to look at the screen.
right.
That's what I had to
Hey,
fun.
Rick, it's such a long trip. We're just going today to spend the night in the hotel.
Okay, so you'll
And
be
then-
okay.
So
then.
what
and
is
then we'll
the-
wake up in the morning and then we'll head back.
What is the end goal? Who's getting a tractor?
Well, it was Terry's dad's tractor, and so
And he just passed
it's-
away.
it's a tractor, it's a bush hog, it's a scraper,
Oh, yeah.
it's a auger.
Yeah.
I mean, we got all kinds of attachments.
yeah.
But
Dig a
I
few
pulled in help because it's gonna be stationed down at Lenore Farms where they can use it too.
There you
Which is what he wanted. he wanted it to be able to be used, and of course, I don't have anywhere to
What
store it. I
type
don't know
is
if you've
it?
looked where I live,
But
it's a John Deere.
But so
10,
now you
20,
do
10,
get to
20.
say to the Lenores that let's face it, you've got quite a deal with them.
No,
now,
yeah,
now
that's
you,
not
This locks you in
It
for
does.
hunting land
No,
forever.
It really does.
no,
Yeah,
no,
it
no.
does.
But it's
you know what you could say, Chris. I don't know what y'all doing, because I brought y'all that tractor. I wanted to come down there, and I brought y'all that equipment y'all didn't have to buy. And I was wondering.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
But
right, Bubba, you can throw that card down, Bubba.
Absolutely.
I bet he starts wearing John Deere hat.
But it's some unknowns because it's been sitting
So
for a
much to
little bit.
move, so
And,
much to move.
Is it diesel?
No, I don't think so.
Does it have the cab or no cab?
No cab. It's sure
No,
enough
it'll be
good old
fine.
classic.
Oh, this is a
you know.
classic.
Yeah,
That's
They're
it right
designed to-
there.
they're
It is.
designed
I
to-
love that.
They're
Not-
designed to sit outside and still run.
Doesn't quite look as new, but it's older. I don't know.
The
I don't know
Lenores
what
will get
year.
that
It's
running.
a 10,
You
20
can't
though.
stop a Lenore with
I
a
know.
tractor.
It may be a diesel though.
No, it's not.
The
It's
one that
not.
you're providing
Sure.
for them.
Yeah.
And all the equipment. you
According
provide.
to
what it
Terry's
looks like?
brother, it's
How many
not.
attachments?
That's probably more like it, huh?
How many attachments?
Let's see. The auger, the scraper, the bush hog.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's it.
Oh, that's
What you're
But
referring
I'm
to
pulling
as a
in-
scraper is a box blade.
Right. Yeah.
How do you get all that back?
That auger's what you like.
Well, pulling in the Lenores, David Moore, Will Lenore, one of the twins, Philip and Will. He's got a sure enough truck and a sure enough trailer, which we need.
You're gonna need a sure enough.
So we're gonna all ride over and spend the night, and then wake up.
That's your weekend.
Yeah, and then wake up and grab it, and then just praying that things go well on the load, to get it back, and then hopefully we do that early morning and get on back, because I'm taking the guys that know what to do, because I surely don't.
No.
But they can work through it, and
Sound like you got a good team.
It's
there.
a blessing to have it, and hate
big
that we
weekend
have
for the
to do this,
Lenores.
but-
Remind me to give you some safety tips on the auger.
Oh
wow!
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, here's another Blaze original. Texas versus the feds. Everybody remember this standoff? When federal agents were standing off against Texas Governor Abbott. So what happened with Governor Greg Abbott's fight against the federal agents? It kind of just disappeared, didn't it, from the headlines? Where did it go? We never heard an update. What happened? Well, Blaze TV, they're all over it. They are sending their team, Jason Buttrill and the Blaze Originals team. They're going on the road on the Take Our Border Back convoy. They're going to the front line of the border crisis, and they uncover what was really happening during this standoff, and we need to know. Now, you're not going to get it from mainstream media. They're not going to tell you. But Blaze Media will. Are you a subscriber? If you're not, you're missing all these great documentaries, and because if you're a subscriber, you got it. You also are missing a best of hour of the Rick and Bubba show. You're missing, Phil Robertson. You're missing the new show, Cooking with the Robertsons. So, and all the other great hosts and programming on Blaze TV. But let's solve that now and get $30 off because all you got to do is take this documentary and go to therealbordercrisis.com, use the code BORDER, and that gets you $30 off your Blaze TV Plus subscription. So do that now. TheRealBorderCrisis.com. Use the code BORDER. Get $30 off, and now become a subscriber to Blaze TV Plus.
Little time we actually spent as a family before.
Yes.
And I think we're a pretty good family. I have two really good kids. They get in their own little bits of trouble, and I do stupid things too. It happens. But just that extra time, it's time that I've spent with my daughter and my son that I didn't realize how much I was missing it, because when they're little, they need you, right? They need you for everything. They need you to feed them. That's up till about 13, and then
then they're out of there.
No, but they need you for stuff that, and I know as they get to that preteen and teen, they start to, and you want them to become their own individuals, but then they start to break off and do their own things, and you don't see them that much. And now, without school and them learning at home, I've been trying to learn polynomials and whatnot. I guess we might have to zoom in Bill Bubba Bussy for that.
No,
you're not. But you're.
No, I'm not a numbers guy. I proved that earlier this week.
Let me inside on that because that was a big laugh from Rick.
Bubba declared that 10% of the population had coronavirus, and it was like 0.1%. But still,
no, then I corrected myself to know it was 1%, and it's actually some decimal point. After. But
really,
look, it was early for crying out loud. Okay.
See, I believe it's way more than people think. I think people have had it and didn't even know, and it's just it's undetectable for a lot of people. It's a weird thing because a lot of again, I'm not trying to make light of any of this. This is just inside of Frank thought, and you can tell me if I'm completely crazy. But a lot of people who are passing away from that are labeled coronavirus deaths are because it's a novel virus. And the way it's been explained to me is that all your antibodies and everything go to fight that virus, and it leaves you wide open for everything else. So if you have cancer or something else, you're going to die from the cancer, not from the coronavirus.
Correct.
And that's what happens. So, and all life is important, I believe. So I'm not trying to diminish that at all anyway, or demean that. But in terms of, I think there's just a lot of it out there, and the weakest are the most unfortunate at this point. We'll see. I just think a lot of people have it or have had it. I wonder if even people around here had it before. Doctors were saying or seen a lot of viral stuff before that nobody was testing for in Arizona. Who knows? There are people coming. That's one of the weird things about all this. And I don't know how you stop it. But the global, we're so interconnected. How much do we depend on China?
Wow.
How much do we depend on these other countries? And you're going, holy cow, I don't know if that's the best thing to do is depend on a communist country when that's not really our value, but we can't get anything without them. That's the scary thing. And it's nothing against Chinese people.
Right.
It's got to do with a government. If our government was the same way or some other government, I'd be like, that stuff just scares me. I don't trust our government either, but I trust them, I think, a little bit more than some of those other governments around the world,
Yeah. Does it make us all feel uneasy that every time they try to give us a hopeful message on hydroxychloroquine, every single reel they show us is Chinese people making it?
Yeah.
It does seem like we're in the middle of a Bond movie or something.
It's like,
it really does.
Wait a minute, is this coming from China too? I mean, it's like...
Yeah, look, we've done a lot of outsourcing. Maybe we need to draw a little of that back, like with critical medicine and critical electronics. Maybe just a little.
Yeah, because they're watching us through all the electronics that they've sent us. They're watching us go, we don't know what to do, and they're like, perfect.
Yeah.
So, hey, remember when that Face app came out?
And
everybody's talking about how that was a Russian company, and everybody was worried about that. How come nobody's worried about anything else? It's weird what the media decides to worry about. We should probably be worried about all of it. But then I had a friend who was
we should be worried about the media, Frank.
Well, but
yeah,
Frank,
I believe some of that. I believe that too. I'm pretty much a middle of the road type of person, but I don't.
6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour has begun. We thank you for being here. Our phone calls will come back this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out this weekend, wherever you get podcasts, letters from the audience. And you guys sent in some great questions. Speedy Greg Adler, all here. Helmsy on the road coaching. He'll be back middle of next week. And welcome back for a brand new hour of Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, you've had a good day so far, and a lot to celebrate. And I've taken this story.
I feel like I need a birthday cake.
I know. Well, we have a birthday in the audience today, I believe, didn't? And somebody, I can't remember. No? Somebody has something going on this weekend. I can't remember.
I'm kind of like Helms. It seems like there's something on the 15th of March I was supposed to remember, and I've looked on my calendar. I know I've got a friend of mine having a birthday. I got several friends with birthdays.
Hamfest is tomorrow.
Was it Ides of March?
It's Ides of March. That's what it is.
Yeah, I've heard that all of my life. I still really don't know what it means.
Is St. Patrick's Day this weekend?
It is Sunday.
Oh, St.
Is
Patrick's.
it?
Is it?
Yep.
I'll chop in the morning to you. So
we can call Flanagan's.
I don't participate. I just don't even.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of the color green. I hate to say that.
You holding it against?
Burgess.
But
has Cinco de Mayo?
That's the 5th. That's May 5th.
Has it kind of pushed the enthusiasm for St. Patrick's Day a little bit?
You're speaking mainly to drunks.
Yeah,
Which
not
are
right.
actually-
Well, it's
yeah,
our
so-
two big drunk holidays.
They separate them.
So has Cinco de Mayo become the bigger drinking day over St.
Because
Patrick's?
it's got a lot bigger than it used to. I never heard of it. Now,
Oh,
every
man.
year now.
Oh, these
we're
Irish
eat up with
pubs?
commercials pushing it.
I think Cinco de Mayo, even though it's something we've sort of made up, I believe because of the success. Think about it right now, where we live. And I'm not talking about Boston. I'm not talking about any of that. But where we live, what is there more of? Mexican restaurants, Irish pubs.
There'd be Mexican restaurants by a landslide.
Oh, it's not even close.
So you got such more easy participation on Cinco
Every
de Mayo.
strip mall out there's got one.
Where we live, people, if they were honest, are a little confused by St. Patrick's Day. They're not quite sure what to do.
Well,
our
again,
Irish population is not what it needs to be.
You wear green, you drink a lot, and
I'm
you
right
kiss
here.
people.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
I hate to be
I'm right
pinched.
here.
Yeah,
Green
can't-
beer, thumbs down.
I'm right here.
Is it?
I know, but I mean, we don't know that.
So
many people.
it's on a certain date, and it doesn't matter what day of the
Aye,
week
Speedy.
it is,
Yeah,
right?
so normally March 17th.
Happy St. Patty's Day to you, Speedy.
Thank you.
It looks like Cinco de Mayo drinking and beer sales do exceed St. Patrick's Day.
And there it is, as called here on the show.
And cheese dip.
Sing.
As
Yeah,
called
well, but-
here on the show.
Greg? Greg's more
Rick
fired.
and Bubba, kiss them. They're Irish.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
about that?
Greg's more
that in
fired up about May 4th, though.
What's that?
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, Star Wars
Me and
Day.
the rest of the geeks.
You know, I'm mad. We missed Pie Day
We missed
yesterday,
Pie
and I
Day.
didn't,
We
even, I didn't
did.
even think about it.
What's Pie Day?
Come on,
3.14.
Greg.
Power Square.
I did not know that.
Come on, Greg.
So
me a
anyway,
second.
I don't know how only this show would tie Cinco de Mayo to St. Patrick's Day, but there you go.
But
We
do
did.
y'all
Well, it's
remember
our two big drinking
It
holidays
is.
in the first part of the
But
year.
speaking of Rick and Bubba history,
Right.
and,
Should spread
and
'em out a
St.
little
Patrick's Day and our little parade that we would have,
Yep.
sometimes marching up and down the hall of other radio stations, and we'd be too loud and they'd get upset, and then we'd be in a meeting. But sometimes weather would just make us be inside. I mean, y'all wanted it. Do y'all remember everybody we would have marching in those little parades?
Yeah, what I think when I look back, because there's no question if you follow the history of this show, and of course this is a big year of celebration,
Yeah.
you will find that as our access to little people faded, so did our enthusiasm for St. Patrick's
Yes.
Day. Once we lost the gathering of little people and the parade of them running around, tossing a few of them, once that kind of faded, there has absolutely been, you can trace on this show, enthusiasm for St. Patrick's Day has all but vanished.
Yeah, I used to call the pub in Ireland.
Well, I'm sitting here
Hell, this
looking
is
it up.
Flanagan's.
Flanagan. I still have Flanagan's number.
Went to Don Doran, and I went to Ireland, and
Can you hit the bell, Bubba?
And then when I went to Ireland, it's almost like I thought, well, it won't get any better than that.
True.
Right.
It's hard to live up to it.
Right. So anyway,
But
plus
it's
the
just a
little
lot of-
people started getting guilted out of letting people throw them, stuff
That's
like
right.
that.
Yeah.
That made them feel like they were letting everybody
But the
else down.
bagpipes, we'd have all kinds of stuff.
plus we're
going.
Baptists, so we don't drink, in front of people.
Yeah.
In front of people.
Yeah, and in the crowd.
But do y'all remember when we were on
We
the-
can't even be out where everybody else is having fun. We got to do it in the back.
Most Irish celebrations feature other people.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
It's the end of that.
Do you remember though when we were on the bluff before we had the Red Velvet Lounge and we were upstairs and we were in that studio? We were in on 9/11, and all the stations that were right beside us, next door to us, and y'all had me going down the hall with bagpipes.
Oh, yeah.
and
I remember all that.
and metal, I mean, all the drums and,
Sure.
and everything we had, and they came, all the hosts that came out their studios so fired up and mad.
It seems like
we just
Saint-
marched up and down the hall.
St.
Well,
Patrick's
I mean-
Day is more complicated.
It's very
Because you got to have
Gotta
that
get a lot of
and,
stuff.
and bagpipes and all that. With Cinco de Mayo, you just sing and
Chips,
and
salsa,
eat
Still trying to pull that
cheese.
in.
tequila.
Well, to me, it's
If you drink.
they're similar. And Cinco de Mayo has. I mean, I never even heard of it growing up. I'd heard of St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
But it's a big deal now. I think it's celebrated more here than in Mexico.
Well, you just heard that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, and go back to this. You try to do the St. Patrick's Day, and you go, okay, bagpipes. Somebody says, no, that's Scottish. Are they Irish pipes? Or are they Scottish pipes? You're like, see, here we go.
Yeah, complicated.
There's another pipe that wasn't that we would have. It wasn't bagpipes. It was something else.
See what I mean?
What was it? Something else.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm completely
What's
confused.
that you used to play, Greg?
Thank you for asking. Thank you, Bubba. But what I'm saying is, and I'll just openly admit this, I know it's not respectful to the two people, but I can't really discern the Scottish people and the Irish people. I get very confused.
That's racist.
It's a very similar accent.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
I've had people say that when we do it, we're actually doing Scottish. I don't know. It's too close.
It's close.
Yeah.
And
See, none of that confusion with Cinco de Mayo.
nope. I know a Mexican when I see them.
Still trying to pull that in. They're months apart.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to admit,
let 'em-
Speedy, they're similar.
March and May are.
They're similar,
there's,
though.
I'm just simply
There's only
April's
one
in
month.
between the two, and you're still trying to pull them in.
They're similar.
Yeah, I'm
They're
simply
similar.
making the point that enthusiasm for St. Patrick's Day on this show, and I'm as guilty as anyone. I have no passion for it. It has faded. You know, I didn't fire me up at all. And I that's not a it's not a dig on Irish people. Could it all be somehow foundational that I don't like the city of Boston? Could be.
Could be.
I don't like Boston teams. Don't really like Boston people. So it could be something there. But yet when I went to Ireland, I like Irish people in Ireland. I don't like the people of Boston.
Well,
That's all fine. That's all okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You have
Ever
a right.
been to Boston?
You have a right to that. I've never been to Boston.
You won't go back.
Is it Ulaney pipes or something?
Buddy, just leave the pipes
I
alone.
just remember we had another set of pipes in here.
Bagpipes.
Where you're
Talking
confused.
about bagpipes.
No,
what you're confused
we're
about
not.
is what I said. There's Scottish pipes and there's Irish pipes.
Right.
They're different?
They're
Do
different.
they sound
We
the
had
same,
the
though?
Irish in here, though.
I'm telling you, they're different.
Something.
I think we
Started
need
with
to
a
get
U.
But they
I
both
thought.
play
I thought it
bagpipes.
started with a U.
Well, sort of.
Kind of.
It's a different.
One's not
it's a
as
different
big.
setup.
One's
And the
not as
one that
big.
the one that gives you chills when they play Amazing Grace is Scottish. I'm telling you.
Okay, all right. I'm seeing the Scottish pipes have the 3 drones.
Three.
And the Irish pipes only have one
One
bass.
big boy. One big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we get chills, it's usually Scottish.
It's 1 verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
You learn something every day on this show.
You do.
It's educational.
So with all that hype, I hope you all have a very good St. Patrick's Day this weekend.
Yeah.
Bubba, do you like green ketchup?
No.
Oh, remember
no.
that?
I don't like colored food that ain't the right color. Let's keep our ketchup pure and red.
Don't like the Red Sox, don't like the Celtics, don't like the Patriots. There it is. Don't like the Bruins.
Rick and Bubba.
If somebody's far left, I try to listen to what they have to say. If they're way further right than me, I listen. I go, okay, I agree on these points. I try to find the points of agreement. That's what I always think is important. Is like, hey, I'm different than you, but I can see where you're coming from. Let's have another discussion. Not that I never want to hear from you again kind of thing. That stuff drives me crazy.
Well, like we said, the biggest thing that we've got to get back to, and this goes back to our concerns, is we have to be allowed to actually practice critical thinking. I mean, critical thinking has become like it's not apropos. No, you can't critical think or you're a bad person. No, critical thinking has solved a lot of problems for us and kept us from a lot of problems. We've always dodged some bullets when somebody said, this just doesn't feel right. I think we need to be real careful here.
My son does it all the time. My son is a very like a high level critical thinker for a 15-year-old boy, and he will come home from school and said, well, the teacher said this and this and this. He goes, but they're assuming these 3 things to say that. And I go, right. He goes, I go, what's making you so mad? But he's like, everybody just goes along with it. I'm like, well, you're the one who's going to be important because you're going to be the one who's probably the boss someday. Mm-hmm. So you have to be able to think those ways and create your own ideas. Don't just do what everybody else is doing. If that had been what we did through the history of time, like you said, we would just be all the same. The fact that we're different is what makes everything great. And that's the weird thing I see nowadays, where everybody's trying to conform everybody to the same way of thinking. It's like, no. We need people to think different. We need to question ourselves. You question everything.
Yeah. Did we learn nothing from the children's story, The Emperor's Clothing? I mean, that story was a very important story.
And we can't forget that lesson. Sometimes you have to say the emperor has no clothes on. And I'm just going to tell you that's what's really going on here. And if I get in trouble for it, I can't just sit here and pretend he has clothes on.
Yeah.
So we'll.
Frank, I question myself all the time.
We'll be back. Frank Caliendo joining us, quarantined like the rest of us, as we kind of talk through this historic time in our country and our society. More with Frank Caliendo when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back, 20 minutes past. Golden ticket seat guests, they are here, settled in for another week. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat coming up. Also, don't forget that Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is coming out this weekend. Letters from the audience. Bubba, I don't even want it to do this. I know you were upset about it earlier. I heard you over there discussing it, but would you want me to just stop that? Because you wouldn't even say this was something.
What is this? What are we talking
about? You talking about the controversial new paper?
I'm out of the loop.
Suggests satellites falling to the Earth.
Oh, that paper.
Could weaken planets' magnetic field, sounding the alarm on the rise of private-owned craft. We can't even get a full 24 hours in. We're almost there. Of watching this rocket launch yesterday that gave everybody here chills.
And we got to see the footage of that, by the way.
Caused you to openly weep.
Sure.
And we watched it yesterday take off right here, sitting right here. We did the countdown.
Yep.
And now some person is going to put out this paper saying that we got to be careful of private-owned craft like Elon Musk, Starlink, because of all the space junk that it produces.
No, it's even weirder than that.
And you're on.
You know, the space junk argument might be a valid discussion, but this is a theoretical paper penned by a Seattle-based scientist, Sierra Salter Hunt. It says falling space junk could weaken our magnetic field around the planet.
Here she is. I'm holding up the
leading
picture for you
to
look at.
disasters. The paper has not yet been peer reviewed. I bet it hadn't, because it's going to be ripped to shreds.
See, there he goes.
And has spurred
Watch
scrutiny
it.
from others. Now, Rick, space debris is a problem. We've had it since we started doing space launches, and we're going to have to do a better job of cleaning that up. But she is saying that these things, as they fall from the sky, that get burned up in the atmosphere, that the dust they produce is going to change the magnetic field of the Earth, which is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I'm saying ridiculous times 10. Okay, I'm calling it.
Are you?
Yeah, This
10.
is.
I don't know. This woman's making a point.
This is some leftist in Seattle who's trying to give firepower for the government to get after Elon. That's all it is.
Maybe we should rethink this private stuff.
Yeah, I know we should. I know none of us are enjoying our cell phones and all that stuff.
Here we go.
But
get mad.
All mad about it.
Oh, that's crazy. That's just nuts. That's just nuts. The magnetic field of the Earth is not going to be affected. By the way, when something burns up, it's burned up by plasma. I mean, it is gone. There is nothing left. Okay, it is
Speaking
really
of plasma,
Oh,
there's the old
Okay.
starship coming through the plasma, Bubba.
Yeah,
There
how
it
about
is.
that? So we need to. This is almost a different topic, and I want to review this for a minute yesterday too, because didn't we lose the starship for a little while again? Didn't it go missing? We lost contact with it.
When it splashed back down?
Well, as it was coming down, didn't we lose it for a while?
I don't know. I think it blacks out here in this footage, yeah, just for a second or two.
Well, it will in the plasma because radio waves won't go through.
sorry,
it.
Adler.
So you don't
Okay,
care about the magnetic
Sorry,
field.
buddy.
The magnetic field of the Earth is controlled by the core of the Earth, and we believe that it flips from time to time. The drilling we do at the South Pole that has been undisturbing sees the magnetic poles changing. So as it changes, it gets weaker, then it gets stronger. That's also possibly one of the causes of quote-unquote global warming we really haven't followed up on. She's totally wrong. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
You are intelligent.
That's one of the silliest things I've ever heard.
Ever.
Ever.
Will that be a discussion at Hamfest, you think?
Oh yeah.
No, we won't waste time on that one.
Did you?
There's better things to spend time on.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, let's be honest.
And the current state of Seattle, when you heard Seattle scientists,
I thought I immediately discounted it. I thought that's crazy talk.
That's it.
I know Boeing's up there and all that, but still.
well, look at Boeing. They're not. They're having a great
They
shape
need a
right
win
there.
right now. I'll be honest with you. They really need a win.
Yeah, they do.
On the PR. You know, and I've had this discussion. There's a lot of really, really great people that work at Boeing.
Okay,
I know a lot
nobody
of
said
them.
there weren't.
And,
No.
we have a plant here in our state that
Right.
does some tremendous work with rockets.
There were a lot of great people that worked at Monsanto.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think the
I'm
problem is they don't. Rick, this goes back to this discussion we've had a long time. People, we don't like kings, but we
No.
still have that king gene in us from our days as Western Europeans.
King Gene.
And what I mean by that, that's why we like rock stars. That's why we like athletes. It's our version of kings. We don't want a king with a crown and a palace, but we kind of make our own little kings anyway.
Well, I thought y'all were in king status right now.
Well, that's a
The
whole
house.
different thing.
Okay.
That's a whole different thing.
Oh, okay.
But when it comes to
I'm meeting huge opposition.
when it comes to big business, when it comes to these big corporations, I think we want somebody running it who we kind of look at as a king.
Mm-hmm. I'm what's called a short king.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is
Those
a
are the
prime
most dangerous.
example. Okay,
I'm a short
we
king.
like the fact he's in charge of Tesla and SpaceX because we see him out. We see what he does. We hear him talk. He does the podcast. You agree with him, disagree him, but he's out there. Ted Turner used to be that way with the Turner Broadcasting and all of his networks. He was bombastic. He was out there. Trump organization. He's out there. There's some companies that do not have the iconic leader, good or bad.
Right.
And like right now, I don't know who the CEO of Boeing is. Do y'all?
Well, he's probably
You
trying
never
to keep
heard
you
of
from knowing now.
Yeah.
Or she, whatever.
And I think that I think that Boeing's missing that person we can identify with. I mean, even Chrysler had Lee Iacocca, Coke. We have these people we want to look up
and they
to.
can calm you.
Yeah, we want to look up. We want to know the voice and the face of that company, and I think that settles people's feelings toward these companies.
You know how sometimes you'll get on the plane and they'll tell you what plane you're on. The type of plane. I bet when you're on some of the Boeings now that some of those numbers haven't done well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We love to fly, and we're going to try to get you from here to L.A. today. Today we'll be flying on a and what did she say?
Well, they've been
Boeing.
They've been the Cadillac of aerospace for so long, but we just don't know who the point man is that we can relate to and get fired up about.
This Boeing has 6 what did she say? What kind of plane are we on?
Yeah.
I can't understand that part.
She say 47. What did she say?
Well, you basically have two big companies that make all of them. You got Boeing and Airbus, and Airbus is actually made in our state now too.
Right.
So
Yeah.
They're both good companies, but I just. I'm pulling for Boeing. I want to,
of course,
because they've had so many great things over the years, and I want their space capsule to work.
No.
Right.
Look, it's completely different for me to
but
say.
But they've got an issue now. They're getting things to market that are not ready to go.
It's one thing that there's a company trying to make sure your French fries aren't cold.
Right.
But it's
you talk about aerospace. I want it to work, man. It's got to be 100%.
Airplane folks have got to get it right.
Yeah.
We can't.
Yeah, we can't.
None of us
kind of halfway hit it at that.
But somebody said that you might be an official for the Alabama Amateur Emergency Radio Relay League.
Yeah.
So is that kind of king status for you?
No.
At Hamfest?
That's just a mode of service.
I'm just thinking. As you walk through Hamfest, it's kind of king-like.
Well, you're talking about the face of
Speedy,
tennis.
it's referred to. Let me give you the correct way to say it. ARRL.
Oh, there. See there.
See
how quickly that was corrected.
Yeah. Well, no, I just want you to say it
no,
right, so people will know what you're talking about.
He should say it right. I agree with you. Oh wow.
Yeah. Here he comes, y'all. Bubba's coming.
We'll be back. Phone calls are next.
I lead the way to breakfast. Is what I usually do.
Y'all get the connectors out. Bubba's coming.
Hey, if you don't want that, you better hide it. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866.
He still don't like Anderson power pole.
We be big.
Too much heat.
10 lines available. We chat with you, America, right after this.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Frank Caliendo as Jack Nicholson. He joins us from his home like the rest of us. The gang's all here. And Frank, I want to talk about this because I know you're doing stuff on social media while you're at home, which is great. The end game or the Avengers parody you just did is out. You can see that at Frank Caliendo, either on Instagram or Twitter. But when Speedy came in and said the next thing, and Bubba, I don't know if you know this or not because this was said here at the studio, Frank wanted us to know that he's been deemed. Well, what is it?
Yesterday he said, "Look, if y'all have a chance on Twitter, I did some stuff," and I said, "Well, we'll retweet that." And he goes, "Well, just a heads up, it was deemed." What was it? Sensitive material?
Sensitive content.
Yeah.
Sensitive content.
Yeah, and he said, but it's actually not, so don't let that scare you. And I'm like,
that
what?
happened?
I have no idea because maybe because I said the word quarantine in it. I don't know. They're scanning. It's so weird. But everybody, if you can't say the word quarantine, we're all in a lot of trouble. And I'm trying to, say a message of stay home right now kind of a thing. If you can, that's the whole deal. And so I spent a week and a half editing this thing, putting it together, got my friend who does the music. And then I put it out yesterday morning because I was doing some different interviews. And I thought it was the right time to put out. And then somebody texted me and said, I can't see it. What's going on? I'm like, I don't know. And then I was retweeting stuff with comment because when you put a little secret of what I do is, and a lot of people do this who put out their content, is if I tweet something and then you retweet with comment and put something silly about it or whatever, like love to see Juliet, I will almost always like that. And a lot of times I retweet that as well. And people love that. It's just, and I get something out of it too. But if I retweeted somebody's comment on my thing, it also said sensitive content from that person. So I was like, this is not good, because people will see that and, be labeled that they're pushing around some kind of junk. But it had nothing. So other people would take the video, and you know how you can press on the Twitter video and then you can put it in somebody else's tweet, and it gives you puts your name at the bottom of the video, and it's a cleaner tweet. It's in their own tweet now. It's embedding the video in their tweet. And they did that, and it wasn't flagged as sensitive. So it wasn't the video. So something happened that my single tweet that got the same video that's in somewhere else was flagged, and there was nothing wrong with it. So I later last night retweeted with my own embedded video from the original tweet, and it was fine. So there's something, I don't know if somebody was mad at me for blocking them or what, but or Twitter itself just was screwy, but it was fine. It's not dirty. It's clean. It's pretty wholesome. It's just about playing board games at home and getting bored and then looking for toilet paper. That's all it is.
So now you also have done something, because your Gruden is your modern day John Madden, isn't it? I mean, it's become.
What, man? You went from one John to another one, man. Just took out the H, went from JOHN Madden to JON Gruden. Tell you what, some pretty good stuff right there, man.
And so you've done what, the imaginary Gruden family? What is this one you did with Gruden?
The fake Gruden family. Yeah. When I do John Gruden, people have seen it for 5-10 years. They don't care about it anymore unless there's something really. If I do that with John Gruden, they go nuts. They go nuts for that. But if I just do it, they're like, he's doing Gruden again. But my family does it. People are like, the whole family does it, because the family becomes the character instead of just the one John Gruden. So that's what's been really going. So my daughter always, I tell you what, man. I tell you what, man. My son, James Earl Gruden, with the, I tell you what, man. So people love that. And we've been doing a bunch of that, probably going to do some more. And like I said, the one thing that did I tell you about this yet? That I went to see Aerosmith with John Gruden?
I saw it on
no,
your social
you hadn't
media.
told us about
That's hilarious.
So I go to, this is before the quarantine stuff all happened, probably about a week or two before. I went to Vegas. My son was helping my brother-in-law at a convention. And I texted Gruden's right-hand guy, because I'm scared of John himself. And I said, what are you guys doing? By the way, Gruden did, in the last week, I think it was, Gruden texted me, how you doing, man? Oh, yeah. Hope you're safe, man. Sweet.
There goes the phone troll music. So that means it's time for you to join us. All 10 lines are available, and we get our friend the buzzer involved for a phone troll. The buzzer is here. Barriers are blessings. And you can call in right now, because most of the lines are available, and they're going to fill up pretty quick. Speedy's taking those now, so we'd love for you to make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table if you so desire. And then, because of the buzzer, if you are on hold, you should get in pretty quick. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, all content, comments, and questions. While you're dialing, I'm going to take care of another problem, and that is death that's in your life. This horrible, horrible burden of debt. You can feel it. I mean, you can feel it. This is not going away. And if you're in some of these high interest credit cards or loans, they're designed to keep you in this. They don't want you to pay it off. They want to keep getting that high interest. But we have an organization that's ready to help. ZapMyDebt.com is the URL they gave us, okay? So use that, talk to them for free, okay? There's no obligation. But this is not the old school debt relief company stuff where they string it out over a lot of years and try to get the payment down. They have new aggressive strategies that can help you in the debt faster, easier than you ever thought possible. I want you to think about this. You could cut or even eliminate interest. There's also programs that are willing to write off some of the what you owe them, some of the balances, so you owe less. And they know how to do this. They can get those threatening phone calls off of you. So ZapMyDebt.com. These plans are designed for you not to go in bankruptcy, not have to take out another loan, and end this debt permanently. ZapMyDebt.com. Find out for free by going to that URL, or just find the link at rickandbubba.com
under the sponsors. All right, to the phones we go, and we are going 30 seconds a pop. We'll start with John. Bubba does have a timeout, and so does Greg, because Helmsley's gone. So we'll start with John in Alabama. John, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Dr. Bussey.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I can explain the Boeing situation for you in a nutshell. It started in 1997 when Boeing bought McDonnell Douglas for $14 billion.
Mm-hmm.
The McDonnell Douglas leadership team came in and started worrying more about profits than production. And then in 2005, Jim McNerney became the CEO of Boeing, and he's a Jack Welch protege. And it was his leadership that really focused on profits over engineering and things like that. And every model of aircraft that has been produced since then has had troubles getting literally off the ground. The 787 being the main one. So the 737 MAX was the same issue. They got caught flat-footed when Airbus launched their A321, and Boeing was not prepared, so they rushed that product. So that's kind of where it all started as early as 1997.
Well, that would make a lot of sense. Now, how are you so knowledgeable on this?
I was a Boeing shareholder for a while. I'm your Taylor Swift trickle-down economics advisor from a little while back.
Yeah.
But I just follow aviation, and
yes, you do.
I owned Boeing shares until recently, and I'm glad I got out when I did.
Wow.
Well, that's very insightful.
Sure was, John.
Again, I think a wonderful company. I know a lot of people who have worked and still work for them, and it's a shame that they're having some issues like that.
Well, it's got to get corrected.
If you think about Boeing, they won World War II for us.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when you're dealing with airplanes, you'll get forced to correct it real quick, or you'll be in a bind. People are not going to want to get on planes they don't think are safe.
They messed up when they merged with McDonald's.
No, Greg, it was not McDonald's.
Oh,
it was not McDonald's.
No wonder. My gosh.
Which
John knows
Douglas,
a lot.
which I think was a merger of two companies too.
Bubba, John knows a lot about aviation.
Yes, he does.
I mean,
how about
goodness.
I need to put him on speed dial sometime?
And
of course, he could have made all that up, and we would not know it.
Greg, he knows what he's saying.
You know what? He's putting it into the public forum here. We're not endorsing what he said,
right?
But people then can reply.
Yeah, but
accordingly.
You're talking about people can call up and express themselves?
Yes,
what a concept. And by the way, if you want to fill a dark cloud, come over the audience. Bubba has used his timeout, and only Greg's remains.
Yep.
Oh,
and the odds of getting a timeout out of Greg are almost nil.
Yeah. This is something really good.
All right, so lines are available. You can join us. Let's go to Mike out of Georgia. Mike, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, gentlemen, I want to say God bless all of y'all for today. I hate to see Lisa.
I'm so sorry.
Doggone, he sounds like he's being really nice,
I
I think.
No,
Mike.
I felt like I needed that compliment.
I did too.
I'm not sure what it was.
Underwater man cannot.
It is raining a lot out there right
for
now.
30 seconds. Mike, we're so sorry. You're just we just could not understand you good enough, and I felt myself wanting to dial away.
I started giving him a timeout.
Brad, thank you, Greg. Brad in Chelsea. Brad, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, I'm looking for my long-lost cousin, Roger Lewis, and was wondering if he was going to make an appearance before the end of the show. Thank you. Good morning.
We covered that on the podcast
we did.
yesterday, which will be dropping this weekend, and it sure would be nice to hear from Roger. He's been in retirement for a while.
You got any idea how to get in touch with him?
I bet Speedy does.
Vaguely away.
If that number,
if Speedy can get the Irish pub, he can get Roger Lewis.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Good morning.
Good morning. JR out of Foley, Alabama. JR, 30 seconds, go.
All right, guys. Morning. I've been a regular listener now for 20 years, since 2004. But my question is, this being the last year, has there ever been any thought, or has anybody ever brought it up about maybe having your wives on one day and them taking questions and doing the show?
What's next?
I Rick, his call broke up. I didn't hear what he said.
What's next? Willie and Wanda update. That's been brought up. Sherry has been on a podcast. Betty's been on a podcast. Any other wives?
Lisa has.
Lisa on a podcast.
Terry.
Did Terry finally come in?
Terry, yeah.
So
I believe they all have.
We've brought them in individually, and I know Amanda did not want to do that. We brought them in individually, and you can kind of control that. But if you get them in here and they start feeding off each other, and you just don't know.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, it just feels like, you have to be careful, not letting what does Span tell us? Certain conditions produce storms.
Yeah.
So you try to keep those conditions from happening. But note taken. Let's go to Keith in Florida. Keith, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
You guys are retiring. I don't know what I'm going to do when I go to Disney now because I called you about 5 years ago from a cave. So now I don't know what I'm going to do. But anyway, I was down there last week and went to the Hall of Presidents.
Yes.
If they would put Joe Biden's animatronic behind the podium, I think he could get reelected.
Yeah, I think his animatronic is much more on top of it than the real current state of Joe Biden. Babylon Bee is having such a field day. I told you about the one where they said every time he takes a nap, they keep putting a flag over him. And
that's one of my favorites, by the way.
Well, they had one yesterday that says Democratic Party panicking because Joe Biden isn't dead yet. And so, do you think they thought he would just on his own not be able to make it?
Did I tell y'all this? I don't know if I did. Just call me if I did. On my way home, there's a little place that makes these concrete things you put in your yard. They got Donald Trump concrete statue. I swear they do.
They do not. Like the Bigfoot one?
Yes, he's standing there doing this. He's not as big as the purple gorilla they got.
Yeah.
But he's
Same place?
It's the exact same place. It's about this tall, about that tall.
What is he doing? What's he look like?
He's got his suit on. He's doing this.
Oh, his hand over his heart.
Has no one ever wanted that purple gorilla? It's been there for years.
He's been there for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
They keep repainting him different shades of purple.
I'll tell you, we saw yesterday 2 zookeepers that don't want it.
No, you're right about that.
Chandler.
But I'm going to get you one of those, Rick, for your next birthday.
Thank you, Greg. Chandler in Birmingham, ZZK. Chandler, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, I wanted to get y'all's opinion and take on the forward-facing sonars or the live scopes in professional bass fishing tournaments.
I got no idea what you're talking about. What are they?
Say that one more time.
So there's this thing called live scope where you have it on your depth finder, and it shows you where the fish are in real time and where they're moving, so you can, fish after them and such.
Oh, well, I mean, haven't we had fish finders for a long time?
Yeah, I guess
but some of the purists they don't accept this probably.
Yeah, because are they saying it's
like playing a video game?
Well,
right.
I mean, we've had
but
that
what did
for
the
a
other
while.
ones do?
That's nothing new, right?
I think it's way more. I don't know.
Why is this depth finder? Bubba's question is why is this depth finder
different,
bad, and the others are?
I've just heard people refer to it. Some of the
is it the real time feature, or do we not see them in real time on the old ones?
Guys.
I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't know. So
they look amazing. What you can see underwater is getting a lot better. I think that's the thing.
Is that it?
Well, so the fish finders are too good. Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess. Yeah. So Chandler, I don't know. We didn't even know about this technology.
We're a lot of help on that one.
Yeah. Don't use that at the pond much. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a weird time, man. So I get the text. I text Jeff Leonardo, who used to drive the bus for the Rolling Stones, all kinds of stuff. And he takes me. He tells me we're going to go to Aerosmith tomorrow. I'm like, I'd love to go. He's like, I didn't invite you. No, not really. So he's like, yeah, come on, meet us down there. So I get down there. I hang out with him, meet up with him. We go sit down. It's Cindy Gruden, John's wife, John, Jeff Leonardo. We sit down. Gruden grabs his phone. And he presses record. He's like, okay, man, I'm here at Aerosmith getting ready for a great concert with my good friend, John Gruden. How's it going, Johnny? And I'm like, I'll tell you what, man, it's pretty good. And he just kept calling me Johnny. He kept going. It was very weird, but awesome that he was, because I wanted to get one, but he was the one doing it. Like he was the one having fun, the fact that he was there with me. And then everybody's like, do Gruden and Caliendo actually hang out together? I'm like, once in a while, yeah. It does happen.
You know what you said? Well, apparently, if you watch the, you see it right there for yourself, so you can draw the own conclusion your own.
Maybe you saw me at the concert.
I tell you what, man, we're gonna go see Liza Minnelli next, man.
Frank, thanks for being with us, man. Keep
Absolutely.
now
Thank
we're
you,
all
brother.
saying man. You might as well say man now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Give our best to the family. Thanks for what you're doing. Looking forward to watching your latest creations from quarantine.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank. If you're staying with us for another hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 22 minutes past. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big, our number. Thanks for your patience. We start with Brandon out of the great state of Alabama. Brandon, you're on with Team Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Adler this is his neighbor that he didn't like, and I wish he had put that pooping station somewhere else because it's starting to stink.
There's your neighbor, Adam. There's your neighbor.
That was just a joke. I like all my neighbors. That was just a joke.
By the way, you do know, and I used to be told this when I struggle with the truth. You know what I'd be told by my dad? You go to the same place for lying as you do for stealing. So, you got to be truthful. We all know it. We continue. Clyde and Jackson. Clyde, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, I want to know how Miss Burgess is doing being isolated with Coach.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, that's the real story about the pandemic right there.
You wouldn't believe.
Please
I read a text to the guys today that Greg got, my sister got, and we all got. She lists what her day's like every day when because Dad's really loving the quarantine. That's his favorite. And then the talk of no more shaking hands and where you can and can't go. Dad loves that kind of stuff. He's always been a real go along with everybody guy. And his favorite is being told what he can and can't do. That's his number one. So to answer your question, he's driving my mother crazy. Yes, that's it. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Greg in Birmingham, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I want to, trying to get Michael East to say that he's a racist bigot. I think I'd rather talk Nancy Pelosi into being a Republican because there's no connotation there. And one brief memorabilia on this is my beloved instructor at Jacksonville State University. This subject came up, and he came up and said that there were more lynchings out west from cattle thieves and card sharks and horse thieves than there were blacks ever lynched. And whether it's true or not, I don't know. But
well, it
originated.
Yeah, the historic fact is there were African Americans who were lynched, but lynching did not start then. It didn't end then. There have been many people that have been drug off and hung over various things, all bad, except for when it was used as this is your punishment for the crime that you've committed. We had the French; they were hanging people. They got a little closer to the modern day than we were all comfortable with. They got rid of the guillotine, but they hung on to the noose for a while. And hangings have been around before and even existed in cases after those horrific events. The hangman's noose in and of itself cannot be deemed racist. It just can't. That's like saying that anything, like from this day forward, fire hoses are now racist. Even if they're putting out a house fire, what are we supposed to do, let it burn to the ground? Because they turned fire hoses on African Americans, which was horrific. Because that mean we can't use a fire hose anymore? Can't do any connotation about a fire hose? How many times have you said, "Hey man, look, you give me a lot of information, man. You're fire hosing me. Can we not?" Yes, sir. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. So next week, Rick and Bubba's show will be full blown, and then we'll be taking time off at the end of the month. So a lot of Rick and Bubba best of shows, part of the 30th anniversary coming up, not next week, but the week after. So make a note of that. Some things coming up in April. See Bill Bubba Bussey. There's a roast coming up of in Hoover, Alabama, of the police chief there.
Bubba's going to be part of
Chief
that
Nick.
along with some others. If you want to find out how you can be part of that, just go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. A couple of man churches on April 6th, too. One in Mobile, Alabama with Andy Blanks at West Mobile. And then Salem Heights Baptist Church in Laurel, Mississippi with Rich Wingo. And then Sherry and I on April the 20th, speaking of our wives. Rare are those dates that we are able to be together, but there's a good one coming up on April the 20th in Opp, Alabama, 1077 there. At Westview Baptist Church. Sherry will be speaking to the women. I'll speak to the men. Then we'll come together and speak to them in one group, take some of their questions and answer those. This is a free event. All you have to do is register, but there's limitations on seats. So if you haven't registered for that, just go to rickandbubba.com or burgessministries.com. Look at that April 20th date and use that link to register, and we'll see all of you coming up in April. So we'll let you know that because those seats will get full, and it is free. All right, so Bubba, this movie Roadhouse. Now I want to caution everybody. Roadhouse is one of those things. You know, there's a lot of things when you were maybe before Jesus that you thought you were entertained by, and then in the new you go, well, there's that movie I used to watch, and you watch it, and go, good grief, that's a nasty movie. But anyway, it rules on cable. I mean, cable must be able to get it for what, a few dollars. I mean,
it's on every weekend.
And cable is a much tamer version.
It's on every weekend.
But when you think about movies that are going to be redone, I never thought Roadhouse would make its way into that list. But apparently it has. They're going to have a new version, a modern version of Roadhouse.
It was a great movie. We all enjoyed it growing up.
Right.
If I see it on, many times I'll stop and watch it.
Well, you'll see it because it's on every
Patrick
cable channel.
Swayze was the star actor in that. I don't know why are we remaking it?
I do not know.
We remake everything now.
But,
we remade Footloose. I mean, come on.
Well, why not do like the next generation? Make this his son, or make this his grandson, or something. You know,
I'm sure the
do a new
storyline's
story.
different.
Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal is taking the Patrick Swayze role, it appears. Now, where is Conor McGregor? He's on a press tour for this movie. Is Conor McGregor? He's
got to be a villain.
Is he in it?
Yes, he's
Conor McGregor.
He's in the movie, and Jake Gyllenhaal is a UFC fighter in the movie.
Okay.
And so they've been doing a bunch of like promotional tie-ins together. In fact, they filmed one of the fights that Jake Gyllenhaal is in. They filmed it at an actual UFC event, so they could have the crowd in the ring and the state.
Did he take on McGregor?
Is this Post Malone?
And that's also Post Malone.
Okay. But he's using his name. Austin
He's in it
Post.
too. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Austin's in it.
Mm-hmm. So Conor McGregor is on a press tour, and apparently it's not going great because, you know, Conor struggles to behave. I don't know if you knew that.
He's got some issues.
Yeah, we've seen footage of him throwing stuff through car windshields.
It almost looks like you're going, okay, Conor needs to put the cocaine down.
Something.
There's always been rumors, that he's had substance problems. This is the worst example I've ever seen, and wow. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, you almost think at one point it's Hunter Biden. So here it's McGregor. All right, so here we go.
I'm Claire Gallagher with the Daily Texan. What can you tell us about your acting
I'm
debut?
sorry. Let me start that over. I didn't know y'all didn't have audio.
Hi, Connor.
Yeah, okay.
I'm Claire Gallagher with the Daily
Oh,
Texan.
wow.
What can you tell us about your acting debut? Obviously, it's your first experience.
Hard work, but we got it done. It's in the bank for life. You put something in the bank, maybe it's not going to be there for life. You might spend it. This baby is in there for life, and I'm ecstatic about that. I got into good, strong shape. I gave it my all. I was a little probably green at times, a bit rough around the edges, but for the character it worked. And onwards to the next one if there is a next one.
Little fidgety. Watch him when he first comes in. He is so fidgety. It's McGregor!
He is jacked up to the rafters.
Hi, Connor.
Look right here.
What can you tell us about your acting
Just
debut?
have
Obviously, it's your first experience.
Hard work.
We got it done. It's in the bank for life.
The powder's still in my nose.
Maybe it's not going to be there for life. You might spend it. This baby is in there for life.
Yes,
and I'm
it is.
ecstatic about that.
So yeah, he's. I mean, doesn't he look like Hunter Biden and the thing everybody keeps showing?
Yes, he doesn't look in one spot for less. I mean, it's 1/10 of a second. He's looking everywhere.
I'm a little hyped up here. I'm a McGregor.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that right there is not good at all.
His last fight was July of 2021. And when you fight in the UFC, you have to be part of their USADA program, which is like the anti-doping agency, whatever. And so you get randomly tested all the time. When Conor fought in 2021, his leg broke. And so he got out of the testing pool.
I remember that.
And he hasn't been being tested for any kind of performance-enhancing drugs.
Somebody test McGregor.
And that I don't think I don't think he'll be passing a drug test anytime soon.
Bubba, AI is always fun. In the bank. They're saying now this is what AI was meant for. Video 9. They've taken the AI technology and they now have Simon and Garfunkel singing modern day songs.
Oh,
so now this is the kind of fun we're supposed to be having with AI here. I mean, so
see
here,
if you guys can recognize the song.
Okay.
Look, Speedy, the Weekend Show.
I like big butts, I cannot lie.
Oh, that's funny.
You other brothers can't deny. When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist,
oh, that's good,
and a round thing in your face.
Maybe we should stop that.
I don't want to hear them.
Was stuff, pulled up tough, deep in the jeans she's wearing. What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside that trunk. I'ma get you drunk.
Okay,
we
can stop that.
Now we're talking about.
When you can actually understand the words of these songs, it's much worse.
Now that's what AI's for.
That's it. Finally.
Not taking over our lives and creating fake versions of us. That's what it's for.
I kind of would like to hear Sir Mix-a-Lot sing their song.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is. There you go.
Baby got back.
I like big butts, I cannot lie.
Okay. Why you keep doing that?
Brothers can't deny.
By the way, just that first line needs to be this instant replay.
Yes. Yes. Rick, please put it in there. How many people are going to be riding down the road?
I like big butts, I cannot lie.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, those lyrics can get a little dicey, no doubt about that. But it's better than the real lyrics to Sound of Silence. That's a depressing song.
I would rather hear Mix-a-Lots.
Was it you, Bubba, that told me an English teacher made y'all unpack that one time in an English class? Who told me that? Sound of Silence?
Oh, yeah, the song.
You told me that.
Can we get Adler to play Rumple Smooth Skin part?
No.
Ooh, Rumple Smooth Skin.
No, Greg, no.
What about 12 gauge?
No. Wait, look, it was funny, and there's a border, and we're at it.
Give me that donkey butt.
The top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That anymore? It's trying to drink out of a fire hose. What? So, and there's got to be at some point where we declare we're not going to play this game anymore. Now, I don't know when that is, and sometimes maybe it's not worth it. But we continue. Let's go to Billy, Birmingham, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
How you doing?
I think the general manager at San Francisco 49ers, isn't his name John Lynch? Is he going to have to change his last name?
Well, I mean, you remember the time we started the whole deal about we had to remove any connotations to Native Americans, tribes, and then they ran into the uncomfortable truth that Oklahoma stood for red people. Now we're going to start changing state names.
School names with Lynch.
Yeah, there comes a time it just and plus the thing we talk about is it takes away the seriousness of the topic. You're just people you're trying to teach to take things serious. When you do things like this, they say, "Well, look at there. Now, why take it serious? Look how ridiculous that is." And you see, that's the real damage that it does.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Point Worship, their version of it, and it's live. If you've never heard that recording of Death Was Arrested, it's a great one. Bubba, how are you today? Happy Good Friday.
Yeah, back at you, Rick. I'm doing great. I hope you are doing good. I hope everybody else is doing good. Trying to somewhat adjust to this new normal we've been in for several weeks now. But, there's some good news on the horizon out there.
Yep.
We'll talk about that today. Not only the good news of Good Friday, but some good news for as the pandemic and some other stories, too.
That's right. We'll unpack all that. That's kind of a strange concept. We'll tell you the things we should be concerned about. We'll also let you know when there is good news. You don't have to really do only one or the other. It's probably better to understand both. So we'll definitely do that today. James Spann will join us. I know with it being Easter weekend, normally this would be a big travel weekend. It's not going to be this year, but people will be still wanting to know what it looks like, and he'll give you the forecast for the weekend. I knew that, you think about how times were changing, and, Greg and I have talked openly that our mother is quite the high-tech nana. And yesterday, and Greg, you'll get this too, I came in, and she and Sherry were on the phone, and I know our sister's talking about that we may try to put together an Easter Burgess family Zoom. We're all gonna Zoom,
I like it,
and we're all gonna get to see each other on Easter and say hello. So there could be a Burgess Easter Zoom coming up on Sunday. So
I think that'd be cool, Rick. I think a lot of people will be doing that, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
And speaking of high tech, we have some innovation I see here this morning. We have Helms with a new keyed background, which is very nice, by the way. And I even texted him this morning. I said, "Hey, do we all get one?"
Right.
And we got Greg, who is now has a microphone.
Yes, he does.
He's
That's right.
even got a boom. I mean, he looks high tech.
Man, he looks good.
Hey, I love it. The headphones, game changer. I can actually hear everybody. This is really awesome. Bubba sent me the parts. I finally got it put all together, and we're off and running.
Greg, you sound fantastic, and I bet for you, like you said, having look, people don't understand. I know, Bubba, when we first started the show, because you didn't want to hear yourself, you were doing the show without headphones. You mumble a lot because you can't hear yourself, and you just don't get the feel of the show. And
right.
So that's good that you're there.
Now Greg looks like the coach on signing day who's on ESPN telling them what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the look I was going for.
And Bubba, I see you've dropped your headphones and you've gone with earpods. What is this you have on?
Yeah, I'm trying different things just to see what works. I'll change back and forth. The headphones get, a little tiring at times, and I'll go to this, but then sometimes I want to hear a little better. I'll go back to them.
But Bubba, you know how you and I for 26 years, how sensitive we've been about those type of headphones that we must have. I mean,
I know. But everything's different now, so it's
Sure. So we have that. And Helms, let's take a look at what you have here. I know it's exciting. Now, I know you told me yourself you are considering painting the wall. I mean, which that may not be good news for the audience who's wondering when the social distancing will end. Or mattress order. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is on. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. Wonderful wheel of canned meat will be spun by the golden ticket seat guests today. They come from all over. We welcome them in for another hour. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience. We have breaking news, Rick. A judge in Georgia has ruled that DA Fani Willis can stay on the Trump election case, but only if she cuts ties with her lover, prosecutor Nathan Wade. He also admonished her for tremendous lapse in judgment and unprofessional manner.
And he's so bothered by it, he's going to let her continue.
In
district
our
attorney, is that what that stands for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dual.
Or
purpose.
in this case, again, when we try to make sure you have a court case, so there's no loose ends that would trigger an appeal.
Mm-hmm.
The judge had the opportunity to clean this up, and he didn't do it. This is going to be nothing but
slap on the wrist.
well, it'll just be fuel for the fire for Trump to appeal this when it's over.
Of course.
And honestly, rightly so. You can't have a district attorney involved in shenanigans prosecuting your case. They've got to be above all that, and she was not. So, bottom line.
Yeah, baby, vote for Trump.
It is weird though to see the judge acknowledge what you just said and just let it keep going.
Yeah, and so do we really think because they were sneaking around, and I think lied about their affair to begin with?
Well, they sure did. There's no doubt they did.
I'm not too sure they didn't perjure themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That now that she can say, well, I just will call it off with him, and we'll keep going with the case.
I'll stop.
Really?
And we all know.
Really?
We all know that when women have a man on the side, they just turned off like a switch and stopped seeing them.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
That happens an awful lot.
Yeah.
But
more bizarreness in Georgia,
and the fact I thought the day that there was discussion about her saying she didn't visit the White House while she was there, and then they pull up the evidence, and we all see that she just lied about that. That doesn't matter.
It's not exactly who I want prosecuting our cases. That's for sure.
No. Bubba, also, we do have a Mar-a-Lago deal, too. Trump has, a judge denied his request to dismiss this stuff.
Yeah, they were just trying to get that thrown out, and the judge has denied that. I'm not totally shocked by that. His lawyers argued that the charges were vague. The district attorney the district judge did not hear this. So there's still part of it on selective prosecution, though, that they're looking at. I believe that's the case. There's so many cases right now involving Trump. You need a spreadsheet and a whiteboard to keep up with it all. It's almost, let's admit, it's a little abnormal to be prosecuted this heavily at any one time.
Do you think this
especially when you're the nominee for one of the two major parties?
Will this go down?
Don't everybody think that looks a little strange?
Yeah, it does.
Will this go down in history as one of the biggest backfires in political history?
Absolutely. I'll tell you, I really believe when Biden went in and he gave the speech about we need to unite, and then they basically impeached Trump again after he was already out.
Yeah.
If he would have just said, let it go, it's over, it's the past, move forward, unite.
Right.
They would have forgot about that, forgot about all these prosecutions. This only galvanized support for Trump.
Of course it does.
I mean, only galvanized. And I think it was waning at that point, too.
I agree with you. They had him where they wanted him if they had just...
But they can't. They've got derangement syndrome, and they can't let go.
Anytime an ideology is based on emotion and feelings, you will always, the scriptures talk about this, you'll always overplay your hand because your heart is always misleading.
Yeah.
You just can't keep yourself cold. On that note, the fake world in which the left wants us all to live in, they are the kings and queens of, you know what, I like the way this sounds, but I got no idea what implementation actually looks like.
Yeah, and I was right on this. The defense lawyer for Trump in the handling of the documents in Mar-a-Lago had argued and is arguing, has still not been ruled on, that this is a selective enforcement by the Justice Department, leading Trump to be charged while others avoid prosecution. So they're going to use the Joe Biden thing and say, look, same thing. And you just said, we're not going to charge him.
I know.
I mean, does my client have to be a bumbling idiot, and then does he get off automatically?
Well,
so he still has his senses, so he's going to be punished?
So if he makes car sounds, we don't have to fool with this?
Right. I mean, it's bizarre. History is going to look at this time and go, this is when we lost democracy. It's not because of Trump. It's because of the way that they're treating Trump that we're losing democracy.
And I heard somebody make a great point. Trump and Biden basically did the same thing with their classified documents. Yeah. And the argument is that Biden cooperated, Trump did not cooperate. So if that's the case, then Trump should be charged with obstruction, not even the handling of the classified documents. So the difference is how they reacted.
I don't even think that's right. I don't think that's right.
I'm not saying that's what it is, but what they're charging Trump with, he shouldn't even be charged with under their own arguments. It wasn't the way that Trump handled the documents. It's how he reacted when he was asked for the documents. So it's not even what he's being charged for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All of it's a farce, but that is, I thought, a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So back to the emotional left and living in a fake world. Bernie Sanders.
Bernie, big Bernie.
Bernie
Bubba.
And Bubba, he is trying to just win people over to his party and to himself by talking about a 4-day work week. Well, the only problem is when you think about reducing 40 hours to 32, you don't even think for a moment, what would that actually do to the businesses? Well, the businesses are letting Bernie know.
Well, it is a complicated issue. First off, the fact Bernie had the idea makes me think it's not a good idea to begin with. It's kind of like Chuck Schumer.
Well, Bubba, when you reduce people's hourly workers from 40 to 30,
I just want people to have some time off. What's the big deal?
Well,
you work half a day, for crying out loud.
Right. Well, the only thing, Bernie,
you're done at 10:30.
Is if I'm an hourly employee, though, what you added to this, Bern, is you want me to be paid for 40 hours but only work 32.
Yeah, and I think I think if we look at this beyond just the surface numbers, and of course Bernie's a communist, so
correct, except in his own life.
Yeah, you gotta look at where he's coming from. He's a socialist / communist. Okay, so he's trying to crash the system,
but not
that's
a very
his
good
whole
one.
idea.
But not a very good one. The way he lives his life.
Well, Rick, no communist is really a good communist, or they would live with everybody else instead of the big hill, the big house on the hill, and guarded by guards everywhere and machine guns.
Right.
So there is an argument by some economic folks that if you have, it wouldn't necessarily be that everybody's off on the same day. But there is an argument that you would give people more leisure time, that they would get out and spend money. And they wouldn't be as tired, so they would be more energetic to get out and spend that money. So there is some argument for that kind of thing if you balance it out. Of course, there's a Laffer curve to this, too, where you can go too far.
Right.
But it's being tried in some places. I don't know in Europe if it's ever really been successful.
Ever been to Europe?
I haven't seen the any data on that, but what Bernie's trying to do is not that. He's trying to crash the system.
Correct.
And that's what all communists want to do, so they can come in and replace the free market capitalist system with communism and tell everybody what to do. And, of course, give what you need and take what you have to have, and, all that Lenin bull crap that nobody believes.
Well,
and it's been proven time and time again doesn't work.
And here's the problem, and this is the line that I threw in. You can't lose this part, because you're right on what you said. But what Bernie throws in,
thank you, Rick,
to make your other point, Bern, is he wants this to happen without loss of any pay.
That's what I was fixing to ask. If you're an hourly employee.
Yeah, and so what the small businesses are saying, if you mandate a 32-hour work week, then I'm going to have to increase the hourly wage by 25% for them not to lose any income, and that will cripple our businesses.
Yeah. I mean, don't even make sense.
It's all about this constant thing that Bernie doesn't seem to understand. You have to have an entry point into the workforce,
right?
And you have to have an entry wage into it.
Right.
They said, well, we're not making a living wage. You're not supposed to at the entry level. You're supposed to want to move up and then have that possibility to have a better income. You can't make everybody's world perfect at the beginning.
No, and you cripple the business and they don't have a job at all. You must think it's not going to end anytime soon, because you're thinking of painting your wall green so you can do was it called kit? Chroma key?
Yeah, key in it.
Yeah.
Key, Key.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, we've got 20 days of this left.
That's true.
And if I can get the kids painting around the house, that's an art project for homeschool and a green screen for me. I have actually bought the paint, bought it yesterday, and that may be something we get done over the weekend. But Caroline, my 13-year-old daughter, actually created this background for me. I was talking to her about this, and she said, Dad, I can create you a background. It's no big deal. Just send me a logo and give me your Twitter and Instagram handle, and I'll take care of it. And if you want to make any changes to it, we can certainly do it. It took her like 8 minutes to put this together.
Yeah, that's like it is at my house. Just like I was talking about, I heard everybody discussing and trying to figure out Zoom and all this when I said for Easter. And I said, hey, guys, just hold up. Just go get Brody. I said, he'll set our meeting up, and we'll do all that. Don't worry about that.
Helms, I don't know if you need to paint it. It's keying awful good.
Yeah,
it is.
It's taking your ears away a little bit, like all of those backgrounds do, but not bad. It still looks really good.
Yeah. So we'll be back 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. So let's jump into the daily updates of the pandemic and kind of where we are. And we get our presser every day. Yesterday they talked a little more economics, a little more balance of economics with all the medical updates. And Bubba, we have some good news. I mean, let's talk.
Let's give everybody the numbers just so we know where we're at. And these are round figures. 469,000 cases here in the continental U.S. 16.7 thousand deaths. So that's still bad.
Sure.
And every one of those are important, but the numbers are what we have to track. But the good news is the revision started out at 2 million, then it was down to 200, then 100,000, and now we're even below that in the 50 to 60 range I saw on one estimate. So
yeah, and I think something needs to be made clear, and it finally was yesterday. The only number that did not include mitigation was the 2.2. All the numbers after that did include that. So we're not just down from we're down because we did the social distancing. That is still true, but it don't say that, well, these big numbers were all based on us doing nothing. No, they weren't. The only one that was based on doing nothing was the 2.2 million. All the others,
and then,
all the others included the social distancing.
Yeah.
A model is a guess.
Yeah.
And then as the real numbers have come in, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt at this point. I know there's more and more suspicion of what's going on every day in the government. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. It looks like what we have been doing, the sacrifice we all have made, is working. So it's not done yet, but at some point they'll have to decide where do the lines cross. And Trump yesterday floated up, and they're mentioning the date May 1st. And I think that was a test balloon to see what kind of pushback they would get on it. I think if these numbers keep coming down, I think that you're going to see us in this and go back to work at least on some scale May the 1st. I think the worst case scenario is Trump may give them another week. After that, it may be just kind of for icing on the cake. But I think they're ready to get this back. He's got the task force working on it. His approval numbers are inching up again to historic for him. And so I think you're gonna see that happen soon. The Democrats in the Senate blocked the additional $250 billion that they were trying to put on the Paycheck Protection Program, and so that we're back to politics as usual in that. And the Dems are wanting a bunch of other stuff, and the Republicans are saying this bill is for this only. We're not going to play that game.
Right.
And the demos have blocked it effectively. So, that's kind of where we are on the big picture of it in Washington.
Yeah, and that's you hit on it. I think there was a time our country during times of crisis and war. It's past the hour. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Letters from the audience. If you sent a letter, did yours make it? Find out. We'll get some cool questions. Great job. There goes Bubba. Good to see him again. So here we go. The will of me.
Without me, it's got me yearning.
Yes, sir.
Whoa, come on, give it a try.
Well, it is the wonderful wheel of canned meat. We made that shift not long ago. And then because the Rick and Bubba store was bombarded by folks grabbing some of the final Rick and Bubba items of the final year of the Rick and Bubba show, we also then lost most of the prizes on the wheel. So at that point, we said, you know what? Maybe this should be fun for the golden ticket seats. We'll let them spin, and then we just kind of went around the studio and we picked up various items that they might find cool. But there are a couple on the board that we can still honor. And that is the Gary turkey call, because I know that's what every golden ticket holder wants. Hey, let me tell you, they're going to have to outlaw it. They are. We got Moultrie Mobile, and we got Blaze TV. So those we can actually honor. Everything else, the store is pretty much out. We no longer have a sponsor to provide meat. So if it lands on meat, it's canned meat. If it lands on Spam today, it's also canned meat because we forgot to get Spam. And then
we keep forgetting to do that.
And if it lands on anything else, Bubba's got a bunch of Rick and Bubba stuff here out of the office and different offices and studio, and you just pick what you want. Yep. That's really it. So here we go. Up to spin the wheel first is Kenneth Bargerhuff. He's coming up. Now, keep in mind, also Rock and Roll City, our house band. Bubba, we've added an instrument today. Super Tom, the engineer, is playing bass. Rock and Roll City now has a bass player, and it's Super Tom, the engineer. So they're there.
I hear they're playing an E minor today.
So here we go. What do we say to Kenneth? So Kenneth can spin that wheel. We say, wow, what a wheel! All right, here we go. All right, y'all got to get louder.
And my friends, that's a spin right there.
That's a spin, Kenneth. Let me tell you, Bargerhuff can spin it.
What's funny, looking at the pattern on the wheel versus watching it on TV is different. Really? Because of the resolution of the camera?
Okay. T-shirt, wear it. Hey, Kenneth, just when you thought today couldn't get any better.
Kenneth, what you like?
You just pick you something out of this pile right here. He's getting the book, We Be Big by Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Our hard copy's still available. Probably on Amazon. You could probably get some hard copies. I don't know if the store has any. I don't think it does.
Don Keith did that. That was a good one.
That's a good one. So that's a book we wrote years ago with HarperCollins, I think, right?
Sure,
and Don Keith helped write that with us, better known as Ghostwriter. But so that's
one of the few non-submarine books Don
Yes,
wrote.
he doesn't do many of those. So
no,
there
I'll
it is.
see Don this weekend. Don's a good guy.
That's the story of the Rick and Bubba Show, We Be Big.
Yep.
It's available. Go to Amazon. If you search our name, you can find digital copies of it and all that out there.
I was hiding the wallet because they said they wanted your wallet.
Oh, yeah. Well,
okay.
Let me tell you, you don't want it today.
We've got Michelle McKinney. Michelle McKinney is ready to spin that wheel. Here we go. Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip. Let it rip. Michelle McKinney. Michelle spinning that wheel, trying to get a win. Let's see here out of the golden ticket seats. Let's look. Okay. Mug. Drink it. Michelle, go over here to the pile because we don't have any mugs.
What do you like, Michelle?
What are you getting? Let's see. We got all kinds of stuff here.
I
You
know
can grab.
you're looking at Naked Cowboy there.
Yeah,
huh?
Naked Cowboy bobblehead. Uncomfortable to have, but a lot of fun.
How about that?
She gets the Naked Cowboy bobblehead. There you go. Greg, how about a go for Michelle? Go! Go! David McKinney is coming up to spin next. David is ready to spin the wheel, but we got to help him out. What do we say to David? Wow, what a wheel! There we go, David. Let it rip. David's still tired. He went to the restroom.
Yeah, a bit winded.
Yeah, he's a little winded. So let's see here. What can we get here? Can McKinney spin a Winnie? Trouble.
Pippin!
It's Pippin.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's sad, David. That's
Look
sad.
at the disgust
I'm
in
so
his
sorry,
face.
buddy. Yeah. Well, eaten by Josh. Did you know that
the wheel can be kind or it can be cruel?
I believe it was Wednesday. I was visiting a friend. They had dogs all over the house. And a dog went by, and somebody called out what I thought was Pippet. I said, "Did y'all name that dog Pippet?" And they said, "No, it's Pippin." I said, "Let me tell you."
Still, that's the
let
same
me tell you
name.
something. If you name a dog Pippet,
in dog language, that's the same name.
I'm worried about
Close
the wheel.
enough.
I'm worried about the wheel.
Wow.
Look at David Woodley.
Oh, he's a big man.
This guy is gigantic, and I don't know.
What do
if
you go,
it-
David?
305 today.
305.
6'5".
6'5", 305.
He'd be trouble in the paint, I tell you. Huh?
David Woodley, be kind to the wheel. What do we say to David? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip. Oh, my
Cricket, as a guard playing man-to-man, when an unfortunate switch would happen, I'd end up with him under the goal. I just have to try to back him into the stands, but I couldn't do it.
Did you see he tried to take mercy on the wheel instead of work? All right, so here we go.
Just flicked it.
Here we go.
Henry the horse. It's Henry.
Woo! Henry the horse. Woodley spins a horse. Henry, here he comes. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
I like your shirt, Henry.
Hey, thank you very much.
Long run from the back.
Little winded, Henry.
I'm a little down.
Oh, right.
Little upset.
Why are you down?
I found out that they're thinking about banning TikTok.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Were you a big TikToker?
I'm a big fan, and like Simon and Garfunkel said, I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
No, come on. I mean, Henry. What a horse.
Of course.
What a horse. Everybody say. All right, so let's pause. We've got three that still want to spin. We got Rock and Roll City. They're just. I mean, they can't wait to be released. So we'll come back. We'll let these next three spin, and then Rock and Roll City, when we go to the next break, they'll be ready to be in concert for you. So when we come back, we still have Callie, and we got Penny, and we got Glenda, all going to spin and see if they can be winners today on the wonderful wheel of canned meat. So the only thing better than one segment of the wheel is two.
Absolutely.
So we'll come back and we'll do that because I want them to have their spin. So they'll get to spin the wheel, and there's nothing worse to think you got a chance at the wheel and be so close, and then all of a sudden they shut the wheel down. It's like being at the state fair and you're so fired up about that ride. You get over and you see the lights go off.
And then they put the chain up.
That's terrible.
Time to take a break.
That's terrible. All right, we'll come back. We got three more spins coming on the wonderful wheel of canned meat right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. All right, gang. All right, we're going to do a sound check here. It's a very special day for Rock and Roll City. We got Super Tom. There he is. There he is. We got Super Tom on bass here. Play your bass, Tom. Let's hear it. We're going to do a sound check here. Yeah, oh, that sounds good. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And Greg, you're sounding good. Greg, give me. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So loud. All right, that sounds great. So we're kind of breaking a rule here, Rock and Roll City rule, in which we're kind of thinking about what we're gonna do ahead of time. Yeah. We don't like to do that. We like to keep it real. We like to keep it real and experienced. But so what do you guys think we should do? I mean, here let's just do like a quick thing just to see if we can hear everything. So go, Greg, and we'll play.
Me?
Yeah, go, Greg. Tom, you are the rock. That's right. You're the rock that we needed in this rock and roll, my friend. Yeah, that's good. It sounds good, Speedy. Hey, Speedy, we're live. Come here, buddy. We're just doing a sound check.
Yeah.
Check it out. We got Speedy in Rock and Roll City. Yeah. Speedy, you're going to be like the mayor of Rock and Roll City because everybody loves you and you say hey to everybody all the time. It's shaking everybody's hands. Overgreeter and a mayor is like the perfect job combo, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're like a real band. I tell you what we need is some paying gigs. What we need is some paying gigs. All right, so we got about 3 minutes left of the break. Let's not practice anymore because I'm afraid we're going to get too good.
We may break it?
Yeah, so we might break it. Yeah, so we'll be right back. Thanks for watching Rick Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to give us a thumbs up and like and subscribe and all that jazz.
To
And all that rock and roll.
take all of our bias politically away. I think that day is over. I don't think there'll ever be any scenario since this one isn't, because I don't know if you could get any worse than this, in war. These two things, we've shown that the political moves and the bias will remain even in this. So that probably tells us that the ship has sailed. There is no scenario where everybody says, let's throw politics aside. So you just work within that and do what you think you have to do. That's what leadership has to do. And you work and try to do what you think is best. But I think the good news is, back to what we said before, is the reason why I think they're starting to say that May be hopeful is the fact that, like I said, the number, the 2.2 is the only one that had no social distancing. So we'll never know what would have happened if we didn't social distance.
There's no way to do a double-blind test in this.
But the ones they got, the 240,000 and 100,000, that was all based on social distancing being factored in. So the good news is, even what they thought social distancing could accomplish, it far exceeded even what they thought. And I give Fauci credit. He said, look, guys, models change when data comes in. Data is the only truth. It's like we say before. Right. What you say is not true. What you do is what's true. The only way to know what the truth is when the actual data starts coming in. Everything else is just a guess. And then the models adjust to data because data is king, models are not.
I think they're shocked at how well the Americans have stayed at home. I mean, you look at the French Quarter, you look at Times Square, places that are usually just bustling. There's nobody there. Streets of LA, nobody there. And I think that probably overall we have done a better job at it than what they thought we could do.
Yeah, and then then that gets into the question: how do you release the economy? How do you ease people back into it? And the data should help us with that. I mean, every single life is important, and there is no scenario where you go, well, if we do this right here, nobody dies. And that's the thing that President Trump has to be willing to endure, because I know how the Democrats are going to work. And here we go. The wonderful Wheel of Meats in full play here.
Come on, give it
we've got three more that are going to spin. Now, before we do that, I don't want to terrify everybody, but I have to ask an uncomfortable question. Is your name still on your home's title?
Is it?
Is it? Do you know whether it is or not? Don't know about the new crime, ma'am? You don't know about it? These criminals, sometimes renters, sometimes your own family. We all got them. They'll go out there, and all of our titles are easy to access online now, unfortunately. And then they just go out, and they go pretty easily in there, and they find a way to get their name on your home's title. And here's what they do. They forge your signature on a home sale form, then they refile it as the new owner, and when that happens, bam, your home is not in your name, and your home is not yours anymore. And you may not even know that they've drained your equity. You may not even know that they sold it to someone till those people show up, try to move in, and you're living there. So why don't you find out today, just for peace of mind, whether your name is still on your title or not with HomeTitleLock.com and the code Bubba. We'll do this free, and they'll give you a comprehensive scan of your home's title for free, plus 30 days of protection. Now, let me warn you, if this happens, your homeowner's insurance is of zero help. You'll find that in that fine print that Bubba talked about a minute ago.
Oh, boy.
This ain't there. You also, maybe you've got just identity theft protection, just normal stuff, like people getting your credit card, all that. This won't cover that either. So you need to be protected by those that specialize in this problem and combat this growing crime of house stealing. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, get the code Bubba.
You'll also find a link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Rock and Roll City with the new bass player Super Tom played a little there in the break. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. They'll do that again. And Bubba, we still have 3 golden ticket seat guests. Callie Woodley is up next to spin the wheel, and then we'll see what it lands on. What do we say for Callie? Everybody, wow, what a wheel! All right, Callie, let it rip. Let's let it rip. All right, little finesse from Callie there. Little finesse. Let's see where she lands today. Oh, look at here. Hey! Moultrie Mobile! Moultrie Mobile! How about this, Callie? You have spun a prize, and I know you had your heart set on a big boy that's a little tattered, but you just got yourself a Moultrie Mobile camera. This is the Edge cellular camera, or I should maybe say to your husband, David, congratulations.
Yes, he seemed very excited.
So Moultrie will be sending that to you guys. We will need some information from you before you leave because your prize will actually be shipped from Moultrie. So there we go. Congratulations. Greg, how about a go for Callie? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Bubba, check out this shirt here from
It's a
Penny.
game day shirt, huh?
Penny Philly, she's got a game day shirt that has the grade 8 on it.
I love it.
She's
I
one of
love
the
it.
grade 8 in the golden ticket seats today. Penny will now spin the wheel. What do we do for Penny here? Wow, what a wheel! All right, let it rip, Penny here. That's right. Just watch out. Watch out. So let's see what happens with Penny. Look at this right here. I'm in trouble. Oh, but we haven't given one of these
I'm
ways.
in trouble.
No, we haven't given one of these ways in weeks.
Last week, Rick.
So congratulations to you, Penny. You've got a Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera. I know you've been counting on that, and there it is.
Really?
That's right. She's also got the Rick and Bubba hoodie on. She's got a grade 8 shirt. That's somebody. That's somebody in the loop right now. Look at Glenda Wood. Glenda is approaching the wheel. She's ready to spin. What do we do for Glenda? Wow, what a wheel! All right, Glenda, let it rip. Go, Glenda. All right. It's gonna land on Moultrie Mobile. Yeah, look, here it goes. Here it goes. Here it goes. Here it goes. Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear them. All right, so we don't have any of those. All right, so Glenda.
So Glenda, anything
Glenda,
here,
come over here, and I know you had your heart set on that. Oh, you like the little big boy there? She gets herself a little big boy classic there. He's a little dirty, and he's a little cracked. How about Glenda? Would you rather have this one, or what is this one? Is it a stuffed one?
No, she liked that one.
She likes that one. That's a classic.
Vintage classic.
Think
That's
of us
vintage.
when you see
Yeah,
it.
there it
Little
is.
kid played with that one too hard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, look, I mean, people send us these big boy statues from everywhere. I actually got one. You may have got the email, too. Did you get the one from Japan? Where somebody went to visit their kid that's in Japan for some reason. And they're there in Japan, and you see sticking up out of the city this giant sign like you'd put near an interstate, and it's got Big Boy on it.
Really?
In Japan.
You can't get away from
No,
Big Boy.
I mean,
Anywhere you go.
Everywhere you go,
Yep.
Big Boy is there.
It feels like home, doesn't it?
It really does. So we've got everybody. No offense, we only had one person that didn't win, and I don't want David to feel bad, but and because I know that we didn't give a prize away on Henry the horse, but I always feel like that's still a win. Don't you?
Is, yeah.
Yeah, David, don't worry about it. I mean, we're not going to let you leave.
I'll
here.
take care of it.
Okay. And in a minute,
You get that and a pig and a blanket.
how about this? Yeah, in a minute.
Those are good, by the way.
You could, oh boy, in a minute you could possibly win a $50 American Express gift card. So we're not done.
Yeah,
Right here.
the giving continues.
We're not done. Who brought the pigs in the blanket?
Glenda. Very good. Very good.
Let me tell you, pigs in the blanket. I have certain foods that own me. Pigs in the blanket is one of those.
Yeah.
You know, they're up there with sausage balls, cornbread, and biscuits. There's many things that I can say. No, I don't think I'm going to have that today. Pigs in the blanket, not on that list. Every time they arrive, it's just who came up. Who do you think was the first person that said, "I'll tell you what, you know, we got this little weenie here, and I think I can get one of these." Or is it the
like a biscuit,
Pillsbury?
like
Do you take the pill?
Yeah, little Smokies.
You take the little Smoky, and you get a Pillsbury like crescent roll, and wrap it. Oh, good.
You know what that meant, Rick. Somebody was eating a crescent roll and the little weenie and thought, if we could put these together, we'd really have something.
Right.
I'm gonna get in the kitchen and play with it. See what I come up with.
I'm gonna say this, and this won't be popular.
I like when somebody like Glenda makes them straight up.
Yeah.
I know they
That's
have
good stuff.
frozen versions.
Right.
The frozen has never, I mean, they're not awful, but they're not this.
No.
And then I see what else is in there. Fudge.
Fudge. We
Was
have
there various
from
fudges?
Buc-ee's.
What's it called?
From Buc-ee's? Yeah.
Apple cider donut cake.
Excuse
Unbelievable.
me? Apple
yes,
cider?
It's good.
I hadn't got that far down the
It
table
is so
yet.
good. Penny made that. It's
when
really
you were
good.
driving in and we were talking about the apple cider vinegar, were you like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Sometimes these things just come
I
together.
know.
God's hand is just on this
Who
show.
who brought Buc-ee's fudge?
Yeah, where's all the Buc-ee
right
stuff?
here,
Right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All of that.
Yeah, and
Kenneth and Chastity brought
Kenneth and Chastity, they're from Oxford, Alabama. They're from Greg, our hometown. He even just told me he played for Oxford High.
You know,
Oh, really?
whenever you can
89 state champ.
you can go to our snack table and you have pigs in a blanket,
Yep.
and you can finish up your plate with fudge from Buc-ee's. It don't get much better than that. You know,
And some of those other
I mean,
Buc-
that's a day right
yeah,
there.
Some of
folks.
those other Buc-ee things are in there. What are those little things?
Beaver nuggets.
Yeah.
There you
yeah,
go.
the beaver nugget.
You
Have you
couldn't
ever
wait
had
to
these?
say
Oh,
that
they're
good. You couldn't wait.
Oh no, he hit his nose on the microphone. He
I bet
dove
he
in
was so
quick.
excited. Oh, there's my window.
Beaver nugget!
Beaver nuggets! I love bigger nuggets! Yeah, so it's a big day, and I know not everybody brought us something today, and I don't feel bad about that. I mean, that we say this all the time. These tickets are free. Of course, we didn't charge you a dime, but you don't. Some people bring things and they do it. It's
Yeah.
not a requirement.
Right.
Certainly, they get mentioned on the show, and there's a celebration. It must feel good to them. But there's no reason for anybody to feel like they're supposed to do something like that. We've had some great golden ticket seat guests that didn't bring us anything. And we still enjoy visiting with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
I got
they had a chance
probably
to
not as
win
quick to take them
much
to
as
the
anybody.
bathroom, but yeah.
We actually make them walk around outside in the rain. I got a rock and roll city question. Adler, how do you feel about the addition of Tom?
Yeah, how's the bass? Because y'all about to jam again.
Oh,
aren't
Tom's rock solid. I mean, he's actually too good for the band.
Hold on, is this your band voice you got going here?
Yeah.
So
You got to talk like Jack Black.
do you agree with me
in School of Rock.
1,000%? And I know because you're so into music and all this, you don't understand how important the bass is until it arrives.
We were just talking about
And
that.
then you realize, wow, why do we do anything without a bass?
We were just talking about that.
Incomplete.
Yeah. He's the bedrock
All right, well,
of the rock and roll city.
Rock and Roll Cities. Hey, Bubba, they've got a new resident.
I know.
They got a new resident.
Stand by.
Super Tom the engineer.
Watch it.
On the bass, Greg on the drums, Adler on the axe, and
On the drum.
and lead box. So they'll play for you in the break. We'll come back. We'll take final phone calls to wrap up the hour and any stories that we might have missed when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, two. Rah, check. All right, gang. Let's just go. Let's just go. E minor again. That works pretty good. And somebody commented. I saw somebody commenting. Greg only knows one bass, one drum beat.
That's right.
He knows two.
Yeah.
So cram it.
And I'm working on 3.
He's working on a third. All right. So everybody, shut up. Oh yeah. All right, that was just fake. That was a fake beginning. Okay, here we go. Real time, real go. Ooh, that bass sounds good. Oh, the drums sound good too. Oh yeah. Don't show your butt on the internet. Don't show your butt on the internet. It will embarrass your future children and maybe keep you from getting a job you want to get. So don't show your butt on the internet. Let's go, gang. Let's do this. Yeah! good. That was the best one yet. Tom, you're too good for the band. You're kicked out.
Fun, man. Kicked out, Tom.
Mentioned yesterday, and this person was 100% right. And Trump knows this. I think he's savvy enough to know this. But the first person that dies after May 1, when the economy goes on, will be blamed on Trump. So once the economy starts, every death that happens once we turn the economy back on, every one of those deaths will be blamed on the Trump administration. So the Trump administration has to be willing to endure that, and the American people have to be willing to understand that.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some kind of stage start over a week, maybe. I don't know if they're going to ask people who are a little bit older to stay out an extra few days or what they're going to do, but I think they'll ease us into it.
Well, and it may be you get into personal responsibility. If you've got all these health issues that are the overwhelming majority of the deaths, and if you are in a certain age, that also you've got to make your own decisions, and then the rest of the economy has to go back to work, and you've got to make your own decision about protecting yourself. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, you, I, and the guys, we love Mark Levin, the great one.
The great one.
So we're getting to the point now, and I'm not saying that it's that all of it's warranted, but it's like anything else. You can get people to sit around and do things and keep listening, and then as the data, which is the truth, not models, the data is the truth. And you see people like I talked to another person yesterday that has zero income, none. Okay, I'm making no money. My business is deemed unessential, not essential. Police came in, told us to close. That was kind of eerie and creepy. And now I have no income to speak of. I hope that one day I can have income again. Of course, they're trying to adjust and find ways to make have income other ways. So then, Americans kind of get to the point, which I think is what made us great. Now you're forbidden to do it anymore, and that is to critically think about anything. Mark Levin doesn't care what anybody thinks, and so he was with Hannity. And he said if he could talk to the doctors, he would like to ask them some questions, right? Is that it, Bubba?
Yeah, and look, the fair questions. I like the doctors. I think they're doing a good job.
Sure.
But Mark brings up some good points that needs to be answered.
Yeah, okay. So here it is, courtesy of Hannity and Fox News. Here's Mark Levin.
Thank you for everything you're doing. I can see on your faces how hard you're working. God.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls coming in now. Speedy has got your phone calls if you want to join us to wrap up the hour. We'd love to hear from you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You dial right now, and you're going to hear old Calvin Speedy Wilburn pick up because lines are available, and we're 10 lines strong, so you can get in. And we will hear from you, America, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. While you're dialing, let's say hello to the golden ticket seats.
Hello.
You've heard from most of them except Chastity. Kenneth Bargerherf and Chastity Bargerherf are here. Or Huff. I don't know why I'm putting another R in there. Huff. Bargerhuff.
You got it right earlier.
Bargerhuff. The Bargerhuffs. They're going to huff and they're going to puff. So they're here. Michelle and David McKinney. David and Callie Woodley are here. Penny Philly is here, and Glenda Wood. So we've scrambled all these numbers 1 through 8, and somebody is going to win an American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney and the gang, our dentist. And Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 8.
What about number 9?
Number 9, we say congratulations to no one. Yeah, I looked down.
I've been wanting to do that.
There's not a 9. There's not a 9.
What about number 5?
Number 5, let's say hello to. I'm not kidding. This is total random. David McKinney did win it. David McKinney gets the American Express gift card. Only guy didn't win in the Wheel of Meat. So there you go, McKinney. Take that, buddy. Enjoy
Lunch
that.
is on you, David.
Lunch is on you, buddy.
Winner, $50. So there you go. And also, everybody in the Golden Ticket seats today picks up a copy of the brand new devotional, Sin Always Matters, the brand new 31-day devotional, The Cost of Sin and the Power of Grace, available at themanchurch.com, also available at burgessministries.com, and I think it's on Amazon now, too. Sin Always Matters, the new 31-day devotional. Everybody goes home with a copy of that. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, Mike, it looks like this is the Mike that tried to call earlier, and his phone was horrific.
Yeah, it sounded like he was underwater.
It sounded like he was underwater, man. So we'll try again. Mike, have we got a better connection this time?
Well, I'm riding in my truck. I hope so.
Okay, you sound pretty good right now. Go ahead.
Yeah. I got a question for you. I just want to say God bless to each and every one of
Thank you, buddy.
I feel sorry for Lisa because Greg's going to turn into a grumpier old man like I am, and Lord, he's bad enough now.
I can't argue that.
Yeah, can't argue that. Yeah, he's.
My question is this: I'm in Georgia right now. I'm driving through a yellow snowstorm of pollen. But my question is this: every day when you start to get off the show, for me it's 11 o'clock. For y'all, I guess it's 10. You say if you have another hour with us.
Yes.
How do I get that hour, or what is it? I listen to y'all in my truck 24/7.
Okay.
I listen on TuneIn out, and then I go into just when it goes in, I just leave it on all day. So
yeah, that's mainly for people that have radio affiliates that play the show in different orders. Like there are some people that do not carry, and I'm going on Central Time because that's where we're located. They don't carry maybe the 9 to 10 hour, and then there's some that do the show because it's tape delayed in the afternoons. I can't believe I said tape, but you know what I mean. It delayed in the afternoon, showing my age there. And so sometimes the show isn't ending at the same time for everybody. So some people still have more of the show left. So that's what that's about. Not everybody runs it in chronological order. So there you go.
Okay. All right. Well, I certainly do appreciate it. Hey, Bubba.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know if you remember the Ed Sullivan show, but Manny, the astronaut, took the spaceship yesterday.
That's right.
God bless y'all. Y'all have a good day.
I don't remember that character live, but I've seen videos of it.
I remember briefly the Ed Sullivan show, just of him and a really big shoe, all that stuff. But I remember Red Skelton better and some of his characters.
Yeah,
I was still a little tight when that was on.
Yeah, I've only seen archives of the Ed Sullivan show, and he did have a character that was supposed to be a guy who'd gone to space because we hadn't gone yet.
What was the show when they had a monkey that was acting like he was Ed?
That's that show that we all talk about.
Lancelot Link.
Yeah, they had every now and then they'd show one.
He was exactly. And a really big show.
He dropped it on the lips.
That's good stuff.
Brad, all the way out in South Dakota. Brad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
Hey, man, doing great. You guys, man, y'all are 27 hours of my week. I want y'all to know that straight up.
Thank you.
Man, Bubba, I give you 5 every day.
Thank you, sir. We need it.
Well, man, I wanted to comment on the Man Church conference this past weekend. It was so awesome being there. What an amazing, amazing time. Words almost don't express like how the Spirit just moved in those 2 days. It was really incredible, and what a trip.
Yeah, I said that when I got back. I started to try to explain what it's like to be there, and I just go, you really can't. We put out some videos here or there to try to see if we can capture it. It just doesn't. And so thanks for saying that. And I'm sorry, and I did tell the guys, because I think that was you, because you said you were there. I did tell the guys you thought you were going to win the guy who traveled the farthest. And
you can't even have a furthest drive.
Doggone it, somebody from Alaska came.
Yeah. But did he drive? He didn't drive.
Well, that's true. Good point. Yeah. Hey, Brad, thanks. It was good to see you there again, because I'd seen you in Nebraska. And we are. And I'm coming back to Nebraska in April. As a matter of fact,
we'll be there. I'm bringing some guys with me too.
Oh, good. Yeah, Wingo's going to be with me this time, so you get to hear Wingo.
It'll be awesome. Hey, just to sum up the experience, at the last song, we're closing out with worship, right? I couldn't even sing. I could just hold my hands up, head down, praying and worship, that the Spirit was so present.
Yeah, it was incredible. It really, really was. So thanks.
Yeah.
What an honor to be part of it. Like I said.
And great to meet Greg, too.
Yeah, Greg was gripping and grinning.
Oh, we had a great time.
Yeah, we had a blast. It was one of those things you go, this isn't something we have to do. This is something we get to do. I mean, it's incredible. Let's go to Sam in Alabama. Sam, go ahead, buddy.
What do you think of the Bible recap?
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. Do y'all know what that is?
I didn't understand.
What is it? Yeah. What is the Bible recap?
It's like a podcast that goes over, like you read the Bible in a year, and it's got like a recap of the chapters you read in the day.
Oh, that sounds like a good service if it's theologically sound, but I'm not familiar with it. I'm sorry, but it's
That's what I was asking about your views, if it was theologically sound.
I just don't know enough about it. I'm sorry. I appreciate you, calling here thinking we might know, but I just am not familiar with it. So I'll
Have a great day.
Well, I'll check around. I'll contact some people that I usually call when somebody asks a question that I just don't know on the show or we don't know, and maybe they can give me some feedback on it. And if they do, I'll be happy to come on there and say, hey, I checked on that Bible recap. So I'll check on it and
Awesome.
I'll give you some feedback.
Thank you so much.
Sounds like a good idea, though. It's
I like it.
Oh, look, let me tell you, when technology got to where folks like us who struggle to read could just hear the Bible, and I mean, it's just
major leap forward.
Oh my goodness!
Speaking of biblical things and some of the curses you've seen in the Bible, did you see the play suspended at the Indian Wells tennis tournament yesterday?
Mm-mm.
They had an invasion of bees.
What?
Now this is a big stadium. This is a big tournament, a major event in the tennis circuit. And the number 2 player in the world was playing at the time. His opponent, the judge, or the referee, had to run for cover, and the Tennis Channel was covering it, and they literally had to put up a sign, play suspended due to bee invasion.
Look, you can see the bees. Look at that right there.
Oh, yeah. Rick, there's so many of them, you can't believe it.
So the bees actually just started.
What, they're going to show you more. Look, it gets worse and worse. It's like a snowstorm.
So, well.
How weird.
Yeah, I told you God didn't like tennis. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.